decision in the John Bolton book case, and the judge was very powerful in his statements on classified information, and very powerful also in the fact that the country will get the money, any money he makes. So I hope a lot of books, well, I probably don't hope that, but whatever he makes, he's going to be giving back, in my opinion, based on the ruling. He's going to be giving back. I think the judge was very smart and very indignant at what Bolton did. I think it was a great ruling. Obviously, the book was already out and leaked and everything else, but he leaked classified information, so he's got a big problem. The event in Oklahoma is unbelievable. The crowds are unbelievable. They haven't seen anything like it. And we will go there now. We'll give a hopefully good speech. We're going to see a lot of great people, a lot of great friends, and pretty much that's it, okay? Well, that's all up to the Attorney General. Attorney General Barr is working on that. That's his department, not my department. But we have a very capable Attorney General, so that's really up to him. I'm not involved.
Sir, the U.S. economy is doing very good.
India?
Sir, the U.S. economy is doing very good, but countries in Europe and Asia are not doing very bad. What is your suggestion?
The U.S. economy is doing amazingly well. That's right. Thank you.
What is your suggestion to other countries?
Yeah, I would say that the numbers that we're doing are record-setting numbers. We have record-setting job numbers. We have record-setting, as you know, retail sales numbers that just came out. The U.S. economy is doing very, very well.
And what is your assessment of the situation between India and China, sir?
It's a very tough situation. We're talking to India. We're talking to China. They've got a big problem there. They've come to blows, and we'll see what happens. We'll try and help them now.
Thank you.
See you in Oklahoma.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Great American Comeback is underway. Just before joining you all, we learned from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that unemployment has fallen in 43 states in May as Americans are going back to work. Also, I would like to re-emphasize the numbers that Director of the NEC, Larry Kudlow, shared with you all yesterday, that the CBO predicted that in the third quarter we will get plus 20% GDP. They've predicted in Q4 we will be at plus 20% GDP. And top economist Ed Hyman says that in Q1 of 2021, he's predicting plus 5 in GDP. And this would put GDP above its 2019 peak. That's right, so pre-coronavirus numbers, should those predictions pan out. We are back and we will be booming. Finally, we are encouraged that we continue to gather positive data on a number of therapeutics. Heparin, dexamethasone, or steroids, as it's more commonly known, convalescent plasma, and remdesivir have all shown promise in treating coronavirus. Preliminary findings in a large UK-based recovery trial found that when steroids were used, there was a 30% reduction in death for coronavirus patients on ventilators. The FDA is reviewing this recovery trial data now. Additionally, on convalescent plasma, there is more encouraging news. In partnership with Mayo Clinic, the Trump administration moved very quickly on this therapy in its earliest days, recognizing that it showed promise. Though through the FDA, Mayo Clinic, and the administration's work in our hand-in-hand partnership, we've found that this treatment is very promising. This has shown that the administration has left no stone unturned in looking at every possible treatment at the very earliest stages. The lead investigator of this Mayo Clinic study, Dr. Michael Joyner, summed up his work in saying that convalescent plasma, quote, continues to look promising, end quote, noting the, quote, excellent news of this study, which covered a diverse population of patients. About 20% were African American, nearly 35% Hispanic, 5% Asian, and 40% women. Prior experience with respiratory viruses and some data that have emerged globally suggests that convalescent plasma has the potential to lessen the severity or shorten the length of the illness caused by COVID-19. The results from Mayo underscore that promise. As you can see, the Trump administration and the FDA led on identifying convalescent plasma as a therapeutic, and the results are encouraging. Finally, I wanted to share some words from President Trump. Juneteenth reminds us of both the unimaginable injustice of slavery and the incomparable joy that must have attended emancipation. It is both a remembrance of a blight on our history and a celebration of our nation's unsurpassed ability to triumph over darkness. That ability is rooted in the fundamental goodness of America and the truths upon which we as a nation declared an end to our status as the subjects of a monarch and emerged as a free and independent people. Those truths that all men are created equal by the hand of God, endowed by our Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And with that, I'll take questions. Mario.
Thank you, Kaylee. Wondering, given what we're seeing in markets and they're a little bit jittery given a rise in cases, any reason why the coronavirus task force hasn't been coming out to update us? Will they? And then also, have they been consulted on the rally for tomorrow?
So the coronavirus task force meets regularly. They're constantly reviewing data. They're constantly working with governors to ensure that we have safe reopenings across the nation. As for coronavirus task force briefings, those happened in the very early days of COVID-19 and the pandemic. We were making major decisions on travel bans, major decisions on supplies and PPE and therapeutics. It was very important that those decisions be shared with the nation. Now we're in a more regular routine where when we see a spike or an ember, as the president calls them, we're able to quickly go and put it out, and we have that system in place. We don't have regular updates for you other than the updates I give you as news merits, and I'm regularly in consultation with Dr. Birx and the others. Yes, Zeke.
Kaylee, two questions for you. First, on the president's tweet this morning regarding the Tulsa rally, when he said, what did he mean when he said any protesters wouldn't be treated like they were in New York, Seattle, and Minneapolis? Is the president indicating that the right to peaceably assemble should not apply to his rally?
No, that's not at all what he was saying. What the president was noting is that there were inexcusable scenes that we saw play out in New York and Seattle and Minneapolis, and that we would not see Tulsa, Oklahoma look that way. As the Mayor Bynum noted, individuals from organized groups who have been involved in destructive and violent behavior in other states are planning to travel to the city of Tulsa for the purposes of causing unrest in and around the rally, and that was an unacceptable proposition. We will not see things like what we saw in Minnesota, where rioters lit an AutoZone on fire, or also in Minnesota, where protesters torched a police precinct, or in Seattle, where they've now set up a place called CHOP. They've taken over a part of the city, anarchists have, or the pillaging or the ambushing of two NYPD police officers who were on looting watch. One was stabbed in the neck and then shot two other officers who later arrived on the scene. So those kinds of scenes are unacceptable, and we will not see that in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
He doesn't mean all protesters?
No, what he was meaning are violent protesters, anarchists, looters, the kind of lawlessness that we saw play out before President Trump came in with the National Guard and calmed our streets with law and order.
And just the second question, sorry, on DACA, the president again tweeted this morning that he was going to move ahead with trying to end that program. What is the time frame on that? When should we expect to see something from the Department of Homeland Security on that? And why is the president doing that, even when he has conceded that he believes that the immigrants who were brought here as children on no fault of their own should be taken care of?
So first, one note on DACA. One thing I would say about yesterday's ruling is that really this was a situation where you had all of the justices saying that President Trump was essentially right on the law on DACA. You had the majority, and the majority opinion, quote, "The dispute before the court is not whether DHS may rescind DACA. All parties agree that it may be rescinded. The dispute is instead primarily about the procedure the agency followed in doing so." So in other words, President Trump was right on the law here. It was unlawful the way President Obama went about this, but as for the way forward, I just was in and was speaking with the president and the chief of staff about this, and we're looking at documents currently, and we're going to move forward in a responsible way and cure some of the remedies and the unlawfulness that we see with the previous memo that brought DACA into place, but we want to find a compassionate way to do this. So that's the notes I have as to how we'll be moving forward. Kristen.
Thank you, Kaylee. Now that we're about 24 hours away from this rally tomorrow, in Tulsa. You have the World Health Organization director saying that the world is in a new and dangerous phase in terms of COVID cases. You have cases rising in Oklahoma. You have the Tulsa mayor declaring a civil emergency. Given all of this together, are there any discussions, any reservations within the West Wing about going forward with this indoor rally tomorrow in a state where COVID cases are on the rise?
Well, first, let me note about the civil emergency. Bynum declared a civil emergency after law enforcement informed the mayor about the individuals from the organized groups that I just noted who are intent on engaging in destruction. But with regard to Oklahoma, I would refer you to Governor Stitt's comments. He said yesterday we went to phase 3 on June 1st, so we're 56 days into our reopening plan, and currently we have under 200 people in the hospital across Oklahoma, and he welcomed the president and his supporters for coming.
But I guess my question is, behind the scenes, are there any White House officials, just expressing a bit of reservation about going forward 24 hours out?
So we are all on board with going to Oklahoma. We're taking appropriate measures like hand sanitizing and temperature checks and masks being provided at the door. But I'd also note to you from the governor of Oklahoma that he says that most of the cases he's seeing are in the 18 to 35 group, where they're seeing a slight increase, and they are asymptomatic individuals, a lot of what they're seeing. And in addition to that, I would also just note that he said that this slight increase was expected as they began to safely reopen 56 days prior. Jen, yes, so hopefully I'll limit you to 20 questions today. How about that?
Thanks, Kaylee. Will any White House officials be at the rally tomorrow?
There will be several White House officials at the rally tomorrow.
Will those officials, or will you be there, for example?
I will be there.
Will you and other White House officials be wearing masks at the rally?
It's a personal choice. I won't be wearing a mask. I can't speak for my colleagues.
And why won't you wear a mask? Is it sort of a personal political statement? Is it because the president would be disappointed in you if you don't wear a mask?
It's a
Why is
personal decision. I'm tested regularly. I feel that it's safe for me not to be wearing a mask, and I'm in compliance with CDC guidelines, which are recommended but not required.
And if I can ask you about last night, the president tweeted out some fake videos, one of which was labeled manipulated media by Twitter. Why is the president sharing fake videos on Twitter about two toddlers who are obviously showing a lot of love for one another? It seems as though he's exploiting children to make some sort of crass political point.
No.
Why is he sharing fake videos?
He was making a point about CNN specifically. He was making a point that CNN has regularly taken him out of context, that in 2019, CNN misleadingly aired a clip from one viewpoint repeatedly to falsely accuse the Covington boys of being, quote, students in MAGA gear harassing a Native American elder. That's a harassing video, a misleading video about children that had really grave consequences for their future.
So you're saying it's okay to exploit two toddlers hugging one another on a sidewalk to make some sort of political point? As you know, the president has described members of the press as fake news during the course of this administration. When you share fake videos like that, doesn't that make you fake news?
I think the president was making a satirical point that was quite funny if you go and actually watch the video. I think he was making a satire. The point is, it was a play on CNN repeatedly taking the president out of context. Like the time when you guys had a chyron that read, "Trump slammed some illegal immigrants, they're animals." Well, guess what? The people we called animals were MS-13 illegal immigrants who regularly mutilate people in this country. Those things are entirely misleading.
You don't mind pointing out the president has referred to some Mexican immigrants as rapists. He has tried to pass a Muslim ban in this country. He has described black NFL players as sons of bitches if they take a knee during a football game.
That's an absurd attempt to justify the misleading headlines that are regularly on your network. Like I was just walking in, watching CNN as they lauded the quote rallies in the streets.
Are you saying that the president
Gotta let me
stokes
finish,
this
Jim.
sort
This
of-
isn't a cable news segment. I'm answering your question right now from the White House podium.
You're answering the
When I
question by
walk
trying
out
to
of
turn
here,
around and throw it in
when I-
CNN. You're
when
not
I walk
answering
out
the-
here,
the
Jim,
gist of the question,
when I walk
which
out
is,
here, Jim, and I see on your network celebratory headlines about the rallies and the protests outside, and you actually said protests and rallies. So in light of a protest, if these gatherings happen in light of a protest or a rally, as you say, that rally is to be condoned, but not the president's rally. I mean, it's appalling. You have one person on your network saying that this is a celebration in the streets, a carnival-like atmosphere. There's a guy with a sign that says free hugs. It's beautiful what's happening in the streets. There is music. People are hugging. You celebrate hugging in the context of a protest, but in a Trump rally where we celebrate historic low African American unemployment, criminal justice reform, HBCUs, that rally's not allowed because guess what, Jim? It doesn't fit the ideological agenda of CNN. Peter Alexander.
Let me ask if I can, Kaylee, why does the president keep hiring people who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent?
So the president makes hiring decisions based on the fact that he likes to have countervailing viewpoints. I spoke to him this morning about the hiring of John Bolton in particular, and he said, I like to counterbalance my own opinion with individuals that oftentimes have the very opposite opinion of my own. He likes the model of having a team of rivals, like what we saw in President Lincoln's administration. I've been a part of that. I often see rigorous debate, and the president uses his gut and makes the best decision as to how to move forward. So that's what goes into his hiring practices, and I think the team of rivals with President Lincoln worked quite well.
There's obviously value in hiring a team of rivals. It's worked well in the past, but then if you're going to hire rivals, why hire rivals who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent? How does that help
Well,
the
sometimes
president
those
govern the
rivals
country?
prove those labels to be true, and that's
he says he hires the
particularly
best
true
people,
in
so
the
does it reflect
that's
on the president,
particularly
Kaylee?
true in the case of John Bolton, who repeatedly praised the president, then turned. He's been widely criticized by the New York Times for his book. I think John Bolton has proven himself to have those labels as true.
Let me follow up. Just
Yes.
Jim Metzger, just on Juneteenth, Kaylee, it's important. If I can follow up quickly, just on Juneteenth, if I may.
We're
it's
not going to get
important.
to everyone in the room. The 20-question rule applies to everyone.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So I'll take the 20 questions if it applies to everyone. Then I've only done 2 so far. For my third one, I'd like to ask, does the president support Juneteenth as a federal holiday? And yesterday, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal this week, the president was speaking about Juneteenth, and he said that nobody had ever heard of Juneteenth. What does that say about the president's relationship to the black community if he would say that when millions of African Americans in this country commemorate it each year?
Well, look, what I would say is this president's routinely commemorated Juneteenth. The president, what he said is...
He said he learned about it this week.
What the no, he did not say that. As Secretary Carson emphasized, I talked to the president about the Juneteenth event. I was pleasantly surprised about how much he knew about it, the whole history of it. He did not just learn about Juneteenth this week. That's simply not true. And as to Juneteenth, there were a lot of people who didn't know what Juneteenth was, and Google searches prove that. And you can see, I looked at the chart on Google searches on Juneteenth, and this year they went like this, and that's thanks to President Trump. Yes.
I wanted to ask if the White House is planning to issue an executive order in the coming days to suspend visas for foreign workers, and any detail you can provide in terms of what types of visas, for how long that would last, et cetera.
So I have no announcements on that front today. I'm aware of the reporting, but no announcements.
Okay, could I follow up quickly and ask if the president plans to take any health precautions at the rally tomorrow?
We are administering hand sanitizer, masks to those who are in attendance should they decide to wear them, and we are taking temperature checks. Daniel.
Hi, Kaylee. Arizona is seeing surging coronavirus cases, as well as Texas and Florida. Does the president think that they should all keep doing what they're doing, or is he concerned about, this rise in cases and how to stop that?
This is a state-led reopening with the assistance of the federal government and our medical experts, so we're regularly consulting with each state. It's their decision as to whether they remain their reopening processes, but we're very confident that they will be able to get it under control. We've had CDC deploy teams to 4 states, and when we see these spikes in cases, a lot of times, and we're able to isolate them and stop the spread further. So with the help of the federal government, these states should be able to safely continue reopening, though it is their decision whether to do so.
What does the president think of his niece, Mary Trump's new book that's coming out?
Yeah, so on the Mary Trump book, what I would say is this. I haven't seen the book. The president hasn't seen the book, so I'm not going to sit here and speculate about what it may say or what it may not say. David.
Given all the hoo-ha over Tulsa, isn't the president taking a big risk this weekend? Because if things go south on Saturday, isn't that going to make it harder for him to schedule rallies in the future?
Look, I think that we are confident that we can operate safely in Tulsa. There are as I noted at the beginning of this, Governor Stitt said under 200 people are in hospitals across Oklahoma. Most of those, a lot of those, between the ages of 18 and 35. So we're confident that we can do this safely, and we're very much looking forward to going to Oklahoma.
Why haven't y'all scheduled more rallies? Are y'all waiting to see how things turn out on Saturday?
That would be a question for the campaign. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Kaylee. Two quick questions. In an interview on NPR on Tuesday, Dr. Fauci said he hasn't spoken to the president in, quote, 2 weeks. Why have they gone so long without talking, and is this still a priority for the president, the virus?
Absolutely, it's still a priority. It's why the task force meets regularly. The president is given that information. The vice president has been leading on the task force, and the president ultimately makes the decisions and is constantly kept up to date with the latest numbers.
And then the second question, obviously, you know, the president is very against violent protest. He's spoken out specifically against anti-fascists who've been responsible for some of this violence. But in terms of his personal ideology, is the president an anti-fascist?
The president is absolutely anti-fascist. What he's against also is lawlessness. He's against anarchy. He's against what we've seen in our streets. He's against the fact that you have in a city block in Seattle, multiple city blocks taken over by anarchists. It's amazing. You have the Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best saying, quote, our 911 response times have tripled in the area. They've gone from just over 5 minutes to about 18 minutes. There have been rapes, robberies, and all sorts of violent acts that have been occurring. He's against fascism. He's against anarchism. And he is for rule of law and the American way. Christian.
Thanks, Kaylee. The EU nations are starting to ease their travel restrictions between their own borders. Is the president planning on rolling back the EU travel restrictions? He said back in May that he'll probably ease them out sometime in the future.
The president knows that the travel restrictions were a very important component to saving lives. Almost 3 million could have perished, and those travel restrictions were instrumental in taking early action and saving American lives. He monitors the data constantly. No plans now as to lifting those, but it's ultimately the decision of the president. He's guided by data and the safety and health of the American people.
And then
Yes.
on China, they just announced that during the negotiations with Secretary Pompeo, they're going to accelerate their ag buys. They weren't meeting the phase 1 ag buys. Does this mean anything for a potential phase 2 deal? Obviously, this stalled the coronavirus, but
I have no announcements on that front. I haven't spoken to the president on that specific matter. Yes.
Back to DACA, if you would, please. After the Supreme Court decision the other day, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops issued a statement. I'll just read it briefly. Next, we urge the President, President Trump, to strongly reconsider terminating DACA. Immigrant communities are really hurting now amidst COVID-19, and moving forward with this action needlessly places many families into further anxiety and chaos. Will the President consider the bishop's appeal to this?
Well, the president said to me, I'm going to take care of DACA far better than the Democrats ever did. Democrats had 2.5 years to make a deal on DACA. They didn't do it. He wants to take care of these individuals, but it needs to be done in a lawful way, and it needs to be done in accordance with assuring that our border is safe, that it's protected, that we have an end to lawless immigration and MS-13 and the havoc that we've seen wreaked in this country. So he's for a measured response, and he's offered deals to Democrats previously that have been rejected. So Democrats really seem to be using the DACA recipients as pawns, and that is despicable. Emily.
Thank you, Kaylee. Given that the campaign had attendees of the rally on Saturday sign a waiver to indemnify the campaign if they should get sick with the coronavirus, would the president consider starting or contributing to a fund for the sick or the bereaved if we see a spike in cases come out of the rally Saturday night?
I think that's a hypothetical, and that's a speculative question.
Yes. Thank you, Kaylee. Looking towards the election, we know that the Biden campaign is pushing back on adding any additional debates to the schedule. How many debates would the president be willing to participate in?
Yeah, so the president talked about this yesterday. The president is happy to debate when given the opportunity. Right now there are 3 debates, and he's happy with that, but certainly if others were proposed, he'd be willing to look at them. And he very much looks forward to those debates. One thing I would note, and I think it's just very important, especially as we go into the weekend and we begin to look at some of the news coverage out there, is that I would encourage all of you to cover the protest in the same way that you covered the rally goers. It's really quite something when you look at this extraordinary video by Media Research Center and Newsbusters, where you have multiple hosts on MSNBC, CNN, and CBS boasting about the, quote, massive crowd. I mean massive. Tens of thousands of people, thousands and thousands, up to 200,000 people, they exuberantly exclaim. But then they have grave concerns about the size of the Trump rallies. You have NBC contributors saying social justice over social distancing, but when the president looks to celebrate the accomplishments for minority and communities in this country, our rallies are derided as breeding grounds for coronavirus, while Lawrence O'Donnell celebrates arm-in-arm protests. So I really think that we should have internal consistency here in the way we cover large crowds. We should be guided by science, not cherry-picking science, as I see all too often on the airwaves, especially from CNN.
My dear citizens, today we celebrate Juneteenth, the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the end of slavery in the United States. As our country works through the racial issues that we still face today, it is important to remember we are one global community. Let's all agree that any differences we have should be celebrated and learned from. Today, I will be thinking about my trip to Ghana in West Africa, where I was so moved to take a tour of the House of Slaves and step through the door of no return, a memorial to the Atlantic slave trade. My hope for everyone today is that by understanding and reflecting upon even the worst part of our country's past, we can commit to lifting each other up and celebrating the freedom we all deserve. In honor of today, I want to read a book, All Different Now, by Angela Johnson. It is a story of the first Juneteenth through the eyes of a little girl. God bless each of you, and God bless the United States of America. A June morning breeze off the port blew the smell of honeysuckle past the fields, across the yard, and into our room to wake us. And nobody knew, as we ate a little, talked a little, and headed to the fields as the sun was rising, that soon it would be all different. Then we worked and worked and worked some more under the hot Texas sun, until word spread from the port to town, through the countryside, and into the fields, that a Union general had read from a balcony that we were all now and forever free, and things would be all different now. I watched my Aunt Laura sang as she held her baby. Mr. Jake, who some say was 100, cried quietly. And the group of grown people bowed their heads and whispered things to each other I could not hear. My mama held my hand softly and looked beyond as another breeze blew over and everything fell to a hush. But later, Papa, Mama, the aunts and uncles, and all of my cousins had an afternoon picnic by the water. My baby brother crawled around our blanket as we listened to the sound of waters. And as more people joined us, we ate as free people, laughed as free people, and told stories as free people on into the night. What was before would be no more. As we walked back home, the cool of the night soothed our tired feet that padded quietly past the shadowy fields of cotton. And in the morning, the smell of honeysuckle will wake me again beside my sisters and brother to a time that will be for all of us, all different now.
Okay, thank you very much. It's an honor to see you all today on this beautiful afternoon, White House. We're here today to discuss our efforts to support our nation's small businesses, working very hard, and safely reopen America, and that's what's happening. We're doing record numbers. We're doing numbers like nobody's ever seen before, actually. I'm thrilled to be joined by two good friends of mine, Governor Pete Ricketts of Nebraska. Pete, thank you very much. And a man that I'm going to see a little bit over the weekend, and this was really by coincidence that you happen to be here today, because it was for a different reason. It has to do with small business. Governor Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma. And we're going to be in Oklahoma, and it's a crowd like I guess nobody's seen before. We have tremendous requests for tickets, like I think probably has never happened politically before. And one of the reasons we chose your state, as you know, Kevin, was that you've done so well with the COVID. You've handled it incredibly well. We appreciate you both have, actually. You both have, so congratulations. Along with several extraordinary small business owners from their state. Also with us are Secretary of the Treasury, Stephen Mnuchin, and Small Business Administrator, Jovita. Thank you, Jovita. Very good. Small business is no longer small business, it's big business. It's one of the biggest businesses. As a result of the virus, 22% of small businesses were forced to close earlier this year, including 41% of Black-owned businesses. But under my administration's strategy to vanquish the virus and restart our economy, small businesses across the nation are now safely reopening. All over the nation, they're reopening at levels like nobody's seen before. We're sheltering individuals at the highest risk. If you look at really high-risk individuals, we are really watching them and we're taking care of them. And we know what the high risk means, but largely it means older people, especially older people, senior citizens that have a tremendous, if they have a problem, if they have a heart problem, if they have diabetes, if they have any kind of a problem, they're much more susceptible. So we're all watching that very closely. We've learned a lot over the last number of months. In the past 4 months, we've conducted over 25 million coronavirus tests and distributed over 1.5 billion pieces of personal protective equipment. America is better supplied and more prepared to re-enter than, I would say, just about any other place. You look at what we've done with ventilators. We're now making thousands a week of ventilators, very big, expensive, complex equipment, and we're sending them to other countries, and we're all stocked up. Our country is totally stocked up. Everybody has their ventilators, that maximum they can use. But we are sending them to other countries. The nice part, and I say it a lot because I think it's pretty amazing, when we came here, you had very few ventilators in this country. And by the time we started, not one person that needed a ventilator didn't get it. So everybody that needed a ventilator got a ventilator. There wasn't one instance anywhere in our country. And we stocked up those shelves. The cupboard was empty, and we filled up the cupboards. In the past 4 months, tremendous things have happened. But I think probably the biggest thing of all is the knowledge that we've gained of this disease, of this plague, of this virus, call it what you want, to help small businesses survive the shutdown. I approved over $670 billion for the Paycheck Protection Program, and Steve, that's been a tremendous success. And we're talking with Democrats about doing something further now. But the numbers, the way they're coming in, it's been really incredible. So we're able to spot it, but we're here to help businesses and to help people. To date, we've processed over 4.6 million small business loans, saving and supporting an estimated 50 million American jobs, Jovita. That's incredible. The small business owners that we have with us this afternoon all received the PPP loans, and now their businesses are on the road to recovery, and they're doing really well. We have a lot of businesses that are doing really well. We're talking about a V-shape. We're almost like an I-shape. I is straight up and down, but I talked about V-shape, and a lot of people disagreed with me. Not everybody, but a lot of very smart Wall Streeters were disagreeing. Now they're pretty much coming on board, saying it looks like it could be a V. So a V is the thing we were shooting for, and it looks like that's what we've got. I want to thank our people and my representatives for their decisive actions. And last month, we added a record 2.5 million jobs. It's the highest in the history of our country in 1 month. That's the highest number of jobs, 2.5 million. The Dow rose above 26,000 points, and we saw the largest surge in retail sales ever recorded. Next year is shaping up to be one of the greatest years in the history of our country from an economic standpoint. I truly believe that. I think we're going to have a great third quarter. We're going to have a great fourth quarter, and next year is going to be a phenomenal year. I believe that NASDAQ actually set the record. During a pandemic, NASDAQ just they broke their record, Larry. Is that a correct statement? So it was higher than even before. It's an amazing achievement. After I was elected president, our country added more than 7 million jobs, 12,000 factories, and trillions of dollars of wealth. We created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones, and African American, Asian American, and Hispanic American unemployment and poverty reached all-time lows. We had the greatest employment numbers we've ever had, and then we had to turn it off. We saved millions of people by doing it. We did the right thing, and now we're turning it back on, and the numbers are going up much, much faster than anybody would have thought. And it's a great honor to see it. And these two governors, by the way, have done a fantastic job. Two very extraordinary men, Nebraska and Oklahoma. We built the strongest economy the world has ever seen before the virus, and together we're doing it again. So we did it before the virus, we had to turn it off, and now we're doing it again, and that's what's happening. So now I'd like to, maybe we'll start off with Governor Ricketts, and then we'll get to my friend over here. I'll be seeing so much of you in the next couple of days. I'll take you second. Okay, thank you very much. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and to all of your team here. We really appreciate your effort, your leadership, and that of your teams to be able to help us through this pandemic and really give us the tools to be able to manage it. The PPP program you mentioned has been tremendously successful in Nebraska because of the great relationships our community bankers have with our small businesses. We were able to take advantage of that and really cover over 80% of our payroll. So it really was a fantastic way to be able to keep people working. We had the third lowest unemployment rate in April, and we want to keep people in their jobs. We really appreciate all the work you're doing. And we've, you may recall we were one of the few states that didn't issue a stay-at-home order or a shelter-in-place order. What we did is try to take common steps and ask people to take responsibility, to be able to follow the directives that you all were putting out with regard to avoiding large groups, washing their hands, that sort of thing, and making sure they keep 6 feet in distance in public, that sort of thing. And by doing that and targeting specific higher risk businesses that we asked to shut down for a shorter period of time, we were able to stem the tide of the virus. We've actually got the lowest hospitalizations in our state right now we had since the end of April. So it's got a nice bell-shaped curve where it went up and now it's come back down. Our cases are steady and flat, and now we're just really in the mode of managing this. You put the 10-person rule in place in mid-March, and that bought us the time to be able to strengthen our contact tracing, our testing, our PPE, our quarantine space, put plans in place to help at-risk populations, and put our rules in place. And that's what gave us the opportunity to be able to manage it. So we really appreciate all that you've done, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, you've done great, and thank you very much. And how did you do with your floods? Because you had tremendous floods.
We're still actually recovering from the floods from last year. So we got kind of the double whammy. Agriculture in particular has really taken a heavy hit between what happened then, last year with the flooding, and then the pandemic this year. But again, your administration has been helpful. The Phase 1 China deal, for example, gives us a great market to be able to sell things. So we really appreciate all that you're doing to help us recover through these terrible tragedies.
And they are buying a lot, aren't they?
They are, and that helps. That makes such a difference, Mr. President. I can't tell you. When people aren't driving, they're not using ethanol, right? Because that gets blended into our fuel supply. When our food processing facilities are impacted by coronavirus and they're slowing down, our ranchers don't have a place to take their animals. So there's a lot of impact to agriculture, and your administration has been great in working with us to be able to help them through it.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks. Appreciate it. Governor?
Well, thank you so much for having us, Mr. President. And on behalf of Oklahoma, we're so excited to have you. And like you said, I don't know if people caught that, but over 1 million people have requested tickets to come to come to this event. So it's just going to be an amazing. Oklahoma's ready for your visit. It's going to be safe, and we're really, really excited. But, you know, during this whole COVID crisis, as we've been fighting it, your administration has been having calls twice a week. The vice president have been so helpful to myself and all the other governors, listening to what our needs were and providing everything we need. So it's just been going great. And so we're one of the first states that has safely and measurably reopened. We went to phase 3 on June 1st. So we're 56 days into our reopening plan. And currently we have under 200 people in the hospital across the state of Oklahoma. And we had an uptick in the number of cases, and so the media tries to talk about that. But we knew we were going to have an increase a little bit because we're 56 days into reopening. But what's interesting, it's the 18 to 35 group that we've seen a slight increase, but they're the asymptomatic, and we're testing so many more people right now than we were initially, and the positive cases are still 3.8%. So we've seen a steady decline in the hospitalizations, and we have to learn. I tell Oklahomans that COVID is in the U.S., it's in Oklahoma. We have to learn how to be safe and how to have to move on. And so we were able to build capacity, because the whole reason I issued 25 executive orders in Oklahoma was to build capacity in our hospitals and also the PPE, and we were able to do that and really flatten that curve, and that was our objective. And I told Oklahomans the better they do in that period of time, the quicker we can start reopening. Right. And that's exactly what we've done, and Oklahomans are being safe, and we can see it in our numbers, but we're ready to get things back to normal, get life back to normal. So again, we can't wait to have you in Oklahoma on Saturday.
Great job, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jovita, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to meet Glory and also to be, thank you, and also to be able to visit many businesses throughout the states. I traveled to North Carolina as well as Dallas and visit with the faith base and the lending community, as well as some small businesses, to feel and see and as evidence of how PPP is actually working, not only in the faith base, not only in the small businesses, but also the lending community. What more can we do to facilitate more capital for the small businesses? The underserved communities are also being sought after. We've asked the lenders, the very diverse lenders that we've signed up, over 5,400 of them, to provide outreach, very aggressive outreach to our inner cities and underserved communities. I've spoken with some of the governors, I've spoken with the mayors as well, that we need to do more. There's over $100 billion available remaining in the PPP program, a very successful program. You've shared, Lori, how you've been able to transition your business from a very high end to a takeout and still maintain the customer base. And we're realizing this, Mr. President, throughout the states and every state that we visit. Now, the fact that SBA has been able to have a touch point of over 10 million small businesses. We have 50 million that you indicated of employees in one portfolio, and another about 9 million in the other portfolio. So at some point, we will be providing technical assistance, providing some coaching and counseling to be able to solidify those relationships that the new businesses have developed with the lending community. So I thank you, President, for your support.
Thank you very much. And you know, they've done like more business in 4 days than they did in 4 years. It's become a big business. Small business is now big business, so thank you.
Thank you.
Doing a great job. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's great to see your economic programs working, especially for small businesses. The PPP has been a tremendous success. We've seen that in the employment numbers. We still have more work to do. We want to make sure that every single person who lost their job because of COVID gets back to work, and we won't be done until that happens. And I'm also pleased that this week, working with the Federal Reserve, we've opened the Main Street funding facility. Again, that will be accessible to small businesses down to $250,000 loans. So again, a massive amount of liquidity that's been pumped into the system for small businesses.
Thank you. Larry, how are we doing today?
Well, weekly unemployment claims fell for the 11th straight week. It's a good sign. We're going to have job numbers in June, and I think will be very strong. I agree with Stephen. think the rescue plan worked. I think the PPP was superhuman, probably saved 55 million jobs, and we saw that with a 3 million job increase in the May numbers. I compiled my list of green shoots, sir. We've got Apple Mobility for traveling, almost back to its pre-pandemic high. Home builder demand and confidence is very, very strong. Automobiles, car sales are moving from 8.6 million to 12.2 million as the factories reopen. As you noted, the retail sales number was a spectacular 18%. Michigan consumer expectations, very strong today. NFIB Optimism Index, expect economy to improve, a record jump. Expect economy to improve, a record jump. And manufacturing, the Philly Fed and the New York Fed, future activity indexes are off the charts. If I play reference to the Congressional Budget Office, if we get a 20% increase in Q3, which I think is quite possible, 20% increase in Q4, and a 5% increase in Q1 2021, we will be back to where we were in 2019. We will have made up for the lost ground.
Amazing.
It's not going to take
That's
5
amazing.
years. We will have made it up with some decent numbers by the first quarter of 2021.
That's called a super V, right?
Super V. I like the I scenario.
It's called a V. It's called a V plus. Well, that's where we're headed. But we were headed to great things, and then we got hit by the Chinese plague. So that happens too, and things happen that you don't expect sometimes. So, but we built it once. We're now building it again, and it's going to be even more successful, in my opinion. Kaylee, please.
Yes, Mr. President. I would just note that the V is indeed an I, and you've described this economy like a rocket ship previously, and I think the numbers you laid out are worth reemphasizing because it's exactly that. 2.5 million jobs added, blowing past expectations. You had the experts off by about 10 million jobs. That's quite an extraordinary number to be off by. Also the Dow above 26,000 points. You mentioned the NASDAQ setting the record. 7 million jobs, 9,000 opportunity zones. You're the jobs president. You did this once. You brought 7 million jobs, and quite clearly what the markets are saying is they have faith that you are the jobs president that will do this again.
So most people have never built a positive economy. We're going to do it twice, and the second time is going to be better than the first, I think, Steve. We have a shot at it, right? Okay, please, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Anthony Goins, and I'm honored to be here, Mr. President, representing the state of Nebraska. We were really focused on three things in terms of making sure that our economy stayed on track. And first, it was stabilization. So the PPP, the EIDL loan, gave us the liquidity injection that we needed to help us out. Debt servicing, our community banks work very closely with the small businesses to defer payments. And then we move into recovery. And when we talk about recovery, the $1.08 billion that we've received from the Treasury has been a huge help. We've broken it down into 4 programs: small business stabilization, rural broadband. We're giving $1 million for Gallup, and then we're also looking at taking workers that are in industries that are shrinking and retraining them in high-demand industries so we can put Nebraskans back to work in the right areas.
Well, you mentioned rural broadband, and we're doing that very big for the Middle West and for our farmers, and that's a very big factor. And as you know, we've started the process already.
Yes.
And I think you're going to be very happy with that.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much. Appreciate it. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, governors, secretaries, directors, and honored guests. My name is Melissa Hegarty, and I'm proud and honored to be the invited guest of Governor Ricketts from the great state of Nebraska. I am a wife and mother to 2 young daughters, ages 9 and 11, as well as the co-owner of 4 bakeries in Nebraska and Iowa. We've been in business for 10 years and have approximately 92 employees. Early on in COVID-19, we decided not to lay off any employees, rather ask the ones that live at home with their parents to scale back on some of their hours if they can. By doing that, it would give the other employees that needed their shifts to be able to cover their rent and other expenses an opportunity to keep their hours. Most of our employees are in their early 20s, with no families to fall back on, so it was critical for us to take care of them any way we could. It was an important decision for the federal government to allow each state's governor to decide how to formulate their own plan of how to close and in turn reopen their state. Fortunately, my businesses in both Nebraska and Iowa were able to continue to serve our guests inside the bakery while practicing social distancing, sanitizing between guests, all while everyone wears a mask. We had several terrible weeks of sales leading into Easter. It was easily the scariest time of my life as a business owner, not knowing what would happen next. We did apply for and receive Paycheck Protection Program funds through our small locally owned bank, who we've had a strong relationship with since we started back in 2010. That program has been helpful for us to continue to meet our fiduciary obligations in terms of promises to our staff, as well as paying our monthly bills. As the virus continued past Easter, we were able to increase our delivery business while adding a new service for our guests, curbside pickup. But with curbside pickup, it did come with some challenges. So increased labor would be probably the biggest effect on our bottom line. Additional employees have been added to answer the phones, and runners are needed to take orders out to the guests waiting in their car. By mid-May, sales were picking up, and we did have our best Mother's Day ever, seeing double-digit growth over last year's weekly sales. So my Nebraska bakeries have now entered phase 3, starting this upcoming Monday, of Governor Ricketts' directed health measures. We anticipate our guests' desire to celebrate all of the life's events they missed over the past 3 months. New babies, birthdays, anniversaries, retirements, with our ultimate hope that it will transfer into a much busier summer than we normally would have. I want to thank you for inviting me to be a part of this important discussion.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
honored.
Great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored. Thank you. I'll start over. Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored to be here representing small independent restaurant industry and the great state of Oklahoma. Thank you for inviting me. I am a small independent restaurant owner. I own and operate Stella Modern Italian Cuisine in Oklahoma City. My restaurant celebrated 10 years in business in April. Prior to COVID-19, I employed 30 people in the restaurant. When restaurants were closed for inside dining, I was forced to furlough some very dedicated and loyal employees for the first time ever. Since I did receive the PPP financial assistance, I was able to offer all of our staff their jobs back, and all but 3 returned. I want to thank you and Governor Stitt for working so hard for our economy and helping us reopen in a responsible and systematic way. Our industry worked very closely with Governor Stitt and the Health Department of Oklahoma on guidelines to reopen with a phased approach. It has been good to get back to work and to be able to serve our guests. Under the guidelines we adopted in Oklahoma, we are using data-driven points to ensure we are reopening our restaurants and economy in a safe and an efficient manner. In reopening, our number one goal has been to keep our customers safe as well as our employees. We know there is work to be done to create a sense of confidence in our diners as well as our employees and help people feel good about dining out again. We are diligently following all the guidelines on using PPE for our employees, doubling our sanitation practice, and encouraging our customers to follow the suggested guidelines for social distancing. Restaurants have always had outstanding protocol in place for safely preparing food and serving our customers in a safe manner. As you're aware, the restaurant industry has suffered greatly during this unprecedented time. Our job loss and lost sales has been overwhelming. So I want to thank you for working so hard for our economy and signing into a law, the CARES Act, which provides PPP forgivable loans to help our industry and our economy at large get back to work. There is more that needs to be done, and we appreciate the opportunity we have to work closely with you, your administration, and our congressional leaders for next steps to get our economy and our industry back to work and fully open. President Trump, America's restaurant industry is grateful for your leadership in guiding us through this pandemic. Thank you again for inviting me to meet with you, and thank you for Governor Stitt for your leadership in getting Oklahomans back to work.
That's very nice, and we're going to try and get deductions back for your restaurant industry, and you can look at that man right over there. He'll be carrying the message, but we're looking for the deductions for entertainment restaurants, and you'll get it right back bigger than before, okay?
Thank you.
Working very hard on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honored to represent the lodging industry before America's first hotelier president. Grateful to Governor Stitt for his leadership and for the invitation to join today. My name is Pete Patel, first-generation American. My family and I immigrated to the United States in 1979 in search of the American dream. We found that American dream in Tulsa, Oklahoma as small business and hoteliers. Our company owns and operates 12 hotels in eastern Oklahoma. The current crisis, lodging was the first to suffer because of shelter in place. And we will be the last to recover. It may take up to 2 years. Before COVID, our industry had record occupancies, profitability, and new development hotels, thanks to the exceptional strong economy under your leadership, Mr. President. Because of COVID, occupancy dropped to 20% nationally, revenues fell by 50%, and 70% of all hotel employees were either laid off or furloughed. For the first time in my career, we were forced to lay off employees, and that was the most gut-wrenching experience that we've had. The Payroll Protection Program was a lifeline to our industry to help America's small businesses and our employees. The best thing for our business is that our economy opens. Grateful to Oklahoma Governor for his systematic, data-driven approach to leading our state back to opening. Currently, our occupancies have picked up a bit, but we still have a long ways to go as an industry as well as our market. The hospitality industry as a whole, as stated, are reopening hotels in a safe and healthy manner. The industry has implemented what's called safe stay standards, sanitization, PPE use, social distancing, things like limiting buffets and using grab-and-go prepackaged items. Swimming pools and gyms are limited with appointments for use. Guests and employees are only safe as how we make the properties, and the hotel industry has done a great job in adapting ways to make sure all of our employees as guests are safe. Mr. President, I would like to mention a couple of things. We need more states to reopen, consumers to feel safe to travel. Industry will need additional resources to help pay our bills. Increase cap on the EIDL program would be very helpful to us. And we need pressure relief from our local banks who may be stressed in these times coming up that have hospitality loans. We will need help from the Federal Reserve and FDIC on those two things. In conclusion, Mr. President, America's hoteliers are grateful for your leadership. We appreciate and you know what it's like to own and operate hotels. We are looking forward to working with you towards a swift and strong recovery. Thank you.
I'm impressed by your 20% number. If that was your low point, you're better than any hotel company that I've seen. We had Hilton, and they were at 1%, right? And we had all of the big ones, and they were from 1 to 4 or 5%. So if you're at 20%, congratulations. That's pretty good.
That was the average, Mr. President. There was a few of them that weren't that.
I can imagine. That's great. Great job. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. As your domestic policy chief, what an honor it is to have all of these small business owners here at the White House. I'm reminded that just yesterday, Mr. President, we had veterans in. The day before, we were doing policing reform in the Rose Garden. The day before that, we were talking about seniors and taking care of our elderly and fraud. Everything you do, every day, every minute, is how to do the most for all Americans. And the small business, this is the backbone of our country. I'm from a town of 1,200 people, Glen Rose, Texas, an hour south of Dallas, raised by a single mom who had a flower shop on the main street of Glen Rose. Small business truly is the American dream at its very, very best. And the work that Secretary Mnuchin, that Administrator Carranza are doing for this country is extraordinary, but it's executing your vision. And so bringing today these small business owners to the White House, talking about how we're going to not just get this country back where we were just a couple months ago before the pandemic from China hit, but to even greater heights than ever before. It's just an honor to be here, and I want to welcome and thank everyone for coming to the White House, and thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you for doing a great job. You're doing
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, hello, Michigan. And thank you to really one of the hardest working members of the President's cabinet. He is a dedicated American. He's focusing on improving the lives of workers even in these challenging times. Would you join me in thanking the Secretary of Labor, Gene Scalise? He's doing a phenomenal job for America. Thank you for those good words, Mr. Secretary. To Secretary Scalia, to Congressman John Molinar, Congressman Paul Mitchell, our great friends, to State Representatives Annette Glenn and Shane Hernandez, and all the incredible men and women of Chatham Gear and Casa de Steel. It is great to be back in the Wolverine State. Thank you for coming out in the sunshine on this balmy June day. Thank you for being part of a great American comeback right here in Michigan. I just had a great tour of these two great companies, Casa de Steel and Chatham Gear, two tremendous American businesses. I want to congratulate all of you for the job you do with these two great companies. 84 years, been building America with the steel that is American strength and providing the technology it's been providing for our national defense. And I have to say with these two great companies that contribute so much to a safe and secure America, as your Vice President and as the proud father of a United States Marine aviator who flies an aircraft, parts of which are made right here, thank you for all of you do to keep America safe. It really is good to be with all of you. And I've had a great day in Michigan. I just had lunch at the Engine House over in Mount Clemens. Opened up on Monday. I couldn't decide between a cheeseburger and pasta, so I had both. And I know as of Monday, just like all of Michigan, restaurants are opening up in this great state because we're opening up America again. And before I go any further, allow me to bring greetings from another friend of mine, a man who loves the state of Michigan and loves manufacturing and steel like no other American I have ever met. Allow me to bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, we've all passed through very challenging times over the last several months. But I'm proud to report to you, after all that we've been through, standing here today because of the sacrifices the American people have made, because of the incredible dedication of our healthcare workers, because of the way that American businesses stepped up. Every state in this country is now opened up again, and 3/4 of America's small businesses are going back to work. The transition to greatness has begun, and we're building and rebuilding this economy on a strong foundation of what we were able to do over the first 3 years of this administration. You know, when President Trump and I were spending time in Michigan back in 2016, he promised people of Michigan that we'd cut taxes for working families and businesses large and small, that we'd roll back federal red tape, that we'd unleash American energy, that we'd fight for free and fair trade that puts American jobs and American workers first, and President Donald Trump delivered on every promise he made to the people of Michigan, and we saw more than 7 million jobs created in the first 3 years. And I have to tell you, all of that progress would not have been possible without two friends that I mentioned right at the top. I wanted to give you one more opportunity to thank them. They are two principled conservative leaders. They've been partners with this administration every step of the way. They are deeply respected in the Congress of the United States. So would you join me one more time in thanking Congressman Paul Mitchell and Congressman John Molinar. Stand up and take a bow, guys. Thank you so much. They've been delivering for Michigan for the last 3.5 years, and the President and I are so grateful. And you know what? Because of that foundation that we laid, after all that we've been through as a nation over these last several months, the American comeback has begun. In fact, just a few short weeks ago, we actually saw in the month of May alone the largest one-month increase in jobs in American history. It's true. The experts were all telling us, weren't they, Ms. Secretary, that we could lose 8 million new jobs in that report. They said unemployment across the country might go from 14% to 20%, but actually the American people proved them wrong. In the last month alone, America's businesses created nearly 3 million jobs. And we didn't stop there. Last week, the experts also predicted that retail sales would only grow by about 8%. But the American people knew they had another thing coming. As we say down in the Hoosier State, they shattered expectations. Retail sales soared by 17.7%, the largest monthly increase in sales ever recorded. The American people are driving a great American comeback. And as I stand before you today, I want to make all of you a promise. A centerpiece of this transition to greatness, a centerpiece of this comeback, is going to be law and order in every community, in every state in the nation. Let me say from my heart, what happened to George Floyd in Minnesota was a tragedy. It shocked the conscience of every American. There's no excuse for what happened to George Floyd. But there's also no excuse for the rioting and looting and violence that ensued in cities across this country. You know, like every American, we cherish and will always defend the First Amendment right of every one of our countrymen. We respect the concerns of peaceful protesters. But the people of Michigan know that most of the men and women who put on the uniform of law enforcement every day are the best people in this country. And we'll stand with them. I mean, we're listening. We're learning. And the action the President took this week reflects that we're leading. But I'll make you all a promise. We're not going to defund the police. You know, my uncle was a police officer in Chicago, not real far from here, for his entire career. He's one of the heroes of my youth, but I'll tell you, every one of us knows that men and women in law enforcement really are the best of us. They put on that uniform every day and they go and risk their lives to protect and serve our families. That's why the President and I sat down with leaders of law enforcement. We sat down with leaders in the African American community, and President Trump took action this week, signed an executive order to make immediate resources and training available to police departments. We're going to work with law enforcement, work with our African American leaders and neighbors, and we're going to improve standards for the use of force for every community in the country. We're going to help our police to improve. We're also going to support law enforcement with resources and reform, but I promise you, we're not going to stop there. As President Trump said in Dallas last week, we're also going to work with the Congress to continue to move forward an agenda that not just includes public safety, but one that creates more jobs, more prosperity, and more educational opportunities for African Americans and all of our minority communities in the cities across the country. I mean, for the last 3 years, I'm proud to report to you that because of the policies that these congressmen supported and this president advanced, we saw the lowest unemployment ever recorded for African Americans in this country. We saw the creation of more than 8,000 opportunity zones, generating billions of dollars in investment in underserved communities. And we're going to continue to work jobs and investment in our major cities in the country, not just for African Americans, but for every American. We're also going to address something that we learned about in the coronavirus pandemic. We saw early on, as I led that task force, that the coronavirus was impacting African Americans and other minorities in a disproportionate manner. What the experts told us is that was evidence of historic disparities in health care among our neighbors in the African American community. So we're going to bring free market solutions to give minority communities more choices in health care to improve their lives. It's about jobs, it's about health care, but it's also about education. You know, the reality is today that many of our African American neighbors are required to send their kids to some of our most failing and dangerous schools. And that's why this president, this vice president, and our administration are going to continue to fight every day to give African Americans and every American family the right to choose where your children go to school, whether it's public or private or parochial or religious. The American people believe they should decide where their children get their education, and we'll fight for it. So in the midst of all of this, I promise you, we're going to continue, as I said before, to listen, to learn, to lead. And we'll form a more perfect union, which is America's ongoing mission. We'll put Americans back to work. We'll bring our nation together as we open up America again. You know, the comeback that we're celebrating today would not have been possible without all of the efforts and sacrifices that all of you have made and companies like this made. It would not have been possible without the leadership of President Donald Trump and the partnership that we forged with states across the country. And this president, before there was a single coronavirus case in America, you all deserve to know, President Trump shut down all travel from China. It bought us an invaluable amount of time to stand up our national response. It's remarkable to think also that at the end of February, when he asked me to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force, we'd actually performed only about 8,000 coronavirus tests in the entire country. But now, because of the public-private partnership that the President forged with American commercial laboratories, we're testing roughly 60 times that number every day. We're testing 500,000 Americans a day and have performed 23 million coronavirus tests, more than anywhere in the world. And we've been giving states what they need when they need it. And I'm proud to report to you, working with the state of Michigan, we delivered more than 560 million masks and gowns and face shields and personal protective equipment for our healthcare workers. But it was those efforts by industry, those efforts by the President, mobilizing a whole of government approach, even a whole of America approach, that launched our national response to the coronavirus. But ultimately, it was because of all of you that we are where we are today. Every single day, we're one day closer to putting the coronavirus in the past. Because of the sacrifices of millions of Americans who stayed home from work, from school, from places of worship, who closed down businesses, putting the health of their employees, their customers, and their community first. You made a real difference. And it's also a credit to the incredible healthcare workers in this country. I must tell you, The heroes of 2020 are the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare workers, and the first responders of America. They looked after our families as if they were their own, oftentimes without regard to their own personal safety. They went into harm's way. And here at Chartham Gear and Casa de Steel, you did your part. Chartham Gear, I'm told, stayed open during this pandemic, didn't let go any of your employees at any point. Thank you for your commitment to your workers. And I'm proud to say the Paycheck Protection Program that these congressmen supported helped them do that. And we were proud to be able to partner with you, keep people on the payroll, and the President just extended Paycheck Protection just about a week ago. But it wasn't just about keeping people on the payroll, keeping people working. This company you also helped our healthcare workers. I heard all about it. I talked to one of the guys working at the company who figured out how to print 3D masks, safety glasses, and face shields. And though production did slow during the first few months, I know you're on your way back to full capacity. But let me just say thank you. Thank you to Chartham. Thank you to the Chartham team. Thank you for keeping this business rolling, but thank you for what you did for the health and well-being of the people of Michigan. We're grateful. And I'm also told that when a local General Motors plant came to Cassiday and asked for help in building life-saving ventilators, this company stepped up and helped to create a new facility to manufacture life-saving ventilator parts. I mean, you met this moment with ingenuity and compassion and resolve. Because of your work, was told this morning General Motors is on track. It's one of our partners, along with several other great companies. But GM alone, with your help, is on track to build 30,000 ventilators by the month of August, and America is well on the way to producing 110,000 ventilators in less than 100 days. Thanks to all of you, because of American manufacturing, no American who required a ventilator was ever denied a ventilator in the United States. And I want to thank you for that. You know, as I said, when the President tapped me to lead this coronavirus task force, he said he wanted a whole-of-government approach, government at every level, federal, state, and local. But it was clear to me what President Trump really meant was a whole-of-America approach. And the way that American manufacturing stepped up, even before being asked, is deeply inspiring. When I think of that warlike mobilization that created personal protective equipment, that created ventilators, that stood up testing by the millions across the country, I only have 3 words to say. Only in America. Am I right? I mean, people like all of you, people at Chartham and Cassiday, you're really the living embodiment of American strength and resilience, both as a group but as individuals. I know it's personified in a man who I was told has spent over 30 years in manufacturing, who's a true Michigander through and through. I heard he worked his way up the ranks from a machine leader to night shift foreman to shop superintendent to manufacturing coordinator. Now he actually leads the company as president of Chartham Gear. Would you join me in thanking Mike Brosco? Where are you, Mike? Take a bow, will you? Thank you again. It's also like the son of Italian immigrants whose parents came to America in pursuit of a better life 60 years ago. I'm told his parents boarded 2 separate ships that were named after our 2 great founding documents, the SS Constitution and the SS Independence. And their son would go on to found Casa de Steel in 2001. He built this company in one of the largest steel fabricators in the state of Michigan. It's a great American success story, and today just so happens to be his birthday. So would you join me in thanking Bruno Cassiday? Thank you, Bruno. Thanks so much. And happy birthday. And while you're at it, while you're still clapping, why don't you join me in thanking his mom, who is actually with us here today. Maria Cassidy, are you with us? Take a bow, Mom. What a great family. Come on, Mom, take a bow. What a great family. What a great family and what a great business. You know, we've all been through a lot in these past few months, but we responded just like the American people always do. We came together, and we're moving forward. Because of the sacrifices that you made in those 45 days to slow the spread, because of the way the people of Michigan, the people of America, put the health of family members and neighbors and people they didn't even know first. Because of the way that businesses stepped up, put health first, and then also leaned in to make a difference as we stood up our national response. I'm proud to report to you, as the head of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, we slowed the spread. We flattened the curve. We cared for the most vulnerable, and we saved lives. And I promise you, in the days ahead, we're going to continue to create a solid foundation for whatever challenges may lie ahead. And we're going to do it in a way that puts America back to work. Every single day, we're proving, as you are here in Michigan, that we can safely reopen America. And you have our thanks. It really is great to be back in Michigan. I'm going to let you all get out of the sun. And I got a plane to catch. I will tell you, I ordered a pizza to go at that restaurant, and we're going to be eating it on Air Force Two. Gee, just so you know. You know, we live in challenging times. Not just the months through which we have passed, but the following weeks through which our nation has seen great strife, heartbreaking losses, inexplicable violence against innocent civilians, property, and law enforcement. Sometimes you turn on the television, it seems like there's more that divides us in these United States than unites us. But I'll always believe that there will always be more that unites us in this great country than could ever divide us. And chief among those virtues and values is this is a nation that loves freedom, and this is a nation of faith. As we see Americans stepping forward bravely, safely reopening their communities and their states and their business, it just reminds me what a freedom-loving country this is. I've been traveling around the nation, and I see the way the American people are stepping forward safely and responsibly, showing we can exercise common sense and exercise our freedom and move forward. And it's truly inspiring. But also, I would just say to each of you that maybe from time to time bow the head and bend the knee. If you're inclined to pray from time to time, I'd encourage you to pray for America during these challenging times. First off, I'd ask you to pray for all the families that lost loved ones in the midst of this coronavirus, and for all of those that have been challenged in these most recent days. You know, the Bible says the Lord is close to the brokenhearted, and that should be our prayer for all of those who've endured loss. I also encourage you to pray for all of those healthcare workers, first responders, that even at this very hour are continuing to meet this moment with compassion and care and professionalism that inspires us each and every day. And lastly, I would just encourage you to just pray for all of the people of this country. The President said not long ago that we, as I said, he said we grieve together as a nation, but we heal together. You know, the good book says, that if his people who are called by his name will humble themselves and pray, that he'll hear from heaven and he'll heal this land. So pray for America, and we will heal America and heal our land as we put America back to work. So thank you all for coming out in the sunshine. I'm going to let you go cool off, but it is great to be back in Michigan. I want to thank these two great companies for the warm welcome as we begin this transition to greatness, this great American comeback. I'm absolutely confident that with President Donald Trump in the White House, with all the great men and women of Sterling Heights, working hard to open up Michigan and open up America again, I just know the best days are yet to come for Michigan and America. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to join you today. So 5 years ago today, 9 innocent parishioners of a historically black church were killed during an evening Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina. We all remember that tragedy, and this was a despicable act. American cities the most. It's sad and it is shameful. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes.
Kaylee, thank you. Has the president actually directed officials to slow down the rate of coronavirus testing?
No, he has not directed that. And in fact, I would note that first, we continue to test about 500,000 per day, about 500,000 people per day. $1.8 billion is invested in NIH to find new testing capabilities. Any suggestion that testing has been curtailed is not rooted in fact. And yeah, I would just note the extraordinary efforts of this administration, more than at this point, 26.7 million tests, and we should be north of that.
When he said Saturday that he told his people to slow it down, what did he mean by that?
The president was trying to expose what the media oftentimes does is they ignore the fact that the United States has more cases because we have more testing. We are leading the world in testing, and he was pointing that out, that it's a fact that the media readily ignores.
What he's saying that he told his people to slow down testing is not true?
It was a comment that he made in jest. It's a comment that he made in passing, specifically with regard to the media coverage and pointing out the fact that the media never acknowledges that we have more cases because when you test more people, you find more cases.
Is it appropriate to joke about coronavirus when 120,000 people have died?
He was not joking about coronavirus. I just said he was joking about the media and their failure to understand the fact that when you test more, you also find more cases.
Kaylee, thanks so much. To follow up on that, has the president ever delayed the allocation of federal funding that's already been dedicated to national testing?
No, on the contrary, the president has led the way to make us the leading country in the world on testing. In fact, the FDA has authorized 144 tests under EUA's emergency use authorizations. These include 122 molecular tests, 21 antibody tests, 1 antigen test, and the president has led the way in making us the world's leader with regard to testing.
The administration sitting on about $14 billion of funds that have been approved but not yet allocated.
Well, I just mentioned the $1.8 billion at NIH that's there, and we're exploring new testing. We're leading the world in testing, and we will continue to do so.
I have a question of my own. Last July, President Trump declared himself the least racist person there is anywhere in the world. Why does he use racist phrases like the Kung flu?
The president doesn't. What the president does do is point to the fact that the origin of the virus is China. It's a fair thing to point out as China tries to ridiculously rewrite history, ridiculously blame the coronavirus on American soldiers. This is what China's trying to do. And what President Trump is saying, no, China, I will label this virus for its place of origin.
That's what he's saying by using the racist phrase Kung flu?
He is linking it to its place of origin.
What does he have to say to Asian Americans who are deeply offended and worried that his use will lead to further attacks of discrimination?
So the president has said very clearly it's important that we totally protect our Asian community in the U.S. and all around the world. They're amazing people, and the spreading of the virus is not their fault in any way, shape, or form. They're working closely with us to get rid of it. We will prevail together. It's very important. So it's not a discussion about Asian Americans, who the president values and prizes as citizens of this great country. It is an indictment of China for letting this virus get here. And I would also point out that the media blames President Trump for using the terms China virus and Wuhan virus when they themselves have used these very terms. The New York Times called it the Chinese coronavirus, Reuters the Chinese virus, CNN the Chinese coronavirus on January 20th, Washington Post January 21st, Chinese coronavirus, and I have more than a dozen other examples.
Category, Kaylee. Kung flu is extremely offensive to many people in the Asian American community. To be clear, are you saying the White House does not believe it is racist?
To be clear, I think the media is trying to play games with the terminology of this virus, where the focus should be on the fact that China let this out of their country. The same phrase that the media roundly now condemns has been used by the media. I can go more examples. Wuhan virus, CNN said on January 22nd, and we can go on and on and on. So while the media wants to focus on nomenclature, the president's going to focus on action. Yes.
Kaylee, the President and the Attorney General over the weekend offered different explanations behind the firing of Jeffrey Berman, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Can you clarify now why Berman was dismissed and if it was at the President's request?
Well, I think that they were very much in sync this weekend, the Attorney General and the President, and here's what happened. The President held Mr. Clayton in very high regard, wanted to nominate him to this position in SDNY to keep him in the government as he returns to New York. Barr was working on a smooth transition, and when Berman chose to respond in the way that he did, he came to the President, and the President agreed and fired this individual, Mr. Berman, as Mr. Clayton now will, in time, get to that position.
Why was Mr. Berman being dismissed in the first place?
Because Mr. Clayton wanted to go back to New York City. We wanted to keep him in government, and therefore he was given the position at SDNY.
But why did the president, I have two questions, but why did the president say he wasn't involved in the firing of Jeff Berman when the Attorney General said the president was the one who fired him?
Because the Attorney General was taking the lead on this matter. He did come to the President and report to him when Mr. Berman decided not to leave. And at that point is when the President agreed with the decision of the Attorney General and to fire Mr. Berman and to promote Mr. Clayton.
So he was involved in it then?
He was involved in a sign-off capacity. He was not, AG Barr was leading the way, but in a sign-off capacity, yes, the President was.
So my second question on testing is, you said the President made that comment in jest about having people slow down the testing. The Vice President just said that it was made in passing. Peter Navarro said it was tongue-in-cheek. But when the President himself was just asked by a reporter like an hour ago, he did not say that he was just joking when he said that he told officials to slow down the testing.
The President instead used that opportunity to extol the fact that we've done more than 25 million tests, that we're finding more people because we're doing more testing. And I would note that what the Vice President said and Peter Navarro, whether it's in jest, in passing, or tongue-in-cheek, those are all synonymous.
Why is that
yes,
funny?
Justin.
And I just want to note, to follow up on BJ, you don't even have to answer this. The media has never called it the Kung flu. Calling it the Chinese coronavirus and calling it the Kung flu are very
The
different
media and your network specifically.
CNN called it the Kung Flu.
The media and your network specifically have repeatedly used the term China virus and Wuhan virus, and then gone on to deride the president as somehow using a term that they themselves have never used. So we can go
It's
through
not a
CNN's
medical
history.
term, Kaylee.
I'd
You
be
know
more than
that.
happy to go through CNN's history. On February 9th, you guys talked about the Wuhan coronavirus. On January 23rd, you guys talked about the Wuhan coronavirus. On January 22nd, the Wuhan virus. I can write it all out for you
It's calling it the
and detail
Kung
it for you in an
Flu,
email.
though, Kaylee.
Yes,
You've got to
Justin.
admit that. It is not the same thing as calling it the
Yes,
Kung
Justin?
Flu.
I first want to just follow on what you were just talking about with Berman. So, obviously, the president made the decision to nominate Clayton for the job, and that led to the sort of kerfuffle that we saw over the weekend. But there's this decision to remove Berman from the post before Clayton was nominated, or before Clayton was either nominated or, more importantly, confirmed. And so I think the question is, why did you take the acting U.S. attorney out of his job before there was a Senate confirmed replacement?
Because there's an intent to put Clayton there, and so there will be an interim individual, an acting attorney, as we work to get Mr. Clayton in that position.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, why didn't he continue in his position until Clayton was confirmed?
Because we are hopeful that Clayton will be confirmed. We're not leaving him there. We're putting an interim person in place. No investigation will be affected by this, as was made clear by Attorney General Barr.
All right, then,
Yes,
sorry,
Steve.
I wanted to ask about, the president over the weekend said that he didn't impose sanctions on China over the Uyghur internment camps because he was worried about his ability to negotiate the trade deal. But since the trade deal was signed in January, China, as you mentioned earlier, not only has acted in ways that you frustrated with on coronavirus, but the president has announced their behavior in Hong Kong, and they've failed to live up to many of the tenets of the trade deal itself. At the same time, the president signed an executive order on international religious liberty. So I'm wondering when, if ever, is the president actually going to sanction Chinese officials under either the original legislation or the legislation he signed last week?
So I'll get an update for you on that, but what I will say so far is, and you noted this in your question, that he signed legislation to hold China accountable for the treatment, for their treatment of the Uyghurs and other minorities in China. But he also previously has imposed visa restrictions on Chinese officials for roles in China's treatment of Uyghurs and other minorities. He's blacklisted companies that were complicit in China's treatment. He has taken strong action, but I will get back to you on that. Yes, Steve.
Is the president happy with the size of the crowd in Tulsa?
The president was very pleased with the rally. I was with him, and I just have to say, these media reports that he was somehow furious on the plane, there is no grounding in fact to that. I was with him on Marine One on the way there, on Marine One after. He was very, very pleased with how the rally went, and the media reporting on this prompted me to go around and ask some of my colleagues if they saw something different. And I spoke with Dan Scavino, who was in the Beast with the president right after the rally, and said he was very energized, having been around the American people. So he's quite pleased with how the rally went. And even a political pundit wrote to him that it was one of the all-time great speeches they'd ever heard. We saw him expose his own humanity when he described the wonderful West Point story. The speech made his message so clear and compelling that no one could possibly have missed it, and it was so great to be out of the swamp and in the country. And those comments are how the president feels too.
And are you going to make any changes to these events, like have more outdoor events where people aren't clumped together, or what's been accomplished?
So on the note of future rallies, I'd refer you to the campaign. Yes.
Thanks so much, Kelly. I wanted to ask on the coronavirus, who is the most senior person at this time who is focused full-time on coronavirus with no other duties, simply coronavirus? Who would that person be, and what type of authority does this person have to spend U.S. resources?
So in the Trump administration, we're quite good at doing two things at once. We're expected to do many things at one time. The vice president is continuing to lead the task force. They meet regularly. Dr. Fauci is there. Dr. Birx is there. Dr. Redfield is there. They're regularly talking to governors. They had a governor's call today. The president is regularly briefed about the state of coronavirus and is regularly involved in decision making as we move forward.
Is there a specific person who is focused on this full-time with no other duties?
A lot of people are focused on this full-time.
The most senior person, who would that be?
Dr. Redfield, Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, all of our experts are involved. The vice president leads the task force each and every day, but We do many things at once in this administration, and we've done quite a good job with coronavirus. And it's we're pleased to see that it's a tragedy anytime a life is lost to coronavirus, but we are pleased to see that yesterday, for the first time, there were under 300 fatalities. So we are trending in the right direction. We're aware when there arises here and there, and those embers, we are equipped to go in, to handle, to put out, and to save as many lives as possible. And thanks to President Trump, could have lost 3 million lives, but we lost far fewer because President Trump took action early. Yes.
Kelly, two on Venezuela, but first I just wanted to follow up very quickly on Weisha's question and Caitlin's follow-up. Does the president regret using the term Kung Flu, regardless of the fact that media organizations, including my own, had early on described the virus as the Wuhan virus? That is a different thing than saying Kung Flu. Does the president regret using that term?
The president never regrets putting the onus back on China, pointing out that China is responsible for this, and in the process standing up for U.S. troops who are being blamed by China in a campaign of misinformation.
And on Venezuela, who does the president consider to be the legitimate leader of Venezuela? And is he still interested in any form in meeting with President Nicolás Maduro?
Yeah, I'm very glad you asked this question. The president tweeted today that unlike the radical left, I will always stand against socialism and with the people of Venezuela. My administration has always stood on the side of freedom and liberty and against the oppressive Maduro regime. Nothing has changed. He continues to recognize Juan Guaido as the leader of Venezuela.
Does he reject the characterization in John Bolton's book that he once said it would be cool to invade Venezuela?
John Bolton has completely discredited himself. Multiple senior administration officials are on the record exposing his lies, and even the media seems to have taken note of John Bolton and how ridiculous some of the things he said. The reviews that his book has gotten have been rightly right on in the media. The media has said that this book is exceedingly tedious and slightly unhinged, bloated with self-importance. That was the New York Times. The New Yorker said he takes an inflated view of himself and a willingness to blame others for just about everything. The Federalist talked about the numerous serious factual flaws which have been underlined as being false by Pompeo, Lighthizer, and others who have all come out and said that this book is full of mistruths about themselves and about others in this administration, and certainly about the president.
Does he claim that that was untrue then?
Yes.
Kaylee, thank you very much. I wanted to go back to the SDNY and Berman. Was Jeffrey Berman fired because of investigations that he had overseen into President Trump's associates, including Rudy Giuliani and Michael Cohen? Was he fired because he had overseen those investigations?
No, he was not. And as I noted earlier, and AG Barr noted, this will not disrupt the cases being handled by the district, which will proceed as normal.
But is the president of the White House not at least concerned about the appearance of impropriety in the firing, given that those cases were being handled in his office?
The administration has very clearly outlined the reason that he is leaving, and it is because Mr. Clayton will be moved into that role. Morgan.
Thanks, Kaylee. Is the White House concerned about the fact that coronavirus cases are now rising on a national basis after having plateaued, and does that require any new federal action?
I think it's a very important question you're asking, and what I would note is the fatality numbers. We're pleased to see that number coming down. I would also point out that Dr. Birx said to me that a higher number of these cases are less severe cases per positive than at the beginning of this pandemic, because what's happening is because of our extraordinary work with testing, we're able to identify cases in the community before they develop symptoms and are in a hospital. So instead of identifying cases in hospitals, we're identifying them in the community, which is a really good and positive development, and we are equipped to handle when we see these embers that have occurred. Yamish.
Hi, thanks, Kelly. I have two quick questions. The first is on the president has attacked the move to remove Confederate statues across the country. He said that it was an assault on, quote, our heritage. What does the White House and the president say to Americans who find it offensive to glorify people who owned other Americans, including enslaved African Americans?
So I would note on statues that what we're seeing across the country is really quite confusing, because you're seeing statues deface like Gandhi's statue defaced and Ulysses S. Grant's statues
Confederate statues.
defaced and abolitionist Matthias Baldwin's statue defaced. At the same
Confederate
time,
statues.
we're being told that George Washington's statue needs to come down and Thomas Jefferson's statue needs to come down. Where do you draw the line, from Gandhi all the way to George Washington? And it seems the American people very much agree with the president on this, on not bringing down these statues. Less than a third of those polled, according to Morning Consult, think these statues should be taken down. 61% oppose it, according to Marist. 62% according to Marist. So I would point that out, and I would say that when people watch these statue defacements and the beheading of some of these statues like Christopher Columbus, where do you draw the line? Because apparently the line goes all the way to Gandhi.
So just to be sure,
Yes.
and then my second question is, going back to the issue of Kung Flu, I spoke to Kellyanne Conway in March. She said that it was highly offensive and wrong to use that term. Does the president agree with Kellyanne Conway, or is he now saying that that term is not highly offensive and wrong? Because again, that was Kellyanne Conway's own words saying Kung Flu is
The
wrong.
president does not believe it's offensive to note that this virus came from China and to stand up for our U.S. military, who China is making an active effort to completely defame, and that is unacceptable to the president.
You're okay with
Chanel.
Again, just to go back to what I said to Kellyanne, as I said to Kellyanne Conway, she said that it was wrong and offensive. Are you saying that she was wrong to say that?
Chanel.
Are you saying that she was wrong to say
On
that?
John Bolton and his book, if he goes unprosecuted, does the administration feel that this would set, or does it fear that this would set a precedent or embolden public servants to violate their oaths to this nation for political purposes?
Absolutely, that's a concern. Look, the information in John Bolton's book was classified information as confirmed by the most senior national security and intelligence officials. And look, you have NSA Director Nakasone saying that this could cause permanent loss of a valuable source, intelligence source, and damage to the U.S. intelligence system. DNI Radcliffe saying virtually the same. You have another government official saying the unauthorized disclosure of this information could reasonably be expected to enable foreign threat actors. This is the seriousness with which we look at this book, and the NSC looks at this book as they scan it for classified information. There's real damage that can be done. And for what? For self-promotion and publicity of a failed NSA director.
On Venezuela, also,
Yeah.
could I ask about Maduro and Guaido? Why has President Trump seemed to have lost confidence in Juan Guaido?
He has not lost confidence at all. And that tweet that I read to you very clearly says that the president put out this morning. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their fight for freedom. And I would also note how tough this president has been on Maduro by recognizing Juan Guaido. And when you compare that to the Obama-Biden administration, you had the former Vice President Joe Biden, who actually met with the Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and complimented his hair. According to Yahoo News, if I had your hair, I'd be president of the United States, the former vice president said. And also the Obama State Department helped stabilize the Maduro regime by blocking sanctions, according to a 2017 Miami Herald report. So when you compare the actions of this president, we've stood against socialism and on the side of freedom. And finally, one thing that I just want to point out that was handed to me, wow, a whopping 7.7 million total viewers tuned into Fox News to watch the rally on Saturday night. Big numbers. Thanks so much, guys.
Mr. Lane, in view of the latest developments, especially in New Orleans, I wonder if you could tell us what you think about this new investigation started by Mr. Garrison.
I think it may very well be the most significant event in terms of an investigation since the assassination took place. The rest of us have been able to raise questions about the situation. In my book, I make reference to the matter of some strange meetings which took place in New Orleans and activities which emanated from there, evidently. But I could do little more than raise questions. When I tried to speak with the chief of the New Orleans Intelligence Bureau, Lieutenant Martello, he refused to speak with me. Dean Andrews, who was an attorney in New Orleans, who knew Oswald, who knew of Oswald's relationships with Cubans in the area, agreed to speak with me and to participate in a filmed interview for our film. But when we arrived at his office, he said he had received word from Washington that he would be in serious trouble. He might even suffer physical harm if he did grant an interview to us. So we could do little more than raise these questions, but Mr. Garrison, of course, can make arrests and can compel testimony and can cause a trial to take place, and evidently he was planning to do this.
Where did this word from Washington come from?
That's all that Mr. Andrews told us. He testified before the commission, Mr. Andrews, said that Oswald had come to see him about changing the nature of his discharge from a less than honorable discharge to an honorable discharge. And Andrews said that the FBI did not like that statement, and in fact, when Andrews testified before the commission, he said, when the FBI is on you, they're like the plague, eternal, cancer, never-ending. And he said, because of that, he finally said to the FBI, all right, write whatever you want about me, but please just leave me alone. And he capitulated. That was his testimony before the Warren Commission, but the commission did not consider that to be significant enough to investigate further. Evidently, Mr. Garrison is a bit more curious than the commission was.
How do you think you can help Garrison, or how do you plan to help him?
Well, I've been at this now for more than 3 years. I've made many trips to Dallas, 9 trips now. We've had a squad of independent volunteer investigators who have gone to Dallas, more than 25 now, for the last more than 3 years. We've compiled a mass of information. Some of it led to dead ends insofar as our investigation was concerned because we could not go any further if the witness refused to speak with us. I'll make all of this information, everything I have, everything I know about this case, available to Mr. Garrison. He seems to be interested in the matter, and I hope it will be of some use to him.
Mm-hmm. What is your feeling, based on the knowledge that you have now, on the death in New Orleans of this man, David Ferrie?
Well, it does seem strange that so many of the witnesses who had information related to the assassination of the president or to the murder of Officer Tippit have died mysterious and strange deaths, and many of them were violent deaths. It seems strange that Mr. Ferrie, who was evidently about to be arrested by Mr. Garrison, took his own life just a week before that arrest was to have been made.
It's your understanding that he did take his own life?
Well, this is the statement that I hear from New Orleans. Of course, I've not conducted any investigation. I hear that Mr. Garrison has made that statement. He has conducted, at this point, a cursory examination in any event. In any event, we understand he's dead.
Hello, everyone. I'm coming directly to you for ask a quick favor. Will you add your name today to join our team? I've said from the outset of this election that we're in a battle for the soul of this nation. Who we are, what we believe, who we want to be, it's all at stake. And that's truer today than ever. But the only way to defeat Donald Trump and move forward is by doing it together. So please, join us. You're not just wanted, you're needed.
I have emphasized before that this was a struggle of Cuban patriots against a Cuban dictator. While we could not be expected to hide our sympathies, we made it repeatedly clear that the armed forces of this country would not intervene in any way. But let the record show that our restraint is not inexhaustible. Should it ever appear that the inter-American doctrine of non-interference merely conceals or excuses a policy of non-action, if the nations of this hemisphere should fail to meet their commitments against outside communist penetration, then I want it clearly understood that this government will not hesitate in meeting its primary obligations, which are to the security of our nation. Should that time ever come, we do not intend to be lectured on intervention by those whose character was stamped for all time on the bloody streets of Budapest. Nor would we expect or accept the same outcome which this small band of gallant Cuban refugees must have known that they were chancing, determined as they were against heavy odds to pursue their courageous attempts to regain their island's freedom. It is not the first time that communist tanks have rolled over gallant men and women fighting to redeem the independence of their homeland, nor is it by any means the final episode in the eternal struggle of liberty against tyranny anywhere on the face of the globe, including Cuba itself. The Cuban people have not yet spoken their final piece, but there are from this sobering episode useful lessons for us all to learn. Some may be still obscure and await further information. Some are clear today. First, it is clear that the forces of communism are not to be underestimated in Cuba or anywhere else in the world. The advantages of a police state, its use of mass terror and arrest to prevent the spread of free dissent, cannot be overlooked by those who expect the fall of every fanatic tyrant. If the self-discipline of the free cannot match the iron discipline of the mailed fist in economic, political, scientific, and all the other kinds of struggle as well as the military, then the peril to freedom will continue to rise. Secondly, it is clear that this nation, in concert with all the free nations of this hemisphere, must take an ever closer and more realistic look at the menace of external communist intervention and domination in Cuba. The American people are not complacent about Iron Curtain tanks and planes less than 90 miles from their shore. But a nation of Cuba's size is less a threat to our survival than it is a base for subverting the survival of other free nations throughout the hemisphere. It is not primarily our interest or our security, but theirs, which is now today in the greater peril. It is for their sake, as well as our own, that we must show our will. The evidence is clear and the hour is late. We and our Latin friends will have to face the fact that we cannot postpone any longer the real issue of survival of freedom in this hemisphere itself. On that issue, unlike perhaps some others, there can be no middle ground. Third and finally, it is clearer than ever that we face a relentless struggle in every corner of the globe that goes far beyond the clash of armies or even nuclear armaments. Those who on instruction staged automatic riots in the streets of free nations over the efforts of a small group of young Cubans to regain their freedom should recall the long roll call of refugees who cannot now go back to Hungary, to North Korea, to North Vietnam, to East Germany, or to Poland, or to any of the other lands from which a steady stream of refugees pours forth in eloquent testimony to the cruel oppression now holding sway in their homeland. No other challenge is more deserving of our every effort and energy. Too long we have fixed our eyes on traditional military needs, on armies prepared to cross borders, on missiles poised for flight. Now it should be clear that this is no longer enough. that our security may be lost piece by piece, country by country, without the firing of a single missile or the crossing of a single border. We intend to re-examine and reorient our forces of all kinds, our tactics, and our institutions here in this community.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Many Americans doubt the findings of the Warren Commission. Only one American has had and used legal powers to investigate those findings. And that one is Jim Garrison, the District Attorney of New Orleans. His investigation has made headlines for 4 months. This is an examination of that investigation.
The JFK Conspiracy, the case of Jim Garrison, reported by Frank McGee.
Four months ago, Jim Garrison said he had positively solved the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. He said a man named David Ferrie was under surveillance. When Ferrie died suddenly, he called him one of history's most important figures. On March 1st, he arrested a New Orleans businessman named Clay Shaw and charged him with participation in the conspiracy. He said there would be more arrests, a considerable number of them. He said the key to the whole case is through the looking glass. Black is white. White is black. We have no right to prejudge Jim Garrison's case. We can legitimately examine his record up to now. Our starting point is the pretrial hearing of Clay Shaw. Garrison had two key witnesses. The first was a 26-year-old insurance salesman named Perry Raymond Russo. Russo testified that in September 1963, he'd gone to a party in David Ferrie's apartment. Among the guests were several Cubans, Ferrie's bearded roommate, and a man named Clay Bertrand. Later, when the other guest had left, he found himself alone with Ferrie, the roommate, whom he identified as Lee Harvey Oswald, and Bertrand. Well, despite his presence, they began to discuss openly and in detail a plan to assassinate President Kennedy. Russo was asked if Bertrand was in the courtroom. He said yes. He was asked to point out Bertrand. He got up from the witness chair, walked over to the defense table, and held his hand over the head of Clay Shaw. Garrison's second key witness was Vernon Bundy, a 29-year-old narcotics addict. Mainly on the testimony of Russo and Bundy, a three-judge panel decided that there was sufficient evidence to establish probable cause that a crime had been committed. In answer to criticism of his witnesses, Garrison pointed out that it was hard to find bank presidents at the scene of this conspiracy. He defended Vernon Bundy.
The question is he telling the truth or not? There are many attorneys who are brilliant liars, and there are dope addicts who have never learned to lie. And that's the case here. The question is, was he telling the truth? And the answer is obviously.
Now, Vernon Bundy has been a narcotics addict since he was 13. He has a police record. On March 4th, 1967, according to Garrison, Bundy turned himself in to New Orleans Parish Prison because he was back on the habit. Bundy says he was first interviewed by Garrison's men the day before he testified. Two fellow prisoners told NBC News Bundy had indicated to them that his testimony that he had seen Shaw and Oswald together was not true. John Canceller, known as John the Baptist.
What's your profession, Mr. Canceller?
What was my profession?
Yes.
I was a burglar.
Now, you were in the parish prison on this burglary route.
Right.
And did you meet a man named Vernon Bundy there?
Found out later his name was Vernon Bundy. See, I didn't know what his name was until I read the paper. After this, I only knew him by legs.
Now, what did Legs tell you up there?
He just said, I wonder whether I should see. I saw him on the Esplanade. I saw him on the lakefront. I said, man, it's getting better. You start talking to yourself too. You know, like some of these guys go stir a bug, you know. He said, no, man. He said, I'm talking about this cat Shaw. I said, what you talking about, man? He said, man, I don't know what is best for me to say that I saw him on Esplanade Street on the lakefront.
Did Bundy indicate to you whether the story that he was going to tell in court was true?
How could he indicate when he would ask me, should he say this or should he say that? If it was the truth, he would know what to say.
It was obvious from what he told you that he was going to tell a lie then?
He told a lie.
Did he tell you it was a lie?
Sure, I asked him, I said, man, is this the truth? He said, no. He said, no, it's not the truth.
Also in Parish Prison at the time Bundy testified was Miguel Torres, serving a 9-year sentence for burglary. He met Bundy in a prison hospital.
What did he tell you about his testimony that day?
He says, well, that's the only way that I can get cut loose. I asked him how much time did he owe the state. He said he owed the state 5 years. He was out on 5-year probation. And then I said, well, that's a hell of a thing you're doing in order to do what you want to do. He says, well, the reason I'm doing this is because this is the only way that I can get cut loose.
In other words, he said to you, in effect, that he was testifying as he was in the Shaw hearing in order to prevent his probation from being revoked. Is that right?
From being violated, yes.
Did you get the impression that he knew that his testimony in the hearing had been false?
Well, just exactly how I said it. He said, the reason I'm doing this is because that's the only way I can get cut loose. And the impression I got was that he was out front lie.
Jim Garrison told a BBC reporter he uses what he calls objectifying tests to make sure his witnesses are telling the truth. Now, one such test is a polygraph, the lie detector. On the morning he testified, Vernon Bundy was given a lie detector test. NBC News has learned that the results of the test indicated that Bundy was lying. Assistant District Attorney Charles Ward was informed of this, and Ward went to Garrison. He told Garrison that in view of the outcome of the lie detector test, the indication that Bundy was lying, Bundy should not be allowed to testify. Despite this, Bundy was put on the witness stand by Garrison. He testified against Shaw. Partly as a result of that testimony, Shaw was held for trial. More important than Bundy was Perry Russo. He was, in fact, vital to Garrison's case. He linked Shaw, Ferry, and Oswald. He involved them in the conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy. Well, how did he come into the case? By his own account, he wrote a letter to Jim Garrison saying he had some information about David Ferry's connection with the assassination of President Kennedy. Now, this was on February 22nd, 1967. That same week, he was interviewed by a reporter from the NBC affiliate in Baton Rouge.
What kind of remarks did David Ferry will make about the assassination to you?
Toward the end of September and October, I saw him on several occasions, and he brought out the fact in passing remark. Whether or not it had any undue meaning or anything else, I don't know, and I'm not trying to add words to his meaning, but he said that we will get him, referring to the president, because we were on elaborate discussions concerning the president. He said, we will get the president, referring to Kennedy.
In his first public interview, Russo mentioned no party at Ferry's apartment, no assassination plot, no Clay Shaw or Clay Bertrand. Next, he talked to a reporter from WDSU TV.
Do it all with the assassination in any way?
Well, see, that I don't know, and it'd be just speculation.
Did he ever mention Lee Harvey Oswald's name?
No.
No conversation at all about it?
No, I had never heard of Oswald until the television assassination.
2 weeks later, he would testify at the hearings. He would positively identify Lee Oswald and Clay Shaw. He would describe in detail the party at which they were present. He would tell about a plot to kill the president. Well, what had happened? We know that Russo was visited in Baton Rouge by one of Garrison's assistants, Andrew Chambra. We know that he spent time on at least 3 other occasions with a man from Garrison's office, and we now know some additional facts. Jim Phelan covered the conspiracy story for the Saturday Evening Post. 9 days before the hearing, he met Jim Garrison in Las Vegas. He spent 10 hours with Garrison discussing the case.
Did he give you any documents to read in connection with this?
Yes, he gave me 2 documents. One of them was a long memorandum written by Mr. Garrison's his first assistant, district attorney, Andrew Chambray, which recounted a interview that he had had with Perry Russo in Baton Rouge. This was the first interview that anyone from the DA's office had had with Perry Russo.
And what was the second document?
The second document was a hypnotic interrogation of Russo, I believe it was 4 days after the first interrogation.
Did Russo tell the same story in both of these documents?
He did not.
As a witness, Russo said he was at a party at David Ferry's apartment and present when Ferry, Clay Shaw, and Lee Harvey Oswald plotted to kill President Kennedy. Did he tell this story in his first interview?
He said nothing whatever about a party or a plot in the first interview.
Was he able to identify Oswald?
They made an identification after they sketched a series of beards on the picture of Lee Oswald. I think they drew 18 or 20 of them before he finally came up with the identification.
Was Russo shown a picture of Clay Shaw?
Yes, he was.
Did he identify the picture of the man he knew to be Shaw as Clay Bertrand?
He did not. He simply said that he had seen the man.
How many times did
he said he'd seen him twice.
And where had he seen him?
He saw him once when Kennedy was visiting New Orleans to dedicate the Nashville Wharf, and the second time he said he saw this man in a car with Dave Ferry.
Did he mention seeing him at a party in Ferry's apartment where people had plotted to kill Kennedy?
He said nothing about it. In fact, he said specifically that he had seen him twice, and he said specifically the 2 times.
When did Russo first describe the details he testified to as a witness at the pretrial hearing?
He first mentioned the plot and the party and the presence of Shaw, Oswald, and Ferry in a deep hypnotic trance when he was hypnotized by Dr. Esmond Fatter.
Did he remember Shaw and an assassination plot immediately under hypnosis?
He did not. He volunteered no information about the party or the plot.
When did he begin to remember?
He began to remember when Dr. Fatter asked him a series of leading questions. Well, I would say it went beyond that. Dr. Fatter set the stage for him. He told him that he would be present in Ferry's apartment and that Shaw and Oswald and Ferry would be there and that they would be discussing assassinating someone. And then Dr. Fatter says, now tell me about it.
Am I correct in reading this from the record? Quote, Dr. Fatter saying, quote, anytime you want to, you can permit yourself to become calm, cool, and collected. You will be amazed at how acute your memory will become in the next few weeks.
That's correct.
How did Russo appear when you saw him testify?
He was calm, cool, and collected.
Why do you feel that you've had to use extraordinary methods like truth drugs and hypnotism to get these people to give their evidence?
We decided to give him objectifying machinery to make sure he was telling the truth. We gave him the truth serum in order to make sure. Now, it seems to me that this is rather unusual. A prosecuting office, which has a pretty good case, making its witness take objectifying tests to make sure they're telling the truth. We did it for this reason. We used hypnosis for the same thing, just to make sure that he was telling the truth.
Dr. J. Katz is Associate Professor of Law and Associate Professor of Clinical Psychology at Yale. We showed him the stenographic transcripts of 2 of Dr. Fatter's hypnotic sessions with Perry Russo.
Doctor, how reliable, in your view, are sodium pentothal and hypnotism as means of reaching the truth?
There's a very widespread belief that under hypnosis and under sodium amytal, subjects will tell the objective truth. But under hypnosis, at least a great many subjects may have greater difficulty to differentiate between fact and fantasy.
Dr. Katz, does it appear to you that some of the questions by the interviewer questioning Perry Russo suggest the answers?
I wondered about this, and I was very much struck that on many occasions the hypnotist introduced very leading questions. This was most striking, if I just can use one example, when he directly asked him, or in fact not even asked him, but told him to tell him about the
conversation that took place with respect to an assassination plot.
Would you comment on the manner in which the interviews with Perry Russo were conducted? Made it more rather than less difficult to separate fact from fantasy?
Yes, he made no attempt, as far as I can see, to press further and at least attempt to find out what was fantasy and what was reality.
Then you don't feel that there was sufficient questioning to find out whether Russo was in fact telling the truth or was distorting the truth?
This is quite correct. This is always very, very difficult, but one at least can make an attempt, and this attempt was not made in this case.
Did you ever talk to Garrison about the discrepancies in his reports?
Well, after the hearing in which Mr. Shaw was held at trial, I called Garrison, and I said, Jim, there's something bothers me deeply. So he said, well, I'll get Chambray out here. And he called him right away on the phone, and he had him come out to his home. He also had his chief investigator, William Gerbich. And the four of us sat there in Garrison's study, and I put this to Chambray. I said, there's nothing in your original interrogation about, one, Shaw knowing Oswald, Shaw knowing Ferry, about the man you identified as having seen, about knowing him as Bertrand, or about a party at Ferry's apartment in which they discussed the assassination. In fact, all of the things that were so damaging to Shaw were not in the original report. Chambray first told me that I didn't know what I was talking about because Mr. Chambray didn't know that I had a copy of this report. And then I told him that I had a copy of it and I'd read it many times. And at this point, Mr. Chambray changed his story. And he said, well, maybe he had left it out of the report. That he had written the report under trying circumstances, and he'd been doing a number of other things, and he might have forgotten to put it in. And I told him I simply couldn't believe this. The next day I thought, well, at least he would have, if Chambray were telling a straightforward story, that he would have mention of the crime in his original notes. He might have left it out of the report, but he at least would have taken it down when he was talking to Russo because he took detailed notes. So I went back to Chambray and I asked him, I said, where are your original notes? We can settle this quickly. Mr. Chambray told me he had burned his notes.
Chambray says Phelan's story is incomplete and distorted. To objectify the testimony of Perry Russo, whom Garrison described as a very stable young man, Russo was submitted to sodium pentothal, hypnotism, and on March 8th, 6 days before he testified, to a lie detector test. NBC News has learned the following facts about this test. Russo's answers to a series of questions indicate, in the language of the polygraph operator, deception criteria. He was asked if he knew Clay Shaw. He was asked if he knew Lee Harvey Oswald. His yes answers to both of those questions indicated deception criteria. Russo's general reaction to this series of questions led the polygraph operator to suspect a psychopathic personality. At least one investigator and one assistant district attorney in Garrison's office were present. The list of questions was taken away from the polygraph operator, and he was told not to say anything. Despite the incomplete tests, the preliminary indications of deception criteria, 6 days later, Russo was put on the stand as the chief witness against Clay Shaw. The core of his testimony was his description of a party sometime in September 1963. He said Ferry, Oswald, and Shaw were there. Russo also said several of his friends were present in the early part of the evening. Sandra Moffett, Kenny Carter, Lefty Peterson. We talked with Lefty Peterson.
And David Ferry.
Yes, I did.
And how did you meet Ferry?
I met him at Ferry's house.
Did you see David Ferry at any other time?
I've seen him twice. Since then. I've seen him once on the Louisiana Parkway. I went to his house with Perry and some other people. About 4 of us stopped there. We stayed for about 20, 25 minutes and left.
All of you left?
No, Perry stayed there, I think. He didn't leave. Yeah.
When was this?
September 1963.
1963. Describe that occurrence.
Was coming from some kind of sports event. Football game, I think.
You remember who played?
No, sir.
Was it a Tulane game or?
Yes, sir. Tulane, yes, sir.
And now you're pretty sure it was a football game, no?
Positive.
But what made you think it was in September?
It was the first game of the season. Either the first or second game of the season, one of the two.
Tulane played 2 home games that year. One October 4th, the other September 20th. Under hypnosis, Russo said the party took place September 16th. Under oath, he said the party took place sometime, he wasn't sure when, in mid-September. Kenny Carter remembers going to a game with Russo. He thinks it was the Miami game on October 4th. The date is crucial. Is it possible that Lee Harvey Oswald could have been present, wearing a beard and looking like a beatnik on those dates? If not, Garrison's hearing case collapses. Where was Lee Harvey Oswald on September 20th?
Arrived in New Orleans. Do you remember the date?
Yes, I think I do. I think it was the 20th of September. That was a Friday.
And how long were you there?
Over the weekend, left Monday.
Where did you stay when you were in New Orleans?
At their apartment.
And can you tell me whether or not Lee was living at home all of the time he was staying there?
October 4th, the other September 20th.
Baby, see how I've been living. Velvet curtains on the windows too. Keep the bright and unforgiving light from shining through. Baby, I remember all the things we did when we slept together in the blue behind your eyelids, baby. Sweet baby, traced your scent through the gloom till I found these purple flowers. I was spent, I was soon smelling you for hours. Lavender, lotus blossoms too. Water the dirt, flowers last for you, baby. Sweet baby. Tangerines and persimmons and sugar cane. Grapes and honey-dew melon, enough fit for a queen. Lemon trees don't make a sound till branches bend and fruit falls to the ground, baby. Sweet baby. Come to my world and witness the way things have changed. Yes, I finally did it, babe. I got out of LaGrange. Got in my Mercury and drove out west. Pedal to the metal and my love to the test, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby. Sweet baby. When the sun beats down and melts the tar upon the roof, and your shoes get so hot, you wish your tired feet were fireproof. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, oh yeah, on a blanket with my baby's where I will be. From the park you'll hear the happy sound of the carousel, and you can almost taste those hot dogs and French fries they sell. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, oh yeah, on a blanket with my babies where I'll be. French fries, they say. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea. Oh yeah, on a blanket with my baby's where I'll be. Under the boardwalk, under the sun, under the boardwalk, we'll be having some fun under the boardwalk. People walking above and on the boardwalk. We'll be falling in love under the boardwalk.
Change is a good thing. Change is a good thing. Don't stop believing. Don't stop believing. Change is a good thing. Change is a good thing. Don't stop believing. Don't stop believing.
Knew Trump would show up here one day. What do you think? Volunteer?
It's so funny he's giving the thumbs up.
Yeah. 2 thumbs for Trump. Triggered. Don't get triggered, people. It's just cardboard. It's okay.
I so wanted a Jeffrey Epstein cutout. Oh, we're not parking on flat tire.
They probably think you were with us, is what it is.
Oh, don't ask. Don't see her. Oh, yeah. We just want to park right here. You know?
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah.
Wonder it.
No, I thought this was a great spot. Hey, how are you?
He's not here this week.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Then why do I see him right here, sir? Now, don't bring logic into a situation here. Come on.
There's not a lot of it sitting here.
Make the Grove great again. Why not? Worth a shot. I think the cooks got a pretty good kick out of it. They weren't triggered by it.
No.
Don't worry, Trump's got this covered. We've seen New York, Nevada, Arizona, and of course California so far. License plates. You guys can always take a photo with them if you really want to. You could. These reactions have been really good so far today. Good reactions for the Trump poster. Not too many people triggered so far. A few have even laughed it off, but nobody wants to take a picture with the president, apparently. I'll have to take one myself. President's still standing. He's got a leaf in his nose. Tell CNN. I also get a lot of people that stop, look, laugh. A few people see it in their rear view and they hit their brakes, trying to understand what it really means. But nobody's been mean so far, so maybe I will pull out my Make America Great Again bumper stickers one day.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Wow. Just out for a stroll. See, a dog almost peed on Trump, but did not do it. Got a few other triggered people, a few other people here looking at the poster, coming back and forth, but we just keep rolling on. What you got here? Bohemian Grove, Rogers Hill. Oh, we got the camp name and everything. Stowaway? Mr. Stowaway. Okay. Can't tell what the name is. Wow. That is really interesting. What a great find. You went snooping for that one, huh?
I did.
Trump is back.
He's got a sparkle in his eye.
He has a little sparkle in his eye. You're right. He sure does. That's creepy. That's kind of creeping me out.
Add that? Was that a sparkle?
Let's add some tan to that man.
Sparkle.
Trigger. Trigger. Oh, Mr. Earpiece got you. What do you think? All right, right?
Funny, man.
Not bad.
I like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought it was pretty good. It's not bad, not bad. All right, it's okay. Hey guys, how's it going? You want to say hi to the president?
Those are the first armed guards I've ever seen at Bohemian Grove.
They did not want to speak to our elected president. Hey, you voted him in. You voted this guy in. That's all I'm saying.
Armed guards. I wonder how many layers in.
Did they have armed? Were they armed?
Yeah, they were packed.
Were they really?
Completely.
Oh, I gotta check
They
their
had silent.
licenses. I gotta see their licenses. Hey, this guy is a WWE Hall of Famer, okay?
That's
This
true.
guy beat up Vince McMahon.
I saw that.
He got stunned by
Now he's president.
he got stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin. If that doesn't qualify you as president, nothing does. Right, Trump? That is correct. We're gonna make the Grove great again. Wave to the president. Wave to your president. He flipped me off. You can't flip off the president. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Let's make the Grove great again, guys. Don't hide your face. It's okay. No need to hide your face.
Hey, Donnie, how do you feel about armed guards hiding their faces?
Armed guards should never hide their face. Hiding your face shows that you have something to hide. I have nothing to hide. Just ask my wife. Ask everyone. Ask everyone in here. They all know. I do not hide. I am your president, and I love you. I will make the Grove great again. No matter how many children we have to sacrifice.
How many times do we need to work care?
Don't sacrifice care. Give me your care. I am your care. I will care for you, and you will be free and safe. We will build the wall together and make Canada pay for it. I'm from CNN, Mr. Trump. Can I get... No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
You're fake news.
You're fake news.
You're fired.
No, fake news. Gotta be Fox News.
Yeah, just I don't want her paying. She's really good.
Get him. He's guilty. He passed the line. He didn't pass the third line. He's okay. What we've learned today is it doesn't even take the real Trump to ruin the Bohemian Grove party. You can have just a cardboard cutout and they'll be just as triggered. I think that's what we've learned here. Most of the people have been nice, though. If you're nice to people, you're usually nice back. Whether we agree or not, whether we're hanging out in bushes or not, it's okay. All just trying to see what's going on here. That's all. Just asking questions, seeing where those questions lead. That's how it goes. How's it going? Seen anything fun today? Anything good? Good stuff, right? It's cool. Just a part-time job though, right? It's all good. Very calm this year. Very nice. People are very nice. Hey, do you know where Tony is? Tony? No? We see Tony every year. This is the first year I haven't seen him. Well, if you do see him, tell him I said hi. Thanks. Oh, tell him Trump says hi, please, too. Thanks. Is that a thumbs up or a...
He said we picked a winner there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually we did. He won. He is a winner. That guy does not know who Tony is, apparently. Everybody knows who Tony is.
Everybody knows Tony.
How do you not know Tony?
Tony's the cantankerous spook. Everybody knows him. Tony the cantankerous spook.
What happened to Tony, man?
Where is Tony?
Where is Tony? Why are we not seeing Tony? Tony better not be buried somewhere in there. I want this 2,500 acre lot checked for Tony Faddi. Putting in a missing person. Good morning.
Morning.
Here we are, Bohemian Grove 2018. The party has started. Gang's all here. One deputy sheriff. Maybe 3 security guards. Maybe 2. So. Yeah, people do wear suits. Not Tony? No way, you can't mistake.
That's not.
That's skinny Tony. That's baloney. Oh, it's gonna come and give us a warning. Or a greeting, probably. Private property, all that good stuff. Sure.
Why don't you pull up over here? Talk to him.
Jesus Christ.
Show you a good shot of that guy and the guy in the that bald guy. Looks interesting. Oh, they want to moon us. Okay. Makes sense. Oh, not good to zoom in on an iPhone, but well. That makes sense. Dun dun dun. The no parking zone. Again. Take a 360-degree tour of the Grove. And Some of the cars there. There's a car with a tarp. Pretty nice one. Pretty nice car there. Look at that. Good afternoon.
I like this hat.
I do too. It's pretty cool. I don't know if I could pull it off though. For me, it might be a stretch. Good morning. No good morning back. It's usually polite to say good morning, but
I always say hi.
it's okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
Maybe next. Maybe on the way back. Just sit there.
That is just something that's really simple. You're not, I mean, they redid that anyway. Okay.
Morning.
Fix a flat.
Well, call me on channel 1 if you need any help. Thank you so much.
What's the problem? Careful there. He took a picture of me. Yeah. That is rear view. Say hi to that guy. He won't say hi to me. I got it. I got a nicer car than that, okay? I'm in a suit, damn it. Pay attention to me. Oh well.
He's painting him with a pewter owl to run us over.
It's too bad. I'm sorry? I don't take pictures. It's video. Morning. Morning.
Hey. Morning. Morning.
How you guys doing?
All right, how about you, sir?
All right, thank you.
All right. Oh, I got a name.
Did you?
Bill Savis. Morning.
Morning.
What's up, man?
By the power of your fellowship, dull care is slain. Owl of Bohemia, we beseech thee, grant us thy counsel. Begone, dull care. Fire shall have its will of thee, and all the winds make merry with thy doubts. Hail, fellowship's eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
Women always leaving you when you've just had the crap kicked out of you.
You look like you're gonna live to me. Here, you stay here. I gotta hit the bathroom.
Please, don't say hit.
It's good music and we beat you to it. We beat you to it. We beat you to it. It's a real hit and we beat you to it. We beat you to it. We beat you to it. This puppet fits and we beat you to it. We beat you to it. Beat you to it.
it is.
That
There's the proof.
Antifa was probing
Now we know.
perimeter. Okay. He told us all this anti
Trump is a fan of the sacred
We're not
owls.
doing phrasing anymore.
And he was like,
I won't do this.
anti for this, anti for that. One of
I
your
like
friends
probing the
told me.
perimeter.
And we were like, ah.
Antifa. They called us Antifa.
It really is interesting, his current statements about, you know, it shouldn't be our responsibility to pay for this, that, and the other thing when it's not our country, and I'm sure that that doesn't sit too well with the people in Chile.
I agree. It looks like God is shining a light on him or something. It's creepy.
He does have a little sparkle in his eye.
Yeah, don't talk about the sparkle. He brought up the sparkle. Now I can't stop looking at his eyes on that.
He kind of looks a little Terminator-y, actually, if you kind of just focus in on the light in the one eye.
His thumbs are shaped very weird. They're like toes.
Are they?
His toes are very small. It's like he's leaning up or something. He's like on his tippy toes or something.
I love that, like, to him, that's a smile.
Yeah.
You know?
That's all you get.
It's like this, like, weird calf smirk.
Does he do Botox? You think it's a Botox thing?
We read in Matthew 6:19 through 21, "Do not lay up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Matthew 6:19 through 21. The cremation of Care receives thunderous applause as a human effigy is sacrificed before a giant owl, while men in jewelry clothing watch the body burn to ashes. Alex Jones filmed his experience in Monterey when he and Mike Hansen posed as invited guests entered the Bohemian Grove compound on July 15, 2000, and filmed the cremation of Care ritual. We now have the video evidence to suggest that what is happening at the Bohemian Grove is at least partially satanic. To worship an idol and to sacrifice something before that idol is a satanic act. Still, there are some who disagree with the satanic angle. Others might say, who cares about a bunch of drunken men dressing up as druids, burning a wooden person before a 40-foot owl? What's important to me is who these men are, and what they are doing at the Bohemian Grove, and why. In Mike Hansen's book, The Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, he writes, "Would you let your neighbor even walk your dog or babysit your children if they were sacrificing humans in effigy to some 45-foot stone owl god and chanting, 'O great owl of Bohemia'?" It's a very good question. The Bohemian Club is located at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, California, and the Bohemian Grove is at 20601 Bohemian Avenue in Monterey. If the Bohemian Club is their office, then the Bohemian Grove is their golf course. The history of the 2700 Redwood Forest encampment known as the Bohemian Grove dates back further than the creation of the Bohemian Club. The Bohemian Club has been through a few transformations and relocations over the years. The club and the Grove are separated by a mere 100 miles. The history of the Bohemian Club dates back to 1872, but the 2-week encampment of the Bohemian Grove probably began in 1878, right before one of the founding members was going to relocate to New York. A big party was thrown for Henry Edwards, a founding member of the Bohemian Club. The party took place in the Redwood Forest of Martin County, where the Samuel P. Taylor State Park is today. An actor and head entomologist at the California Academy of Sciences, Henry Edwards, moved to New York City after his send-off party on June 29, 1878. The next year, 1879, the party continued, this time without Mr. Edwards. A night of liquor, socializing, sleeping in the redwoods of Marin and Sonoma County became the yearly tradition of the Bohemian Club members, guests, and entertainers. Part of the current Bohemian Grove location was rented out from 1893 until 1899, the year when it was purchased from Melvin Meeker, who ran a booming logging business in the Monterey area. The Bohemian Grove property expanded over time until it became the 2,700-acre encampment it is today. It is generally believed the Bohemian Club began as a fraternity among male journalists, artists, musicians, and others who enjoyed the entertainment arts of the late 1800s. Soon journalists and art lovers were joined by industrialists, banking elitists, and government officials.
Also included as members or guests are corporate CEOs, Federal Reserve Board members, military contractors, oil companies, members of big media, and high-ranking foreign officials. Membership dues pay for the expenses and maintenance of both the club and the Grove. Despite a long waiting list to become a member of the Bohemian Grove, some people are given honorary membership titles. Others are invited guests, but mostly all are male unless they're employees. And even then, women are restricted to certain areas and curfews within the Bohemian Grove complex. There are over 100 camps inside the 160-acre main encampment. Some of the names of the camps are a bit creepy, like the Lost Angels or the Semper Virens. Other camp names like the Caveman Camp or the Silverado Squatters sound a bit more simplistic. It's believed that the Hillbilly Camp is where people like George Bush Sr. and Sons can be found. The Stowaway Camp is allegedly where the Rockefellers nest, but the Owl's Nest Camp is where the previous United States presidents throw away their cares for 2 weeks. Mike Hansen is the other guy that infiltrated the Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones in 2000. In his book, Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, he recounts his personal experience inside the Bohemian Grove and examines the history and inner workings of this annual gathering. Personally, I don't care who was the first to infiltrate the Grove or the first to film the cremation of Care. I just care what's going on inside the compound, which includes sacrificing Dole Care before a giant owl-like figure. If the people who are part of this mock sacrifice are people within our government, the American people do have the right to know. More so, we have to prove that they are discussing policy up there, which I believe we have done. In his book 9/11 Descent into Tyranny, Alex Jones described the owl-like figure. Quote, "As we were walking into the Grove, we came within about 10 yards of the 40-foot stone owl that sits on the north side of the small lake. We were only about 7 yards away from the black altar that sits at the base of the owl." End quote. Page 196 of 9/11 Descent into Tyranny. Great book, out of print, but you can still get it online. Become a Prison Planet TV member. Now, there's no denying the ritual of sacrifice. Some say the cremation of Care ceremony is harmless. Others believe it's satanic, like me. Either way, there should be no doubt that this ritual is, in fact, taking place once a year behind the property line of the Bohemian Grove. Mike Hansen writes in his book Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, that the year 2000 was a very interesting year because, quote, "During the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate from the Bohemian Grove." Quote, "During the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate." End quote. This was the same year Hansen and Alex Jones infiltrated the Grove's summer camp. The date was July 15, 2000. The hidden video footage of the cremation of Care will forever mark a turning point in my life and my spiritual journey. Here was the physical evidence of what I already knew in my heart. The devil is not an allegorical figure. It is the temporary ruler of this world, of this physical presence every human is a part of. The Bible clearly states that the devil is the ruler of this world for a short time when Christ says, "My kingdom is not of this world," in John 18:36. Now thousands would flock to Christ for they knew he would heal them. Their belief that Jesus Christ was the one they had been waiting for was what truly healed them of their sicknesses. In the Christ home of Nazareth, as we read in Mark 6:5-6, he could do no mighty work there, except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and healed them, and he marveled because of their unbelief. Mark chapter 6, verse 5-6. Because there were multitudes who knew who Jesus was. The scripture speaks of thousands of people at a time being fed by Jesus. The Christ laid his hands on the blind and made them see. Jesus looked into the souls of the crippled who believed in him and made them walk. He even brought a little girl back to life. And as the end of the Gospel of John, we read, "And there are also many things that Jesus did, which if they were written one by one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that would be written." Amen. That's from John chapter 21, verse 25. So just examining the things we do know about Jesus Christ, I have felt his love jump off the pages of the living word and into my own heart. The darkness that clouded my mind faded as I read more about Christ. Imagine thousands of people seeing Jesus from afar, get on a boat and head into the sea with his apostles. Scripture tells us many knew him and ran there on foot from all the cities. They came to him. Our hearts today, we're so self-centered, so self-focused. He knocks at our door now. I think he always did. Jesus and his disciples were on their way to a deserted place to rest after hearing of the beheading of John the Baptist by King Herod. When they arrived to the deserted place, thousands were waiting for them, hoping to greet Christ and hear his teachings. And then we read in Mark 6:34, "And Jesus, when he came out, saw a great multitude and was moved with compassion for them, because they were like sheep not having a shepherd. So he began to teach them many things." And he's still teaching us today. But just imagine what he would teach us if he was in front of us. Things that we probably would have a hard time comprehending. So he would speak in parables to the people, but I don't believe that he only spoke in parables. Just my view on that. I often feel like one of those sheep who ran across the cities, around the sea, just to be near our Lord. What God chose me, I must observe, and what I observe, I must put into action. God did not desire for people to sacrifice their children to Moloch, or to sacrifice a wooden body to anything, to any idol, to sit before any idol, praising it and clapping for it as something burns. If powerful people who run this world are participating in or are orchestrating the cremation of care ritual at the Bohemian Grove, then the public has the right to know who they are and why they would attend something like this, especially if we're voting for them. We will continue to expose the horrors surrounding sacrificial death and the child rape that John DeCamp speaks about in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, Jeremiah chapter 32, verse 33 to 35. "And they have turned to me the back, and not the face, though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them. Yet they have not listened to receive instruction, but they set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire of Moloch, which I did not command them, nor did it come into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Judah to sin." People pass their sons and daughters through the fire of Moloch, all because they were deceived by the evil one. If we don't read the scriptures, we may miss the warning of what we should do, but more importantly, we will miss what God wants us to do while we are here on earth, which is to spread the word, spread the truth, spread the way. What is the way? Christ is the way. I was looking for information about September 11th, 2001, when I came across Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove, a documentary video exposing a bunch of men in druid costumes burning a human effigy in front of a giant 40-foot owl before a crowd of happy Grove members and selected guests. In my opinion, Moloch is just another name for the devil. I believe all evil relates back to the devil. That doesn't excuse the evil each human chooses to do. False idols like Moloch serve to promote evil and spread the word of the devil, which can be viewed as belief that the God in the scriptures is not real, or that there are multiple gods. In the foreword to Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, Tex Mars writes, quote, "It appears that the ancient Canaanite and Hebrew deity Moloch is represented in the Bohemian ritual by a 42-foot owl. Shrouded in flames, this owl deity is surrounded by druidic priests and other characters. During the ceremony, these victims are sacrificed. Their screams and shrieks pierce and shatter the still night air. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed for a reason, so if the actions of the Bohemian Grove are similar to those of the two fallen cities, then the Grove may suffer the same fate. If Senator John DeCamp's book about claims of child abuse on Bohemian Grove property is true, the truth should come out. Those who testify to such claims should not be ridiculed, harassed, or punished with years of imprisonment. That will cause more victims to think twice about coming forward with their stories of similar abuse. Johnny Camp was sued for the claims that are made in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, and the book, The Franklin Cover-Up, covers how he won that lawsuit. So what does that tell you? If you've never read The Franklin Cover-Up by Johnny Camp, please consider doing so. I did, and I cried. It was a very tough thing to read. But if the allegations are true, and if this is happening at the Bohemian Grove and places like it, why would you not want to expose that? Why would you not want to let the people know this? The Franklin Cover-Up is a lot deeper than just what happens at the Bohemian Grove, but it deals with a child sex ring where high-profile people within government parties and within our governmental system are having sex with children. That's what we're talking about here. At the very least, that is satanic. Mike Hansen wrote, quote, "The Bohemian Club's historical annals even admitted their obsession with the occult and what they called Druid rituals. Amongst the great redwood trees, they revived ancient ceremonies that in truth had their roots not in the Druids, but in Babylon itself." End quote. These next verses from Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20 are something that are just as relevant right now as they ever were. "Beware of false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them." Again, that's Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20. Matthew is one of my favorite books, and I would recommend the book of Matthew for anyone who is trying to study the Word of God to learn more about Jesus Christ. Start with Matthew. So who are the people that attend the Bohemian Grove's annual gathering? More so, who attends the cremation of care ritual and why? Because not every person that goes to the Bohemian Grove gathering necessarily attends the cremation of care. The cremation of care is a play that is put on as a main event for that evening, but there's nothing that says that everyone has to attend the cremation of care. So that's something the insiders would know about, not me. Bill Clinton was asked about the Bohemian Club, and he said, "The Bohemian Club? Did you say the Bohemian Club?" "Yeah," responded the man who dared to ask the former president such a question. As Clinton answered, the man was escorted out of the building for speaking out of turn. "But it's a valid question." Clinton continued, "That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right?" The crowd responded with laughter, and Clinton kept on. "I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air." Whatever that means. I don't believe the Bohemian Club is limited to Republicans dancing naked in the woods, but it's important to note that former presidents Calvin Coolidge, William Taft, Theodore Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr. and Jr. have all been known to attend the Bohemian Grove festivities. Henry Kissinger has admitted to attending the Bohemian Grove Summit. James Baker and Dick Cheney have also attended the Grove. They're all Republicans. Alex Jones stated, quote, "There are about 95 different clubs within the Bohemian Club. All the different clubhouses and log cabin style mansions that are built into the cliffs have different names and different memberships. The most elite club, according to press reports, is Mandalay, with Henry Kissinger and Paul Volcker, former Federal Reserve Chairman, and other New World Order bosses." End quote. Mike Hansen wrote that, quote, "About 1/5 of the membership are either directors of one or more of the Fortune 1000 companies, corporate CEOs, top government officials, current and former, and members of important policy councils or major foundations. The remaining members are mostly regional business/legal elites, with a small mix of academics, military officers, artists, and medical doctors. Most of them are Californians. 70% or more are political conservatives, and 99% of them are white, and all of them are very, very rich." End quote. That's from Mike Hansen's book, page 35, Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy. Anyone can do a little search and see that some of the known members of the Bohemian Club include writers Mark Twain and Jack London. Some of the attendees, not necessarily members of the club, included Nelson Rockefeller, Charlie Chaplin, Barry Goldwater, Bing Crosby, and former German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt. In the foreword to Mike Hanson's book, Tex Mars also wrote that Nixon also admitted that it was the warm and enthusiastic reception he received after one of his talks at the Bohemian Grove encampment that proved to be the catalyst for his subsequent successful political campaign for the presidency of the United States. Mars added that Ronald Reagan's talk to the assembled movers and shakers translated later into media support and millions of dollars in the Reagan campaign coffers. End quote. During their infiltration, Alex and Mike saw only one African American, and they suspected he was a simple worker at the Grove, not a member. Of course, later on, Alex Jones would say that he saw Danny Glover at the Bohemian Grove. That was a trip. Alex also mentioned that some of the elderly white people were not very happy that Danny Glover was there. Star of Predator 2, of course. Now, while they were getting to their place to film the cremation of care, they had just received a pamphlet or a full-color program about the 121st Annual Cremation of Care. Hanson purposely wanted to sit behind the other members because he didn't want anyone sitting behind him because they might see the camera that they had in a bag somewhere. So, of course, in Hanson's book, he mentions that someone could have noticed that he forgot to cover the little red light on the camera. And then he makes it very clear that God was with him. So Alex Jones and Mike Hanson both believe that God was with them. Alex Jones and Mike Hanson were able to witness the cremation of care firsthand and film it in its entirety. They almost got themselves caught several times while inside the encampment. When questioned, Jones just said he was with the Hillbillies. Alex Jones made it clear that the Hillbilly Camp is the camp that the Bushes are members of. And before the cremation of care began, Mike Hanson was handed a printed program of the 121st Annual Cremation of Care, which would imply that the first such ritual took place in 1879, as Hanson pointed out. Hanson is certain that at least by 1913, the cremation of care was taking place inside the Bohemian Grove. 13 years after Alex Jones and Mike Hanson infiltrated the Bohemian Grove, interest in the activities of the Grove continues to grow. This year, like last year, many members from We Are Change San Francisco and East Bay will join in the protests against the Bohemian Grove 2-week summit. The fight against evil is the choice between temptation from Satan and following God. It's all about sacrifice. What they do is sacrifice. They want to sacrifice us to save them. But what Christ did is he sacrificed himself to save us. It's a big difference. And you find that in a lot of these satanic ventures, they do things backwards. They'll put the cross upside down. Instead of Jesus, they'll say Jeebus. Or you have somebody like Kanye West who, tries to make himself God or whatever. It's still wrong. So it's good to point those things out. And we need to point these things out. We don't need to make laws about it and need to bash it over people's heads or anything or burn them at the stake. You should call out evil where you see it. There's nothing wrong with that. And if someone thinks that it's wrong for you to call out evil, don't be around that person. There's no point. So let's go back to Bohemian Grove 2012, Once Upon a Lie. That was Manny Trev. So 2012, yeah, there were helicopters, lots of helicopters. I don't know what they were doing. Mark Dice was on the guest list, according to Mark Dice. And no one else, but Dice was great, and he was on fire, really on fire. Doug Millar was there. Deborah Tavares, she was there. She was great. Here's Cindy Sheehan. Yeah, we were there. I don't know. It did seem like there were a few people there that were there just to start trouble, start smack. Yeah, I don't know. I think when you go to a protest like this, yeah, I don't know. I mean, everyone's free to do whatever they want, like my friend Sean says. It's like, you can do whatever you want, you know, if you want to do this or that, but you don't represent us. We're going to do our own thing. We do want a peaceful protest. And I did feel like there were a couple people there that were there just to purposely start smack and didn't really care about the truth or anything like that. They just wanted to. I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. So we kept our cameras rolling. Whenever you're at these things, keep your cameras rolling. I think overall it was a very, very peaceful day. I don't know. Some of the people were like blocking the traffic, and I'm not cool with that. I don't believe we should block any of the traffic or anything like that. So I do want to keep it peaceful, and they say, oh, you're supporting bad laws or whatever, but you know, you make your own choices towards what you want to do and fight your battles the way you want to fight them. I'm gonna fight my battles the way I want to fight them. Yeah, I think for about 30 seconds there was a lot of riot police out there for 30 seconds maybe. Then they realized that we weren't really going to do anything. We're just there to make our voices heard. And we did. In 2012, they did. They made their voices heard. Cindy Sheehan, she was on fire. And it was, yeah, it was awesome. They had a marching band, a parade, kind of. You know, it was great. If you cut to about the 4:35, 36 mark, there was a guy who screams at the cops, and there's just no reason for that. There's no point for that. I see nothing. Nothing is gonna come out of that. Nothing productive will come out of that. I didn't get that. I didn't understand why they were just standing there yelling at some of the cops. But that's just me, you know. I don't like to yell. It's just so if there's time for action, it's time for action. But if you're gonna sit there and talk and yap and run your mouth, that's not the time for action. That's just stirring up trouble, I think. Mark Dice was one of the first people that I found on YouTube that I actually took seriously, because the issues that he was talking about, the things that he was talking about, I took them personally. And so I know a lot of people say everything has to be personal, you got to make it personal. Well, it doesn't need to be made personal. You don't have to make someone think that it's personal. If it's personal, they'll know it's personal, and they'll do something because it's personal. So it just all depends on how personal we take things, I guess. But Mark Dice was really on fire. Doug Miller.
Or shoulder dislocated from the police for daring to just step over the police line. What a dangerous senior citizen he was, daring to step over the police line as a senior citizen. That you should have slammed him down to the concrete, broken his teeth out. Doug Miller, senior citizen, abused by the police for daring to step over the line. What an evil terrorist that senior citizen Doug Miller was. He was passing out flyers. What of these people back there that you're charging are responsible for murder? They murdered my own son. You guys shot up my Cindy's son, you scumbag. Are you proud of roughing up an old man? Does that make you happy? Do you sleep well at night? I hope you all have nightmares. I hope you all have nightmares. Why did Senator John DeCamp say that in the 1980s that boys were sexually abused and shot child porn in the Bohemian Grove? That's not an internet rumor. That's a former Senator John DeCamp said that Paul Bonacci and other children were taken into the Grove in the 1980s and sexually abused and shot child porn by one of the groups in here.
It's very true, and that is one of the allegations from John DeCamp's book. That it didn't make it to the final version for some reason, but It's definitely there. All of what Paul Benaki says, time to investigate it, right? So the 2013 Grove was a little more spiritual. It felt very spiritual. I titled this one Lie Another Day because I just felt like this is just another day in the lies of what happens at the Bohemian Grove and all of the things that they're doing there and everything that we know about and don't know about. Just the little that we do know is bad enough. I mean, when you think about how much we don't know about Bohemian Grove, just the little bit of information that researchers and journalists like Alex Jones have been able to uncover has really helped us make the Bohemian Grove not only a hot topic, but a truthful topic, and has really shown that, look, at the very least, we need to look into this more. We need to really see what these people are doing here, who these people are. We always talk about the rich, the 1%, blah, blah, blah. This is where they are. This is where a lot of them go. So, this is our day in history. They lied for one more day. We got to expose their lies just one more day. And that's what I loved about this video. I love this video. This is probably one of my favorite videos. Lie Another Day, Bohemian Grove 2013. Yeah, the video starts out, you'll see some of the memorabilia or some of the things you could buy from the Bohemian Grove gift shop. And one of the activists who showed up brought a bunch of things for us to film. A little mug. He even had maps. He had a couple maps of the Bohemian Grove outline and showing the 2,700 acres and Bohemian Club Halcyon. So Halcyon must be one of their clubs, and a church about Halcyon. Sean.
Bohemian Grove is about control.
He's right.
Bilderberg is about control. Just Google them. Forget conspiracy theories. It's just about control. Conspiracy theories are what people talk about if they just want to gloss over the subject. We're not glossing over anything. We have sheriffs out here that are protecting the Grove on the private property. Okay? So, first of all, we're doing, our tax money going to their private grove here. It's not just their own personal security. And they're even putting barricades up so we can't even park on the side of the road like normal people would park on the side of the road, So, it's all about control. What they want is more for them and less for us.
So wrong, I don't belong in a government camp with fake rap and fake actors who still can't act. I see lies, I see truth, not the color of you. I want proof, I want clues, not emotional fools. I might snap looking back at the way that I was, still reacting to my past of a wannabe thug. Didn't care about the facts, didn't love all people. It's hard to love yourself when you know that you're evil. Then I got saved, but I still wouldn't change. I played games with no shame, still remember the rage. Flip the page to today, now I see all my faults. See the damage that was done, and see why I lost. And it depresses me daily, stressing me crazy. So embarrassed I didn't care if my actions shamed me. Why did they divide racial stereotypes to get us all to kill each other tonight?
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, life's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
Life's a trip when you're begging to live. You wanna give 110, they want you to give in. I hate sin, don't pretend that I'm better than men. Done a lot of bad things that I'll never forget. Every day I wear their scars, didn't learn from the burns, didn't think of giving up when it wasn't my turn. Every time I fall down, face first in the ground, I see another false flag and a king uncrowned who got played by their bosses. Stabbed with a lie, left Laredo in the cold so the president dies. Wanna play these spy games but you won't sell your soul. You're compartmentalized, only so far you go. But if you won't serve the eye, then they might suicide you. Take away your rights but they don't have the right to. Kill a bunch of people, then they tell us a lie with two sides, only left and right.
It's so clear, they divide our races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you. It's so clear, they divide our races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
Blog Talk Radio.
You know the man has the power, motivated by the science. All the members of the fall, multinational, really forgot. And all the keepers of the secret, majestic trial, Roman curio. And all the playful gentlemen, the golden dawn, the OCO.
Second episode will be one with your host, Kirsten Cochran. Today is April 21st, 2019.
We would like to share a prayer with all of you who risk it all to seek and share truth for the betterment of humanity. This broadcast is brought to you in part by Eternal Affairs Media and DarkDocs.com.
Yeah, and of course, since it is an all-male encampment, whenever they do these plays and such, much like the Greeks, men are playing the roles of any women that are written into the script. So, naturally you're going to have a lot of cross-dressing, which, is fine, if that's what you're into. But we've had a lot of fun pictures of people like Henry Kissinger and David Rockefeller dressed in full drag with makeup and wigs and dancing the show tunes. And
I have a very interesting thing to read to you. This comes out of the Annals of the Bohemian Club, Volume 7, 1987 to 1996. And it's entitled George Bromley and the Cremation. After researching prior Bohemian annals, one concludes the cremation ceremony is worth more than a passing notation. No other single event so entertainingly communicates the essence of Bohemia, especially as it relates to the aura of Bohemia's home, the Grove. Most of us have heard that the cremation of care is a concept akin to Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, combined with some fraternal-like ritual. And many of us know that the contemporary lakeside pageant is a combination of varied material pieced together by the creative skills of the late author, director, and club president, Charlie Field, who later received revisional input from his nephew, Palmer Field. But few know its true origins, let alone the evolutionary process, which has taken more than a century to develop into its longest-running show in Bohemia's history. The genesis actually dates back to 1872, the year our club is founded by James Bowman and some of his newspaper colleagues, after Bowman's wife threw them out of her home, thus giving rise to the formation of the Bohemian Club. From time to time, Bowman conducts impromptu initiation rites immediately following the evening hijinks program in the rented club room located in Sacramento and Webb Streets. His first selects several new members as his pigeons, and then begins to question them in humorous ways to their acknowledge and understanding of duties and responsibilities of Bohemian membership. One of those new members in April 1873 is 56-year-old George T. Bromley, after whom Camp Bromley is named. He has not only a creative showbiz mind, but a comic sense of humor equal to that of a vaudeville stand-up comedian. Showmanship and all. Bowman's initiation rites quickly take root in Bromley's witty, fertile mind. The first appearance of Bromley in the role of a newly created character is on August 30th, 1873, during Jinx' program. The club's circular announces, His Eminence Archbishop Bromley, B.C., will preside as chaplain. Bromley's tongue-in-cheek initiation services are so entertainingly successful that within 3 years it becomes standard periodic entertainment, and the club, 1876, officially votes him title of High Priest of Bohemia in perpetuum. Uncle George, as he was affectionately called, dresses in colorful ceremonial gown for his comedy shticks. He uses a flaming cauldron and a stuffed owl as his key props, and with the passing of time, the ceremonial services have become more elaborate. But it is still a one-man show. The next evolutionary step toward the development of the cremation of care comes in June 1878 during a picnic held in Marin. This occasion, the genesis of the annual Midsummer Encampments, is held in honor of Henry Edwards, four-term president who, being a professional stage actor, was moving to the New York theater circuit. The picnic is billed as Summer Jinx in the Redwoods. 2 years later, during the encampment near Gurn's Mill, later becoming the city of Guerneville, the cremation ceremony is inaugurated. It is a special, colorful program created by Bohemian Frederick Summers with able assistance from High Priest of Bohemia, George Bromley. The ceremony is a simple one, compared to our current musical pageant. Moreover, Bromley continued to make the event a comical one, making it tongue-in-cheek, like, "Friends, Bohemians, and countrymen, I come here to bury care, not to praise him, to place upon this pyre all our prejudices, all of our resentments, all our thoughts that are in spirit harmful to men and women, and all of our unpaid bills. And let us place here everything in our daily life that vexes or annoys us, hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness. Let us not place here the memory of good men and noble women. Rather, let such recollections live in our hearts for our guidance. Finally, in the name of the owl, that revered bird of wisdom, I place on this coffin all the sins and sorrows of every member of our beloved organization, and from the ashes may great joy ascend." With this cue, costumed imps touch their torches to the four corners of the funeral pyre. The Care's coffin is enveloped, and the next moment there is an explosion. Rockets go streaming up into the heavens. Bursting bombs sent forth colored lights into the velvet of darkness. For the whole coffin is full of fireworks, which ascend whizzing, banging, and whirling in a display of pyrotechnic splendor. The band strikes up a merry tune. Bohemians, joining hands, dance around the flaming bonfire until the last firecracker goes off. Then the members fall in line and march back to their camps in a lively, quick step. It's time for cocktails and supper. Bromley exclusively retained the title and character of High Priest for 33 consecutive years until his death in 1909 at the age of 92. It was then that the cremation became discombobulated, and the newly formed Jinx Committee discontinued its production until it was taken off the shelf, rewritten, and restaged by club president Charlie Field into a musical pageant at the Grove's New Lake in 1923, joined later by Haig Padigan's artistic creation of the Owl in 1930. The Owl.
Yeah, did you find anything on the Buddha? I remember we were talking before. There was an owl, the 40-foot statue of the owl. There was a Buddha statue in that same place. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I've seen pictures of it, but in all the stuff that I've read, there's kind of no mention that I've seen of it.
The cremation was staged, like it's derived from a play that they would have. He died at the end of the play, and then they cremate his body. And we have that play. I believe it's one of the first plays. And it got shortened down and rewritten, expanded into what it is today. It's vastly different than what it was.
Yeah, now it's much more theatrical, and you have Dull Care having his own voice and fighting back. And, that's where you get, when Alex Jones came in, the sound clip of, fools, you think you can burn thee, and all that fun stuff. And then they, all the cackling and howling, and then they finally, with all of their power together as the brothership of Bohemia, then only with that they are able together to cremate Care, to destroy their conscience, from what I understand, allowing them to be able to do anything that they want without any sort of repercussion of morality.
It sounds silly. The whole thing just sounds silly. It sounds silly. It sounds childish. I don't understand what the hell they're doing out there. Do they really need to? Hey, go to such a length, and I don't know. And that's all.
Yeah, I mean, at first it sounds very sophomoric, and that's how they play it off. All of the Bohemian Grove apologists, like the Spinal Tap guys that made that film that never really got released, the Teddy Bear's Picnic, where instead of an owl, it's a pelican. Instead of care, it's time, and all of that. And they're just like, it's just a boys' club. It's no big deal. But I mean, I think that's what they want us all to think, to kind of discredit any real conversations looking into it. But when you look at the secrecy, you look at the security, and you look at how seriously they take this whole operation, it is definitely, and once you read the annals, once you really look into the methodology of all of this, this is something that in my opinion, I think is very sacred to the highest echelons of this organization, which are people in great positions of power, not only here in the United States, but worldwide, members of the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group. These are the same names of names that show up, in the World Trade Organization, Fortune 500 companies, most mainstream media outlet chairmen and CEOs, CFOs. And I really believe that they really believe that doing this ritual really does, in fact, I mean, you could say it's the placebo effect, that, that by doing this, it's a way for them to kind of feel like, oh, well, great, now I can go on with my business. It's very similar in Christianity almost to, when you dip yourself in the water, you get a baptism, like born-again Christians and things like that. All your sins have been washed away, like in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" And they think that they can just continue on with a clean slate, and they can do this every year. So they can just always go back to the Grove and wash themselves clean and continue to carry out their wicked ways.
On that are there any plays or anything like that you found that have Buddha in it? A big Buddha statue? I haven't seen anything.
I haven't seen. And even the Fall of Ugg, that was staged on their main Grove stage area,
That was a weird play.
Very interesting because that is the only genuine part of anything Bohemian related that I've researched that even refers to Moloch in any way. And,
it's only like one, right? One little.
Yeah, he's one of several deities that kind of make their appearance during the play, and it's completely not the Moloch that so many people are hoodwinked.
I think the whole Moloch thing, honestly, the more I look into it, is just a misconception, and I can understand it. If you ever saw the one of the very first films ever made, Metropolis, have you guys seen that? The black and white film Metropolis? Yeah. So in that film, the main actor has kind of like a hallucination when he is at his father's company, that all these men are working, with these like big machines and stuff, and there's some sort of accident, and the machines end up like grinding men up into the gears of the machine, which I always took as kind of like a metaphor for industrial society, and how it pretty much just grinds the human spirit. It takes our work, our effort, and we're pretty much just fuel for the common collective. And I think that was one of the concerns at the time of this kind of building of an industrialized society. And then he had this hallucination at one point where the men are all falling into the flames in front of this big bull with horns, and it's like this almost like demonic devil-like figure. And then for a couple of frames on the screen, it says Moloch right after that whole scene happens. Definitely rewatch that film if you haven't. Anyone listening, It's on archive.org. In fact, I'm going to take it from archive.org and re-upload it to darkdocs.com, because I think that this film talks about a lot of stuff. It talks about the transhumanist agenda, how in the end of the film they make this artificial human being that is AI, essentially, and it ends up becoming the destroyer that is like going after everyone in the film and things like that, and then they have to destroy this transhumanist, bastardization of humanity. And it's almost like saying we shouldn't try to do that. Like that, you're building the Antichrist, you could argue, from a religious standpoint. And so with that being said, and all those references, I can definitely see the similarities. And if you look up Moloch, it's a very similar thing. Again, it's a deity, and you usually place some sort of like funeral pyre in front of it, and you do a ceremony with robes, you gather around it, and you burn an effigy of a child. Very similar to what they do at the Bohemian Grove, but the difference is the Owl of Alexa dates back to the Egyptians, Alexandria or Alexa, whereas Moloch, it's I believe a Canaanite deity. Some people also refer to it as Baal, B-A''A'-L. But if you look back at most religions and stuff, they're all very derivative. A lot of Christianity was taken from a lot of pagan religions, and do as the pagans do, because they were trying to get people to join their religion and things like that. So you see a lot of very similar things going on from Christianity, early Judaism, and and it pretty much just to make the holidays really line up with most people. It's almost like a marketing scheme, really, when it comes to all that kind of stuff. So I could see how over the years there has been a lot of confusion, and I believe that the occult secret societies that continue to do these Druidic rites of the Freemasons and these secret societies, they like how confusing it is, because it's easy to discredit. Any information that you have, you could be like, oh, no, you're confusing this with that, and you don't know what you're talking about. It's very easy to deny something that is so ambiguous and so obscure.
In 2011, the first year that I went to the Grove protests, there was a man there, an older gentleman, and he was discussing how that he was a reporter for, I believe he said, the Press Democrat in Santa Rosa. And he said that he had written an article, tongue-in-cheek, that kind of compared the ceremony of the cremation of care to a Moloch ceremony. And he told everyone there that that Jones used that in citation. I don't have his name. I kind of vaguely recall some type of article flashed up in some documentary, maybe. I regret not getting his information, but for what it's worth, that was said to us. Very interesting. For whatever reason, if he got in there and he filmed it for, the way he said he did, Mary Moore's people got him in there. They publicly regret it. And for years they always cite, he's a crazy person, Moloch, blah, 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 and, focus on the Lakeside Talks. That's where it's important. And I agree that the Lakeside Talks are very important, and we have unbelievable information about that stuff. But for whatever reasons these things happen, the whole Moloch thing, as it goes, it detracts from, literal cases that aren't, mainstream understood. Like Paul Benassi. you have something as horrible and terrible as the Paul Benassi story, and then you have Jones come out doing Moloch, and then everyone can say, oh, Moloch, that's ridiculous. And anytime you bring up Paul Benassi, then they just cite Moloch. In my experience, it's very frustrating for me as a researcher that people only go up to a certain point, and they're not very malleable in looking at the evidence. And you're right.
Yeah, I have a theory about that. I feel like the majority of humanity, I think it takes a really special kind of person that is definitely a minority to be a critical thinker in this day and age, to understand the nuance and the complexity of our reality and how nothing is black and white. I believe we have all been programmed to think in a very binary manner. And I actually did a lecture series at the Florida International University for a couple of years. And I even presented it at 2600 Magazine's Hackers of Planet Earth, the HOPE conference for, hackers, crackers, and all sorts of information security experts and things like that. Jello Biafra was there, and a lot of ex-CIA people and stuff. And my theory on the whole thing is the people, the powers that be, the people that run the countries, governments, corporations, they've made it a point. And I believe that the secret societies are the ones really behind the curtain of all of this. And the policy, the talks, the ideas, they want people to think in a binary yes or no manner. They want people to either pick a Republican or a Democrat. And then the way they program this is with like football, baseball, basketball. Well, you got Team A versus Team B, and what do? They go onto the gridiron or simulated warfare, and they fight it out, and then that is how they program us. Sports is really important for this. They program us to think about us and them, and then there's nothing in the middle, and that's why if you are a libertarian or an independent, or you want to support the Green Party or any other third party, what happens? Oh, you're just taking votes away from our side. It's us versus them always. It's U.S. versus Russia right now. That's what they're continuing to push. The Democrats, of course. And then meanwhile, the Republicans, they're gatekeeping in their own way. And I think we're in an interesting time where people are starting to realize this and doing their own research. And that's why it's so important what you guys are doing, what Greg is doing, what Dark Docs is attempting to do. Before Dark Docs, we had federaljack.com, and one of our campaigns was writeit2008.com, and we made it a point to point out everything wrong with Hillary Clinton, everything wrong with John McCain, everything wrong with Barack Obama, and highlight Cynthia McKinney, Ralph Nader, Dennis Kucinich, and all of these third-party candidates that were actually just, trying to give an alternative, which I think is very important. What happens is that, again, you have the Democrats and the Republicans shooting it down, and they have the same argument. They say, if you vote for a third party, you're simply just taking votes away from us. And that scares people into groupthink, into herd mentality, and everyone wants to win. Like, they don't care if they're right or wrong, they just want to win. So you go for the biggest team. And that has been a detriment to our society. And that's the problem with democracy. And in my opinion, that's why I believe that the Founding Fathers made us a federal republic. That is why we have an electoral college system. So that way, when everyone's voting, one person, one vote doesn't work because it's mob mentality. And then what's going to end up happening is the states with the highest population, like New York and California, based on what they vote, that's who the president is going to be. So the other 48 states don't matter in a democracy. And that is why we need to keep our electoral college. We need to keep our federal republic, and that is going to maintain the balance. What's the old adage? Democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner, whereas a constitutional republic is a well-armed sheep contesting the votes. Yeah, sorry if I have a little background noise on my end. We were at a pool. There was a pool party a lot of our friends were at, and Mother's Day and such. Happy Mother's Day for all you mothers listening out there. And it started raining, so then I started walking in this direction, and then some kids were yelling, so I walked in that direction, and then there was a fountain that was very loud, so I apologize if I have any unwanted noise or any wind blowing in my phone. I'm OTG. I'm not in front of a computer right now. I'm on my cell phone, so soon we will have new microphones for this operation. And that brings us to our next point. If you see value in these kinds of transmissions, we have no advertisers other than, of course, Eternal Affairs Media, or rather Blog Talk Radio, and their advertisers. But we could use any support that you would like to give our way. As they say on the No Agenda show, it's Value for Value Network, which means that if you see value in this and you feel that it was valuable to you, can you put a dollar amount on that? Maybe you could spare a dollar or two. Maybe if you're like, man, thank you so much for talking about the stuff that the mainstream media is not talking about. You know what? I can afford $50. You know what? I just got a raise at my job, and I could throw you $500. Anything that you give to us, we're going to take that money, and then we're going to not work for someone else to pay the bills, and because now we're working for you. And then we will continue to bring out new podcasts. DarkDocs.com is currently working on a new full-length documentary film that keeps getting longer and longer as I'm editing the thing, that it might even turn into a mini-series about exposing Pedo Swim, about how Adult Swim and Justin Roiland, Dan Harmon, the creators of Rick and Morty, have been putting out pedophilic cartoon and snuff films where they are encouraging people to have what they call natural and consensual relationships with children. And some of their content includes rape, murder, and all sorts of stuff. We have all kinds of terrible clips. And there's a lot of occult symbolism that they throw in there. I personally believe that they are Satanists. And that's just not a speculation. They throw a lot of occult symbols into their stuff, and I don't think it's an accident. So, we spend a lot of time looking at what people do, what people are trying to put out into the public, especially within the view of children. And on the Dark Docs network on Facebook, as long as we can exist there, we've been exposing pedophile grooming, pedophile networks within social media and within advertising campaigns. Right now, there is there's a poster up in Toronto subways that shows 3 naked men having sex with each other. Anybody on the subways can see this thing, and it links to a website called thesexyouwant.ca. And if you go to this website, it's nothing but cartoons of like really hardcore pornography. And anyone can go to this. It doesn't have any 18 or over kind of thing like most bars or alcohol or cigarette companies might have. So anyone can look at this hardcore cartoon pornography, as well as on Vimeo.com, all of Justin Roiland's stuff that we got from for our documentary. They are just putting this stuff in the view of children. Children can navigate to this stuff. If you're a fan of Rick and Morty, it doesn't take long when you're on YouTube or any website to be redirected to this kind of terrible stuff. So it is our job that we have taken it upon ourselves to expose this stuff, to call it out for what it is, and hopefully we will have some sort of legal standing at some point once enough awareness has been raised on the topics to outlaw these guys and hold these criminals to justice, because that's exactly what they are. Anyone pushing for sex with minors, adults having sex with minors, you're a criminal. I mean, that's a criminal act, and if you're advocating for it, that makes you a criminal. So that's what we do here. We make sure to protect the next generations from being molested, essentially, because it's a vicious cycle. You find the majority of children that have been molested, they end up kind of going into that. That's what happened to Paul Benassi. It's a vicious cycle. You get molested, the power is taken away from you, and then when you become an adult, you want to regain that power, and sometimes, if you're damaged enough, you will then injure another child, and it will keep going. We want to stop this vicious cycle from happening by raising awareness and letting people know that this is not okay. Child drag shows are not okay. They are not acceptable behavior within our modern society. And they're working really hard to make sure that your children are going to become cross-dressing prostitutes for the elite, and they will end up at the Bohemian Grove and having sex with adult men, and that is not okay. So please, if you think that these have value, these shows have value, consider donating. With that being said, any notes from Greg, and then we can hear the next annal from Brendan.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's much better.
Sound great.
All right. My whole computer just crashed, but thankfully I had I'm on my cell phone, so that's okay. I'm gonna try to log back in.
Yeah, your cell phone sounds much better than your computer. That's for sure.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna stay on the cell phone anyways, but I want to just make sure. Yeah. Anyways, now the only thing that I was gonna say is in the book number 4, volume 4 of the Bohemian Grove books here on page 161, it does mention that there is a play of the actual Buddha statue. So I'm going to look more into that. That's all I wanted to say just on that.
Oh, great. You did find something. That's fantastic. Yeah, because I always wondered why they would have a Buddha there, of all things.
Yeah.
Good find, Greg.
All right, great. Well, we're going to have a couple more of these Bohemian Grove special edition episodes gearing up to the midsummer cremation of care ceremony, where we're all going to be meeting again in person 1 year later. And if you guys want to see what we shot and what you guys, I mean, the amazing footage, our documentary would be nothing without your mini documentaries all interwoven into it. It's like Inception of documentaries. At darkdocs.com, Sacred Owls, They Are Here to Save the World, is available on DVD, $13. We will ship it to you anywhere in the world. Sometimes you're far enough that the shipping alone costs more than $13, but we're happy to eat those costs because we're happy that you want a copy of our DVD. If you buy 2 of them, you get 1 free. And that's how we roll. And we're going to be putting out DVDs of all of our original content, but that DVD in particular has footage shot at the Bohemian Grove protests from 2012, 2014 and 2016 when you guys visited, and commentary, meeting with staff at the Grove and their perspectives on what we do, and you know, it's really interesting how even people that work there, they act like they don't know anything, but I think they know a little bit more than they let on, that's for sure.
Just teasing us. They're teasing us with it.
They love it. They love that you guys come out there, and I mean, I think, you know, it would be an otherwise very boring job if you guys didn't show up.
Yeah, I agree.
The one guy on the golf cart back in 2016, he used to work for the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Tony.
Yes. Tony was Secret Service for Gerald Ford. He was there when Ford was shot at twice.
Wow.
Interesting
So
guy,
he
that
says.
Tony. So he said.
Yeah, so he said. Well, it was.
They're a
it was
bunch of
cool that
liars.
He wasn't elected. Hmm. Yeah, the debauchery of the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah,
Something else.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I like to have a couple beers, get loose.
Yeah.
I'm drinking one of these spiked agua frescas, sparkling cucumber lime. It contains 4% alcohol. It's like the seltzers, the flavored seltzers, but like they're spiked. They're a little. You got a little booze in there. And I would probably enjoy hanging out at the Bohemian Grove with some of these assholes and whatever. But the fact that like their bosses, the people in the highest echelons of this stuff, these are the people that are again making foreign policy that is funding the military-industrial complex, that is funding the drones that are dropping bombs on innocent women and children, men, all over the third world. And they do this for depopulation. They do this to kill innocent people because they want their oil. They want their lands, and they don't care about you. They want you dead. And
sure
that's what it comes down to.
This is a perfect segue into Lakeside Talks.
Yeah.
I'll get back to cremation another time. This is good. This is written by Bohemian Kevin Starr in the Annals, Volume 7, 87 to 1996. Most notoriety, one suspects, attaching itself to the annual encampment derives from the Lakeside Talks. From the Lakeside podium over the years, heads of state and former heads of state of various nations, literary and musical figures, captains of industry, scholars and university leaders, artists, diplomats, scientists, and just plain bohemians have filled their allotted 30 minutes, in most instances, with wise and pithy discourse. Like everything else in the Grove, the Lakeside Talks is governed by ritual and protocol. In the year preceding the encampment, the Lakeside Committee meets periodically in the City Club and draws up its list of speakers. Some, but not all, speakers are Bohemians. Others are guests of Bohemians scheduled to attend the coming encampment. Still others are expressively invited by the Board of Directors at the request of Lakeside Committee to attend the encampment and give a Lakeside Talk. From whatever source, Bohemian or guest, a full array of speakers is scheduled by May or June at the latest for each day of the encampment. While every encampment day is equal as far as Lakeside Talks is concerned, some encampment days, especially weekend days, are more equal than others, given the fact that these days witness a larger population in the Grove. Hence, a general pattern of subject matter has emerged in Lakeside Talks. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are reserved for more specialized topics. That way, Bohemians who wish to stay through midweek to hear a particular Lakeside Talk may do so. On Thursday, the scope of talk widens, edging into questions of politics, diplomacy, and public affairs, which tend to dominate weekend presentations. Sunday talks are usually reserved for more philosophical subjects. The last Saturday, by tradition, is reserved for a distinguished speaker who is asked to give a talk addressing the big picture, the long-range issues in his field of expertise. Thus, the last Saturday and the Sunday talks are the most philosophical and have accounted for some of the most memorable Lakeside Talks ever given in the Grove. The extent and manner of presentation at Lakeside Talks is equally controlled. From noon to 12:30, there is an organ concert. Noon usually finds the lakeside relatively empty, with a scattered figure or two lolling on the lawn, should it be a sunny day. By 12:20 or so, a considerable crowd is gathered as Bohemians converge from throughout the Grove to the lakeside. The scene is most impressive. Midday light, for one thing, makes the green of the overhead trees seem more green, even more shimmering. The lake itself is a riot of green and colored waterflowers. Dragonflies skim above the surface of the lake, and depending on the vagaries of their humor, a chorus of frogs can be heard in all its Aristophane splendor. By 12:25 or so, the speaker will have arrived, as well as most of the Bohemians attending the event. If the day is sunny, protocol allows for Bohemians to doff their shirts, lie on the grass, and indulge in a half hour's heliotherapy. At the 1996 encampment, Governor Pete Wilson remarked that he had hoped that it would be a cloudy day, so that he might avoid the necessity of speaking to a sea of hairy armpits. If the speaker is a noted celebrity, a former president, if the speaker is a noted celebrity, a former president, perhaps a well-known movie star, a nationally ranked journalist, a cluster of kibitzers might have already formed around him. At precisely 12:30, the organ concert ends, and a member of the Lakeside Committee moves to the podium and calls for a round of applause for the organist. The Lakeside Committeeman then introduces the day's speaker. Introductions are brief and to the point. Upon being introduced, the speaker will stride from somewhere in the vicinity of the organ to the podium and begin his talk, which concludes promptly at 1 o'clock. Following the talk and the applause, the speaker will then mix informally with Bohemians for informal discussion. Now, we know that in 1988, the former head of the FBI and then CIA director gave a Lakeside chat in which he says, "But we have had a number of major successes this year." And then in the copy of the speech, which was put out by the CIA in a FOIA request, following that sentence, it's all redacted. So, what the hell?
Right, and these Lakeside chats go so much further. I mean, the Manhattan Project was first discussed at the Grove, from what I understand. Is that correct?
Yes.
So these people have been developing nuclear weapons in order to murder billions of people here at the Grove. It's not just a frat. It's not just sophomoric cavorting of intellectuals and just blowing off steam, but they are actually talking about real policy. They are actually talking about destroying lives.
In the annals, they give a year. It gives it year by year, and it tells you what topics were discussed and by who. It's pretty amazing. If you'd like, I'd like to go through 1988 to 1991. I think there's some good stuff here.
Please do.
Ready for that? All right. The 1988 encampment enjoyed an equal array of interesting lectures. Bohemian director Tom Terrell discussed the Chautauqua movement, a talk later published in library notes. Hoover Institution scholar Martin Anderson discussed the power of ideas in revolutionary situations. Former Secretary of the Air Force Thomas Reed evaluated the SDI initiative. Financier Edward Reagan outlined the tremendous power exercised by pension funds in the American investment market. Chronicle musical critic Robert Commenday discussed the parameters and obligations of criticism. Scientist Bernard Oliver weighed the possibilities of extraterrestrial life. CIA Director Judge William Webster evaluated his organization in light of the contemporary world situation. Smithsonian historian and curator Joseph Korn III probed the question of how museums should treat the machine. Bancroft Library Director James D. Hart outlined the origins of his institution. Physician Henry Ritter separated facts from fiction regarding the prostate. Historian Stephen Ambrose evaluated the career of Dwight D. Eisenhower. Robert Merkel evoked the war on drugs. On the final Saturday, veteran corporate sage Ed Littlefield, tongue slightly in cheek, asked Bohemians if they were still enjoying the corporate climb. That was 1988. 1989, Lakeside witnessed an equally impressive array of talent. Astronaut Frank Borman talked on the future of manned spaceflight. Media expert Louis Bucardi, the media and politics. Foundation activist William Huddunt, competition and compassion in these United States. Developer Arthur Davis, the super sports arenas. Novelist Alan Drury, Advise and Consent. Artist activist Leonard Kingsley, the museum scene in San Francisco. Pundit Roald Sagdiv, Whither the Soviet Union, ? United States Air Force General John Chain, the Strategic Air Command. Lawyer William Koblenz, the value of regional government. Museum of Modern Art Director John Lane, Modern Art. Banker Louis Coleman, Third World Debt. Editor, columnist, novelist William F. Buckley Jr. spoke on Whittaker Chambers. And publisher Malcolm Forbes on competition. That was 89. 1990. U.S. Senator Alan Simpson opened the 1990 encampment with a discussion on the obligations of citizenship. Admiral Bobby Inman balanced the question of arms control with the changes occurring in Russia. Howard Putnam discussed management in the times of stress. San Francisco Fine Arts Museum Director Harry S. Parker III addressed his favorite topic, museums and art. Undersea explorer Robert Ballard quite naturally discussed undersea exploration. And Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia asked the question of how one might judge judges. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger discoursed on American foreign policy. Admiral William Crowe probed the balance of power. Historian Charles Longsworth used a discussion of colonial Williamsburg to address the larger question of how does one make history live. Organ maker Jack Bethers discussed the revival of great organs, outdoor and indoor, in the United States. Physician Henry Ryder Jr. asked a simple question, impotence. Who needs it? Scientist Tom Lovejoy asked Bohemians to consider the endangered condition of tropical rainforests in the Amazon. On the last Saturday, Stanford philosopher John Gardner asked the Bohemians to consider the issues behind the issues. Here's my favorite one, 1991. The 1991 encampment opened with a flourish as Mikhail Tatuta, San Francisco bureau chief for Soviet television, shared his observations on the United States. The compliment was returned the next day when Oberlin President Frederick Starr asked the question, USSR, smaller but better? Media specialist William Armstrong followed with a discussion of congressional reform. Stanford professor of economics Roger Knoll investigated the future of the sports business, while UC Berkeley Vice President Emeritus Earl Bolton asked the Bohemians to consider the mystery of laughter. Academic dominance of the Lakeside podium continued with Stanford medical professor Robert Gimplis assessing the question of whether or not anyone could afford medicine in the United States by the year 2000. As if in reply, the next day, a Thursday, former HEW Secretary Joseph Califano attempted to answer Gimplis's question with a discussion of medical economics. Civil rights activist Vernon Jordan followed with a talk entitled The Coming Revolution. Former West German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt addressed the enormous problems of the 21st century. Former New York Public Library President Barton Gregorian, recently appointed president of Brown University, dissected the question of an American individualism the following day. Former Attorney General Elliot Richardson asked Bohemians to consider the New World Order. And Gilbert Grosvenor, president and board chairman of National Geographic Society, urged why America must get an A in geography and how you can help.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause you there.
Yep.
What was the one about accepting the New World Order? Who was saying that one?
That was former Attorney General Elliot Richardson.
Okay, a couple of things. Do you have that in that animal? Like, are you reading like a table of contents kind of thing there?
I'm reading the summary of what took place by year, topic-wise. I will try to find that, actually.
Yeah, I would like to, I would like you to, if not on this episode, maybe if you can find it for the next episode. Like, I would like to see what their sales pitch is for accepting the New World Order. Now, I mean, I'm sure anyone listening to this show is familiar. That's the term for global governance. That is what the League of Nations, that then became the United Nations, it was their goal to have a one world government, a one world currency, and a one world religion was discussed under this concept of a New World Order, which was, there was a book by H.G. Wells, the creator of The Time Machine and War of the Worlds, of course, made him famous. He wrote a book, The New World Order. And then Adolf Hitler, he wrote a book, The New World Order as well, talking about the same concept of a one world government where we all live under it. So I'm just curious to see what they said. Also, what perked my ears up is, of course, you have former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, which he wrote the National Security Study Memorandum 200 in 1979, which called for depopulation of the third world, spelled out and specifically broken down on how you can pull off killing billions of people to maintain a number. Pretty much 10% of the world can live in this New World Order. 90% plus of humanity must die through war, famine, and poison. And if you read, we have it at darkdocs.com, the NSSM 200, National Security Study 200, 1979, from Henry Kissinger. And what's really important about this document is that's exactly what's been happening since 1979. You have war. We have countless war under George W. Bush, and Dick Cheney. They said this would be a 30-year war, and some said it would be an endless war. We will always be at war with Eurasia. We will never be at war with Eurasia, as they said in 1984 from I'm drawing a blank here. Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World. Who wrote George Orwell, yes.
George Orwell.
And of course, yeah, we have to maintain a constant state of war in order to continue the budget spending, the military-industrial complex. 9/11, the 7/7 bombings were used as pretext for war in order to go into Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, and we continue these war efforts. And then, then everyone got sick of W and all of the death and all of the war. And then they will throw in a Democrat. They threw in Barack Obama, which continued the same policies. The Patriot Act. He signed Patriot Act 2. He signed the National Defense Authorization Act, and continued to strip civil liberties of American citizens while continuing to bomb people overseas. And then he brought in drone strikes. He authorized us not even showing up on our own, but bringing Skynet-style robots to kill people in other countries. Now that's the war. Famine. We have been putting sanctions on countries, unprovoked, to make sure that they don't get the food, they don't get the clean water. Once they have water filtration systems in place for their communities, we hire military groups and private mercenaries and like Blackwater to go over there and bomb their clean water facilities in order to make sure that they have dirty water that is contaminated with sewage that will continue to make them sick and die. And then there's poison. You want to push fluoride into the water supply, just like the Nazis did. The Nazi scientists at IG Farben, which became Bayer Pharmaceutical. Now, Bayer Pharmaceutical are the ones who make aspirin. They're the ones who make your MMR vaccines that are being pushed on you, and they're making, trillions of dollars off of your ignorance and scaring you into, getting these measles vaccines that will give you measles, but a whole lot more. There's cadmium, all kinds of heavy metals in these vaccines, and you don't even know what's going in them because they're constantly changing the formula, and it's proprietary to make sure that even if you ask for the insert and they, the doctors will be like, I don't know what you're talking about, don't be an anti-vaxxer. We're pumping these things into our kids, and it's all being carried out. And Henry Kissinger has been pushing for this new world order with a depopulation agenda using war, famine, and poison. Also, you mentioned Helmut Schmidt, which is the German chancellor. I believe he is at one time he was the president of the European Central Bank, and he is also a member of the Bilderberg Group. And Sacred Owls, in our very first EP, we had a song called Hell's Bells where we talked about all of these guys at Bilderberg and how in the Alice Jones film Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement, they were protesting the Bilderberg Group. And you had, again, Henry Kissinger, Helmut Schmidt, David Rockefeller, Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, all getting together to try to see how they can market this new world order. And that was the founding of the European Union. That was the attempt at the North American Union, which failed, which is fantastic. But, the infrastructure's there, and they're going to continue to push it. The next time that there's a Democrat in office, they're going to continue to push for open borders to Mexico and Canada. And, of course, I love my brothers and sisters in Mexico and Canada. In fact, Sacred Owls is playing our very first international show in Juarez, Mexico, on this tour in July. You can see more information on that at sacredowls.com. But we need to have borders. And the reason why is because if you just have open borders and people just coming and going as they want, you have no idea how to maintain the infrastructure of your citizens. You have no idea how to provide for these citizens because there's no accountability. And we are a sovereign state. We are the United States, and we are not part of any kind of union because consolidation of power is going to enslave us. We need to maintain our national sovereignty. So does Mexico, and so does Canada. We can have alliances. We can work together for common goals, but we need to stay independent. Because what's going to happen is once you have an North American Union, and you have your European Union, which is a catastrophe, might I add. That's what Brexit is all about. And how every time everyone votes against the European Union, they have a revote because your votes don't matter over there. And your votes don't even matter over here. If they don't like the way you guys are voting, guess what? They're going to throw the elections. And once we have all these unions, we're going to go to war. There's going to be a war against the North American Union and the European Union, and everyone's going to be sick of that war, and, we're going to have record numbers of deaths, and then the only solution is for us all to just consolidate under the United Nations is going to take over, and you're going to have the blue helmets. You're going to have, UN troops on our streets telling us what to do. And that is what pretty much is the premise of the film Gray State that never got released. and the creator of the film is believed to be in a staged murder-suicide where him, his wife, and his daughter were killed. And we're going to be talking about that on Tuesday with one of the co-creators of the trailer and working on the film, as well as Greg Fernandez, who has been looking at what you have been doing on this topic. And I mean, you've put in some time. You have something like 40 episodes, breaking down the crime scene photos. And I mean, it's amazing how much work you've put into researching this. And I can't wait to hear your deconstruction of what you think actually happened, in this atrocity, to try to silence the independent media and warning people against these ideas and what's happening.
So that's been the biggest challenge with it. And yeah, I look forward to that. I can give you a little spoiler if you want a spoiler right now.
Yes.
The spoiler.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much because I want to plug it. I want to get people stoked about it. I'm excited. I can't wait for this episode. And I'm going to be sitting in front of my computer because I apparently picked the worst place possible to do a podcast because there has been an airplane overhead every 30 seconds. I have to put on mute, while I'm listening to you guys. I think we must be right next to an airport because this is ridiculous. I've never seen so many airplanes. The good news is I don't see any chemtrails today, which is odd. I think they took Mother's Day off. They're like, let's not kill our mothers for one day. No chemtrails today, guys. Because usually here in Central Florida, we're right by the Patrick's Air Force Base, and our sky is riddled in just like, it looks like tic-tac-toe up in the sky all the time here. I mean, wow. I'm surprised I'm not autistic. Maybe I am autistic. I don't know. But yeah, today they took the day off. There's no chemtrails in the sky today. So that's fantastic. Those mothers and their mother lovers. That's right.
But you could
think that by taking a day off, it's going to save their mom because they're idiots,
Yeah, well, nothing's gonna save them like that. But
you know what's going to save them? We're going to save them. We're going to save them. We're saving the day right now. We're doing it.
I've
done.
Put my trust in God. Yeah, I hope God will save them. That's they need to figure that out. But
I like God, but I think he took the day off, so I think it's our job. We're working for God.
Well,
he took the day off. God took the day off. We're working for him. We're doing God's work.
I've never seen God take a day off. Never seen him take it off. But he does.
Well, there was that seventh day, right? He worked for 6 days, and then on the seventh day, he took the day off. We're still on that seventh day. That seventh day is actually all we've been living.
I would debate you on that, but sure. Because
we're going to have an episode about how this is the seventh day or not. That's a great episode.
Church on the seventh day. Here we go. Okay.
Yep. Sunday, day of rest.
Shoma
Shabbos.
It's all relevant.
That's right.
I stay away from all that.
I
love it.
I want to expand on the talks in '91. Not only did we have Richardson talking about the New World Order and how important it is.
Oh, I love that guy.
But a couple of days later, yeah, he's a good guy.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's awesome.
A couple of days later, the then Secretary of Defense, Richard Cheney, had more pressing problems on his mind as he addressed major defense problems of the 21st century. Now, PNAC, right? So he had a nice discussion about PNAC. And then a couple days later, same year, former Secretary of State.
I'm going to stop you right there, and I hate to keep interrupting, but we throw around terms like PNAC, like everyone knows what that means. That is an acronym for the Project for the New American Century, a think tank founded by William Criswell, a neoconservative, I guess you could call him a philosopher, a political pundit. And in this Project for a New American Century think tank, you have people contributing like Francis Fukuyama, you have Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Condoleezza Rice. I'm sure these names all sound very familiar because they were all part of George W. Bush's cabinet when he was the president of the United States, of course, during 2001 when 9/11 happened. So,
Yes,
if you look at this project for a new... I'm sorry?
We got to point out that this speech was given in 1991.
Yeah, so this is literally 10 years before 2001. And then a Project for a New American Century document, Rebuilding America's Defenses, came out, I believe, in either 1999 or 2000. I think it came out in 99. And then in 2000, they added a couple things. There was some addendums. And we have that document, again, at darkdocs.com. You can look that up. And if you look at page 91, it calls for a new catalytic event, like a new Pearl Harbor, in order to gather public support in order to rebuild America's defenses. 1 year later, 9/11 happens, and we did exactly that.
Yes. Like,
so in 91, what were they talking about with PNAC there?
Just says Major Defense Problems of the 21st Century by Dick Cheney. The following speaker,
wow.
The big speaker that they closed the whole thing with, was former Secretary of State George Shultz, and he then was a fellow at the Hoover Institution, and he closed the encampment with Agenda for America. Now, we've slowly gotten a few of these talks. We have a couple of them. We'll keep looking. We'll find them.
Yeah, I really want to hear the Dick Cheney one because, I mean, this is a guy that he ran on the morning of 9/11. He essentially ran a drill with the North American Air Defense, NORAD, called Valiant Warrior. And in this drill, they were scrambling, jets from NORAD to different locations, including the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And at the same time, allegedly, we had these hijacked public airliners, where people who have been identified as people who have had ties to the State Department, including, of course, Osama bin Laden, CIA, State Department codename Tim Osman, who was a member of the Mujahideen, the freedom fighters, back in the 70s. If you watch the film Charlie Wilson's War starring Tom Hanks, they talk all about this and how the United States gave money for arms, for bombs, for the freedom fighters to fight the Russians back in the 70s. Because it was a bleeding heart kind of thing. They went over there, they saw that these kids were getting blown up and this and that, and they painted the whole thing as like, oh, we were just like helping fighting those dirty communists, Russian yada yada. But at the end of the day, no, we were funding terrorists. We were funding people that were running terrorist campaigns that were doing the same thing to people over there. And so it was a back and forth that it wasn't the United States' problem. We were spending our money for other people's problems. And, they called it nation building. It's not nation building, it's empire. It's our Anglo-Saxon American WASPy empire building that we've been working on this whole time. It's all for control, for power, for oil, for resources, for land. And again, like these people, they're talking about a new world order. How can we push a new world order on these people? Oh, well, we'll just act like we're helping everybody, and we're actually just trying to take over the world, just like, every other psychotic, power-hungry empire since the dawn of mankind. And go ahead.
President Nixon in 1992 gave a gave a lakeside talk, and it was the need to assist democracy in Russia. Now, wow, right?
Yeah, why is that our problem? Why are a bunch of guys meeting in California, United States, talking about how we're going to push democracy, which we're not even a democracy? I'm sick of people. Every time I hear someone say, this is a democracy, this is an attack on our democracy, I want to punch them in the mouth because they are a fucking liar. They are spreading disinformation about our federal republic. I'll say it again. I'm not a Republican, but you cannot deny, if you look up what kind of government the United States of America is, we're not a democracy. We have the democratic ideals, in some parts of our government, but by definition, our country is a federal republic. We're a federation of states, independent sovereign states, and we work together under a federal government, under our federal republic. We are not a democracy. And so why are we pushing something that we're not even on a country that we should have no power over?
Yeah. And it ties into our experience a few years ago when, it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon and this tall dude in a really nice suit walks out, and he's this Italian diplomat, and he's telling us that he is one of 5 Bay Area consulate asked to be, present for this lakeside talk. Now, I'm thinking maybe those are NATO countries because he's from Italy. I don't know. But he said that the talk was how to deal with Vladimir Putin. Yeah. He looked
Vlad the Impaler.
He looked a bit freaked out. He was very, he comes out, he sees us, he asks us what we're doing there. We told him, hey, we don't care too much for what's happening in Syria. We don't like the banking structure, a couple things, And he's like, oh, wow, you'd really hate it in there because that's everything that is in there, And he told us he didn't know what the Grove even was until they told him that he's going to go there. Crazy. And, he then he told us that. And then, he was just like, have a good day. He walked away.
I love it. They act like they don't know. Oh no, I got an invite in my email, so I just I flew across the world to show up to this thing. I have no idea what it. You know goddamn well what you're going to. You know what you're doing. You know what you're a part of. You know who you are, and you know you're the enemy, and that's why you're lying to us.
Yeah, it was unprecedented that he came out and said that to us. Wow.
Yep. It's brazen. They just because they think you're dumb. They think you are like everyone else that watches their CNBC and their Fox News and their CNN, and if you're next level, you're watching Russia Today and more independent media outlets, and still they don't talk about this stuff on there. They don't talk about the Bilderberg Group. They don't talk about the Club of Rome. They don't talk about the Council on Foreign Relations, the World Federalist Organization. You need to look these up, people. You need to, in fact, a great resource on darkdocs.com, if you haven't already, and I would imagine most of you have not, because I know people in the truth community, I would even argue maybe even you two haven't even listened to all of William Cooper's work on Mystery Babylon and secret societies. Have you guys been listening to the Hour of the Time? Did you guys ever catch any of those?
I caught a couple.
It's fantastic. If you go under audio on darkdocs.com, also houroftetime.com is the official website run by the children of William Cooper, who was a podcaster. He's one of the first podcasters back in, the late 80s, early 90s. He wrote the book Behold a Pale Horse, which talks about all of this, the Bohemian Grove, secret societies, their origins, what they're about, what are their common goals, what do they all have in common. And his podcast, Hour of the Time, is a great resource, and it's all in the public domain. It's all open source, and that's why we were able to download the whole archive and re-upload it to our to our website. And we got complete permission to share all of this. No advertisements. We got a lot of our ethos as a broadcasting network to have the Eternal Affairs Media. They have ads. They have a lot of overhead. They're the reason why we're on Blog Talk Radio right now talking about this. But darkdocs.com, we host our own site. We pay the bills, and we refuse to have any advertisers, because once you have advertisers, you have people telling you what to do. You have people that say, if you can't say this, and if you do say this, we will deplatform you. And that's what's happening on Facebook. That's what's happening on Twitter. And it's what's going to continue to happen. And the only way for you to have real free speech, of course, there's new free, social media platforms that claim to have real free speech, like Mew. We just jumped on Mew, so you can look up Dark Docs and Sacred Owls on there. But we'll see how long that lasts, and if they get compromised, because everyone seems to eventually be like, they want to get bought out. You have a lot of these podcast networks that are trying to have subscription services, and you have to pay, like Netflix, $10 a month or whatever it is for you to listen to podcasts, and then they still have advertisements. I got really frustrated. Hulu, for example, you pay Hulu, $10, $14 a month, whatever it is, and Netflix, they don't have any advertisements, but Hulu, it's about the same price, and now they still have commercial breaks that you can't fast forward through, you can't stop, you have to watch them. So now you are paying for monthly service, and then you have to pay for your internet and your electric bill and all that stuff, and then they're still going to throw advertisements at you, and it's only going to get worse because their platform doesn't work. A for-profit media conglomerate is not a profitable venture, and they know that, and they're drowning, and they're going to go bankrupt in no time. Mark my words. We've all been predicting it. However, darkdocs.com, I don't care if no one donates. I don't care. I mean, of course, I would love the more people that donate, we'll have more shows for you. We'll have more documentaries. We'll have more time to. Right now, what you see on darkdocs.com is about 2%, and that number is actually dropping because we keep getting new content. People keep sending us new amazing videos they're putting out on YouTube and this and that, and those videos are getting blocked and banned and pulled, flagged, and you can't watch them. Once they upload them, you might be able to see it for like a week or so, and then they'll find something wrong with it, and they will pull that video, and you will no longer be able to see it. So they send it to us, we download their videos, and we upload them to our server, and we will never pull them. And in fact, every time YouTube blocks or bans a video, excuse me, we have a little badge of honor that says banned on YouTube. So every now and then you'll see a thumbnail image on the website that has a little like a YouTube frowny face, and it says banned on YouTube, and we wear that like a badge of honor because that means that video just became exclusive to YouTube, and exclusive to darkdocs.com, unless someone else is doing what we're doing, and we encourage you to do that too. We want you to compete with us. I want you to make a website. In fact, right now for $150, if you donate to info@darkdocs.com on PayPal, we will send you a 1 terabyte hard drive through the mail with our entire website and our entire archive. You can buy a domain name and hosting from whoever you want, upload our website, and we will not come after you. And you can change the logo, you can call it whatever you want. We want this information to stay open, free, and in the public domain. And it's up to you guys, to keep this alive. But they're going to keep coming after us. They're going to keep trying to censor us, and it's up to you to really help us spread the word. If you don't have any money to give, you can simply just share our stuff on social media. Red pill the hell out of everyone. We have stickers that we can mail you that you can slap on stuff. So hit us up.
That's brilliant.
Damn right. That was awesome.
Oh, by the way,
I've ever heard.
StickerGuy.com, which I'm
That's like
happy
a
to plug.
wrestling
They don't
promo.
give us any money or anything, but StickerGuy.com has been doing our stickers for over a decade. They are having a special this month that for $36 you can get 250 metallic silver vinyl stickers with like midnight blue ink. And they always have a monthly special. So we just got the Dark Doc stickers that you guys have. Now we have them in like metallic silver and blue. They look amazing. So those are going to be coming in for this tour. And that's another way, you know, instead of us sending this to you, you know, you could give us a donation of like $40. That would include shipping. And then we can send you out 250 stickers for darkdocs.com. And you can slap them wherever you want.
Yeah, I'll get some resist stickers made. That sounds good.
Yeah. Resist tyranny, resist the Grove. Definitely. In fact, you know, if you guys don't have art, I'm happy to do the art for that because we need some more of those. I want resist tyranny, you know, to definitely. It's a great domain. I mean, I love what you guys done so far, but I think it hasn't been updated since like 2017. You know, we have a lot of stuff to update on that side as well.
Absolutely. We definitely need help with that one, I think.
Yeah, I'm happy. You get me the back end on that, and I'll start, you know, going to town on it.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've put together so much great stuff just on so many different topics, and I think when you think about Dark Docs, it's like it's such a great way to just say, you know, because and really now with this whole purge, this whole media purge, I won't be shocked if you start getting flooded with a lot of more videos that nobody else can actually host. It's definitely getting worse, and I think heading up into 2020, it's going to get a lot worse. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 2020 is going to be, and these guys are all into numerology. You know, they do everything in like these like, you know, they use incrementalism to just kind of like, I always use the analogy of like, you know, the New World Order is like a scummy guy at Lover's Lane. You know, you know, you're the chick with your little short skirt in the convertible, right? And then like you're like, no, not right now. And they're like, oh, come on, baby. And they keep kind of slipping their hand up your skirt. And then you're like, no. And they're like, all right, fine. And then like, you know, then they try to grab your tits. You know, that's what the New World Order, they just constantly try to fucking get a little bit further when you keep saying no. They are the rapiest fucking people that I've ever seen. And that is exactly why Joe Biden is their front runner. Because this guy, he'll just go around grabbing people. Oh, it's okay, baby. You know, like, let's have this little photo op, and like he'll be like whispering in little girls' ears and like playing with their hair. Get the fuck off of my kid, you fucking creep. I mean, why aren't they saying that? Why? And I show these videos to people, and they're like, you know, why are these parents just sitting there and just like smiling and laughing and that's Joe, he's like that, you know? I'll tell you why, because these people are bought and paid for, and they understand that if you're going to play ball, if you're going to have a place at the table of the New World Order, you got to let these creeps do whatever they want to your kids. You know, if you say anything like, hey, you know, fuck off, you know, that's it. You're done. You're never going to be in the White House ever again. They will kick your ass out. You're going to lose your job. You're going to lose your house. And then you're going to get, you know, 2 shots to the back of your head, and they're going to deem it a suicide.
Well, and that's why I do think with Trump, it's kind of different. I don't think it's a coincidence, and you probably know better, Christian. It doesn't seem like it's a coincidence that Donald Trump gets voted in, and now we're seeing all of these weird prostitution things that are happening. You know, all these people that are getting busted. Is that a coincidence?
Honestly, Donald Trump, when he got into office, I couldn't believe it. I mean, and I'm not a never Trumper. You know, like I don't think he was the best businessman. You know, I mean the you know, the tax records that just got released and stuff, they tell the tale that a lot of the Democrats have been, you know, going on and on about. Yeah, sure. He's, you know, he has a kind of like venture capitalist kind of predatory marketing, a business model, I guess you could call it. And, it's kind of a failure. He's kind of $1 billion in the red, and then he goes bankrupt and then does a new thing and this and that. But that's neither here nor there. When I look at his foreign policy, and I see the way he held himself at the United Nations, saying, hey, I'm a nationalist. I don't want your New World Order bullshit. I don't want to bow down to the UN. We believe in national sovereignty. So it's like, it blows me away that they even let this guy in. I have no idea how that happened. And I mean, because, of course, I thought Hillary was going to get into office. I thought she's the establishment man. She's, she holds her own with the guys. And what blows me away even more is like that's the New World Order candidate, right? Well, it's a woman, yet the Bohemian Grove is an all-male encampment, so she's not even allowed to go there. The guys running stuff are so sexist, they won't have women there. Women had to have protests and fights to even get jobs there, which blows me away. Why would a woman even want to work there? But there's such a big operation in Northern California where, when I talk to locals, there's no jobs, there's no economy, there's just the Bohemian Grove. And, so if you are going to get a job in that area, it's going to be parking cars or giving food or whatever other services to these moguls, at their like little encampments. Of course, you have the midsummer encampment, but then you have the high jinks and low jinks, and they also do like weddings and stuff on the property. We have a whole archive. The only time they let women in is like when it's privately rented out for weddings and stuff like that. But
and on Spring Jinks, they have their whole families come. Pretty great.
So Summer Jinks, did we?
I have pictures of little kids playing in front of the owl. It blows me away.
Yeah, Spring Jinks.
Yeah, it's the creepiest damn thing I've ever seen.
June 3rd through June 9th. Spring Jinks, Bohemian Grove. If you want to go down and meet some of the wives.
Now, even for those, I mean, in order to pass through the gates, you have to, it's never open to the public, am I right? Like, there's never a time where you can just, like, as a member of the public, you have to have some sort of invitation. Your name has to be on some sort of list as a guest.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
You can be
so
hired
anybody,
as
all these pictures that have been, that I've seen, that a lot of them I got from, like, the WikiLeaks, Guccifer archives and things like that. And so that means that like someone has been sharing these photos on either social media or elsewhere, and then they ended up in the public domain in order for someone to grab them, unless like they hack someone's email, which is possible. That's how they got the Podesta emails and the Clinton emails, which you guys need to read. I mean, I'm sure you guys have read a bunch of it, but anyone listening, you got to read those Podesta emails. You got to read those Clinton emails because they are damning.
Damning.
No one's talking about it.
Damning how?
Oh, as damning against them running a pedophile ring. It's damning against them worried about going to prison, and I believe Hillary Clinton was quoted in saying that they're going to hang us all if they see what these emails have. The pedophile codes being used in the John Podesta emails, the talk of pizza and handkerchiefs and hot dogs and having MAP-coded handkerchiefs and things like that. MAP is an acronym for minor attracted person. And why would you have a MAP-coded handkerchief? Why, it's like if you read these emails, they don't make any, they're like drunk texts. They don't make any sense unless you look at the FBI pedophile code, where, it's literally, the most odd, like, childhood cereal box decoder ring thing that if you actually look at the FBI document on what all these words mean and you substitute the words, now it makes sense. And I mean, there's plenty of videos we have on Dark Docs that go into great detail, email by email, with all of the reference numbers to, the actual source in WikiLeaks, where you can find the original emails. And yeah, they're very damning if you actually read them. And no one does because, I mean, I'm not going to say no one. I hate speaking in absolutes. I always default to it. But a lot of people don't because who has time for that? You know, we do. And why do we have the time for it? Because we make the time for it. Because we have a morbid curiosity and we want to know the truth. And we're not alone. There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of us out there that have seen these things, and we try to tell people, but there's billions of us, and the majority of people will be like, yeah, that sounds too crazy. There's no way that that's going on, so I'm just not going to believe you because that's going to, I'm already depressed, you know? Most people are like, I'm already on like 5 or 6 antidepressants and psychotropic drugs, and I have to, you know, drink myself to sleep and, you know, smoke a couple bowls in order not to, you know, drown myself every day, you know, then you throw all of this terrible stuff at them, and they're like, nah, I just want to kill myself, you know? So I get it, you know, I understand. And it takes a certain kind of person to detach yourself and still have a good, healthy life outside of information warfare in order to, you know, function as a human being and not just give yourself cancer by, you know, constantly looking at negative, terrible, horrible things, you know?
Yes.
On that topic, I remember, you know, Brendan and I were talking a little bit about, you know, I really got upset a couple of episodes ago, you know, because a couple of friends of ours were talking about, you know, how this kind of stuff, it really affects and triggers people that, you know, have been victims of like sexual abuse and things like that, that it's really important to, you know, take a break. It's really important to not just do this all the time. Everyone can deal, has different tolerance levels. Everyone, you know, has different amounts of time that they can spend, you know, looking for the truth and finding, you know, sifting through garbage, just terrible things, before it really affects them. I mean, myself included. I find you know, there was a time in my 20s when I was doing all this stuff that I didn't know that. And I got very depressed. I got antisocial. I got negative. I could not go to a party and not talk about this stuff. Like, you know, 2 beers in and, you know, I'm talking about Pizzagate and pissing everyone off at the party. And that's not okay either, you know? There has to be a balance where, like, you know, certain times, certain groups of people, you know, it's okay to talk about it. And then even within those groups, sometimes people are like, yeah, let's talk about something else. And I never argue the point, you know, and that's very important. If someone's like, yeah, I believe you and I'm interested, but I can't right now, you really need to just, it's all about consent. And that's like, you know, what we've always been talking about. If you care, which is what we do, you know, we are care. We are dull care. And there's nothing dull about it. In fact, I think it's very exciting to care. And they paint it as something that, oh, if you care, you're just, you know, you're just, you know, a dark cloud that enters the room, and you're like Eeyore and Winnie the Pooh, just bringing everyone down, you know, and that's not the case. You know, it's very exciting to be on the good side. I love it. I feel like I like to paint it as, you know, if this is Star Wars, you know, we're Han Solo and we're the rebels. We're fighting the Death Star, and it's fantastic. You know, and when we win, and we will, it's going to be just this beautiful thing, a ragtag group of, you know, the disenfranchised that wake enough people up. A lot of people say it just takes like 13% of the population to wake up to all of this stuff, to overthrow the powers that be. And we just, as human history has shown, we've just never really gotten together on a global scale and had that 13%. And we're getting very close. We have the yellow vests over in Paris, and now multiple countries all through the, you know, the falling European Union that are fighting out against their elites. We need to have our own. Good to see you. Yeah, take care. Yeah, I'll call her. Yeah. Seems like the party we're at is rounding third base. So I'm going to probably jump off the phone and let you guys finish off the show. But, just to finish my thought is that I'd say right now we have, conservatively, let's say 7 to 8% of the world's population that is maybe semi-woke in one way or another. They understand that yes, there are secret societies. Yes, there are these roundtable groups. Yes, there are these think tanks. Yes, they are the ones behind the militaries of the world that are having these coups and these false flags and these wars. And they're using the media and all their media outlets in order to have us all fight against each other. And that's why you can't get any two groups to really get together. And I think it's a beautiful and wonderful and magical thing that people like you and me and, can all get together. And even though we don't agree on everything, we have a lot of common goals. And we all just want to be free and live and let live. So, we have to continue to reach out to new people and get them to be a part of our network, start their own network, but for all of our networks to work together. And I really do think, we're coming close to a point where we can galvanize enough people to really fight back in a really meaningful way. And with that, I'll leave you. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Thank you to all of our listeners. And you guys, I hope you can continue the dialogue. I will listen to the rest of the show tomorrow. And then we will pick it up on Tuesday with a gray stage. Thank you very much. And take care, guys.
Cheers. Great analysis, Christian.
Awesome.
Good job.
Very awesome.
Great
so
work.
now we get to hijack this show. We get to take this
We
show
do.
over. All right. So we can change everything now here. Hey, have you read the Mike Hansen book, The Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy? Have you read this book?
I have not.
Oh man, I
I want
gotta
to.
get
I'm on
you and Chris. I'm gonna get both of you guys this book. I was thinking of contacting him to see if I could get a discounted price so I can actually pass some of these out. Because what I love about this book is it puts everything into one book, right? It puts so many different things, and there's so many different things that he doesn't cover that we still don't know exactly about. But he kind of, it's what is this, 300 pages here, almost 400 pages of just really good data. And it's really written where it's not like he's like Mike Hansen is saying, okay, this is what's happening here. This is what they're doing. He really just puts all of the different data, what this person says, what that person says, and kind of just puts it into one little neat book that you can start with. So I would say if anybody, if you're really looking for a great place to start with the Bohemian Grove stuff, I would say start here. This is a really good spot here, especially on page 212, where it does mention the Franklin cover-up. Some really good stuff. Lots of great photos in there too, and I would just say anyone who's serious about actually researching this, not someone who just wants to look at it for 10 minutes and thinks that, well, if they can't solve it for me in 10 minutes, then it's not worth my time. These real things, these real cults, these real issues that we are having, that is some of the big things, because they do try to make it so complicated, so confusing that people just give up and stop looking. And so it does take a real researcher. It does take you to actually invest some time, in some real time, to treat this as a serious issue, not as entertainment, because this is not an entertaining topic. This is a serious thing. When we're talking about possibly sacrificing care, it's different than possibly sacrificing people. The people that are trying to control this world, that are trying to lead us to, trying to trick us into doing what they want us to do. Those are the big issues, and that stuff takes time. So
I'd be very happy in interviewing Mr. Hansen.
All right, good, because I'm going to reach out to him and see if he would be interested in that. Man, I would
he's
love
in
to get him
California?
out there one year. He's in Texas.
Texas.
So he's doing a lot of good things out there in Texas, and I don't know, maybe even Alex Jones. Like, why not? You know, if you want to get some mainstream
to sit
media
across from him and ask him a few questions. I have questions for that guy.
I have questions unrelated to the Bohemian Grove, really. But I would, it's like he's been doing this for a long time, and I think if he wants to get some media coverage that he wouldn't otherwise get, this is where you got to go. This is where it all started for him. So 19 years later, 20 years later, why not go back there? And maybe you'll get off of that most wanted list or whatever happened. That whole thing was crazy too. All these people that are getting purged, that are getting taken off of social media, some of this stuff just seems kind of like it's theater. Some of it seems like it's theater. And I know it's like a lot of people are kind of pushing me to post more about it and talk more about what is happening with Alex Jones and with those guys. But there's also a chance that these are contracts that are coming to an end, not necessarily just real researchers who just want to put out real data. So I've been having a hard time with that, and I go back and forth on many of these people because, they have to eat and they have to make a living too. But at the same time, if you're dependent on the money, if you're dependent on the crowdsourcing, on any of that, you're going to have a really hard time staying true to yourself and staying true to what actually brought you here.
Yeah.
Too many
They
signs.
don't have any problem trying to sell ads on Resist the Grove Facebook page. Like, boost this so everybody can see it,
Yeah. Well, that's their target, but it's like, well, what are you targeting? What are you targeting for, and what is the whole purpose? I think with a lot of these people, it's like, well, what is your real purpose here? So it either gets into they're in it for money, they're in it for fame, or they're real people that are really bothered by this. And I know other times there's spiritual things where they feel called. And for me as a Christian, many times I feel called to do something. Not with every case, because you just can't. You have to pick those battles. But when we're talking about children and talking about murder and stuff like that, those things obviously hit me harder than some of the other stuff, maybe like money laundering or just political criminals, politicians doing the same thing that they've always done for years and years. That stuff is not as important. The child trafficking, human trafficking, period, slavery, any
human
of that
trafficking.
stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a big one, right? Like in the last 20 years, it just seems like it's at the forefront now, and I don't care who brought it there or what has brought us to that, but I think it's really good that more people are now talking about this. I think the whole Smallville, I don't know if you know that person from Smallville, she got busted, right? And so that case really was like, oh, okay, well maybe there is some truth to all of these people that have been talking about this for years and years. And there's many people. I mean, I don't know one person who doesn't know somebody who has been sexually abused by somebody in their past. It's way too common, and nobody talks about it.
And the systemic guarding of the topic of anything improper with children or sex around the Bohemian Club or Bohemian Grove by Mary Moore's years of protesting or in newspapers. It's ridiculous. And I mean, it like for me, one of the biggest things here, personally, it's a private club. They can do whatever the hell they want. I don't care. That's cool. Have fun. You're who you are. Nothing I can do to change that. All right. But burn an effigy of me in front of a hamster. I don't really care. But honestly, you got these talks. Like I was reading that earlier, listing off these topics and these people, and then we know the world events that come after that. We're living in it. We're living in the results of it. And then for the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department to be paid money by the Grove to sit out there and add extra security is insane to me, when they know for a fact that even if it's like 2% of the people going to it, 2% of 2,000 people, that's still a bit of people that are going into the communities and meeting up with prostitutes that are brought in from all over the country, if not the world. And that's that level of assistance by the local constabulary it blows my mind. I don't understand how. Mary Moore, bring up hookers. I heard her personally say, "Oh yeah, no. Okay, that's gonna happen. Men are men, No, men.
That's okay. That's
That's not cool to me, man. So
that's what they're saying. They're okay with that. No, and that's not cool, and I'm not cool with that either.
I respect all their hard work, but the more that I know, the more that I question, and it's an ongoing process for me.
Constantly. They have no problem with that, but the other thing is, where are these prostitutes coming from? Are these part of the child sex trafficking rings and all that stuff that is being brought here? Is it part of that structure? I don't know if you remember a couple years back, there was somebody there who came, and she came with the Google Glasses guy, and she was a young girl, and she was saying that they found her in the tree in the forest or something, and they brought her here. She looked like she was just whacked out.
She did look whacked out.
You were there for that. You remember.
I got the impression she was just pushing our buttons, but she did look totally.
This is not a waste of time. And for anyone to say that, more often than not, those people, the naysayers, are the people that never take action and just sit in their living room watching Fox and Friends all day thinking that, that's their salvation.
Or CNN.
Or CNN.
So a lot of the staff here looks actually to be new this year, because I was actually talking to some of them, and they were coming in for their first time to do wait staff and get all the tables ready and everything.
Oh, those guys have already came in.
They come in early in the morning and they leave a little bit and they come back later after lunch, right? Because everything's already set up. And
dressed in red?
Dressed in red and white and black. It depends on what kind of service they're performing, whether it's meat server, not that kind of service. Meat
server. Okay.
Yeah, that didn't really help. They're serving up a lot of sauces.
That must be red.
Roast beef, or whatever they're serving.
Filet mignon.
Potatoes, or whatever else they're serving, is my point here. And then, and then, some of the staff was actually, I think, a lot happier, a lot friendlier today. They seemed to. Some of them were talking to us, not about stuff that was inside. I think a lot of them were just serving food and stuff and maybe changing chairs around and stuff.
Yeah, let's film them.
Do they like to be filmed?
Get those cameras rolling, boys. Oh, hey guys.
Hey guys,
Here we go. We have
what
some
you got
extra
here?
Donuts.
You do?
Absolutely.
Wow,
Very
thank
nice.
you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I didn't bring any napkins, but.
Oh, nice.
You guys staying cool?
Okay, guys,
Whoa.
I didn't do that.
That was not us.
Okay.
Whoa.
A tree limb just
Might be
broke
able to
right
pull that
behind
off.
us.
Yeah, Sabbath, you guys. Sabbath, hey, give me those donuts back. Give me those donuts back. You guys trying to kill us here.
How's it going, sir?
Well, you know the funny. I think it might have been my mental
Jeez,
ability.
I think those vitamin things you're taking work.
Because I was looking at that sign and I was going, you know what? Maybe
It's
we can
pretty
help these
weird.
guys next year, and I'll bring a machete out, and
Well,
we'll,
I don't think this is our.
and we'll chop some of this down or something, and then all
That's
of a
what we were
sudden-
trying to figure out, where the property line is actually.
there.
That's
yeah,
the.
we know
okay.
that.
Okay. Oh well.
Wow. I think I might have brought that branch down. That's pretty awesome mental ability.
That doesn't happen every day. It's a good thing you parked there.
Yeah. Okay, boys.
Hey, thank you very much.
Anyways,
Just
I was thinking though that actually that tree is kind of blocking your sign.
Yeah.
You might want to chop it.
Just appreciate if you don't hassle the members or especially the employees.
Absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That hasn't happened yet, right?
Nobody's nobody's
Okay,
complained
all right.
about us.
Okay.
Okay.
We're trying to be nice to the staff. Actually.
No, that's good. No, just those angles.
Well, I appreciate the donuts. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, they try to kill us with donuts. It looks like.
Did anybody eat those donuts?
No way. Hey, they could be. Can we test them?
Right. There's something about school in there, exactly. You gonna come in and offer donuts?
When that branch fell down, that was awesome.
That was like a sign from God. Do not eat the donuts. It's okay. I need to find a verse about a broken branch.
I'm sorry.
No, dude, it's on Revelation.
I was telling you, I was just thinking, I was going, that branch and those leaves right around that area have got to come down because that sign is being blocked. Not that I care about the sign, but it was just a thought going through my head.
And so you made it happen.
I guess I did.
Telekinesis.
And then the donuts came, and it's like, okay.
Psychic warfare.
Why would they bring us donuts? That's a little odd. Huh?
They just probably
I don't know. Maybe they're from Kissinger. Maybe Kissinger told them we would look hungry out here, I guess.
Well, he was gorging his face. And he's like, I'll spread the wealth.
Well, now the sign is completely down. They told me this is the actual line here, so we're gonna respect that line. No trespassing, not a through road.
Did you get the branch as it was coming down?
I think it was, yeah, I was recording. I don't know how much of that I got. I'll have to check. Become our buddies.
I did earlier. I saw him come back earlier. Yeah, he had to come back. Yeah, he did. You were, I think we were talking at that time. And he just kind of drove right by. It was that, I think during that time when those one people were talking to us in the car when they came back around and want that information from North Carolina.
God is merciful. That's all I know. So they brought us donuts. One of them has
Hey, it's just a one-night stand.
jelly. I'm sure there's something in that jelly donut, if anything.
It's jelly.
And they're probably just laughing at us because now they want us to get all paranoid about the donuts. So there's probably nothing in it, but After the tree broke, I think that was a
Look
clear
it.
sign.
Number one rule of a Vietnam soldier: never take food from the locals. No matter how good that pho looks, don't take it. You're not supposed to take it.
Welcome. How many do you have in there?
That's the big wigs in there.
What's the thing for? Pizza?
Maybe they had like pizza.
That's what he said, pizza.
What?
They had the Italian delegates, so wouldn't surprise.
So anyways, we're out here at Bohemian Grove by the gate and just chatting people up, you know, mostly staff. But one of these guys was coming up here from a walk, and turned out that he was from the Italian consulate here in San Francisco. So we were just talking to him about the Grove and about, you know, the people that attend, and turns out it was his first year. But then he gave us some information like it was his first year, and they wanted to have up to 6 delegations here at the Grove. So there possibly could be up to 6 national or foreign national delegations here this year.
Did he say why?
Well, he said he was here for a talk on Vladimir Putin.
Lakeside chat.
I think the Lakeside Chat is
It
different?
could have been a Lakeside Chat, but it was literally a talk that was happening like at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Because I don't know where it was in the Grove, but anyways, he was there for that specifically. And then he also mentioned something about how Putin is a little bit of a warring personality, which obviously makes sense, and he's a very volatile person. And what else? Anything else important about that encounter? I mean, he was just a nice guy, you know, but hopefully his mind is going to be totally changed when he leaves there. You know, I'm not sure who'll have access to talk to, but we did give him a magazine, just one of the latest InfoWars magazines this year.
Cool.
So, you know, maybe he'll read some stuff and maybe he'll learn what's going on. So
Did he seem happy about the talk?
well, he didn't know because he hadn't been here before, and so he was just arriving after he had a walk, but he was just arriving for his very first talk, it looks like.
These are the folks who are all benefiting from martial law.
Sure.
The use of force as he determined to be necessary.
So what do you think they're doing here?
What are they doing here? They're having their annual 10-day celebration of their mutual admiration society. I don't know how else to say it. I used to work here for years with my horses and carriage to take the body in the cremation of care. Tonight is a cremation of care. Presentation where they present a casket and have a big fire
and the effigy.
Right, and I used to provide all that for years until I started, till 9/11.
Then
I
you
started handing out my literature, the truth about 9/11. They didn't want me around anymore.
Our presence will be felt by the Bohemian Grovers, and anyone that decides to take it upon themselves to meet in secret and violate the Logan Act. Like we have the foreign consulate from Italy here, and I guess there's several other delegations that are from throughout the world coming here to meet with high-level politicians and company execs, where they meet in somewhat secret, is an act of subversion. and pretty much treason as well against the United States. So
They can't talk about Putin. Just
yeah, if they want to
Make
talk
some
about Putin,
recommendations.
why aren't they doing it in the public's eye? Why do they need to go behind closed doors and talk bad about Putin? I'm not trying to glorify Putin or anything that he's about, because, he has an iron fist over the whole of Russia. He's somewhat of their new dictator. But he is challenging the Illuminati power structure. One of the first things that, the whole Ukrainian conflict started with was the Nazi separatists trying to, take Ukraine into their power, and they received the aid from the West. They got the money from the West to run their operations. So it's this gigantic game of chess, and this is one of the places where they meet in secret and decide what pawns are going to be moved, what bishops are going to be moved, what knights are going to go into action. Some of the knights that we see in action is Blackwater, Z, or Academy, or whatever you want to call them, and they're one of the chess pieces. And right now we see the conflict in Iraq with ISIS, and everybody that has a brain and knows history knows that ISIS was trained and funded by the United States CIA as an insurgency group in Iraq. So again, another created enemy that we're potentially going to have to reinvade Iraq to go fight. It's just like the creation of Al-Qaeda in 1979, when Zbigniew Brzezinski met with bin Laden in Afghanistan and gave him the weapons and gave him the funding and gave him the power to engage this jihad against Russia, who was occupying Afghanistan at the time. And that's one of the first examples of us creating this freedom force, quote unquote, these freedom fighters. Well, I guess in a sense they are freedom fighters because they're fighting against freedom, So if you want to use some verbal gymnastics, maybe that's what they really meant. These people are fighting to eliminate freedom. They're not really fighting for freedom, they're really fighting against it. And as we've seen with the events of 9/11, that boogeyman was, paraded around, even though Dick Cheney is quoted as saying bin Laden had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. The American people have been bamboozled into believing, because of Fox News, because of CNN, because of all the major, networks, the government-controlled networks, they continue to tote that line. So, all these false flags and all these terrorist attacks, there's definitely elements of Islam that are radical. Don't get me wrong, terrorists do exist, but when you have handlers and people that, pretty much open the door for them and let them, run amok and do whatever they want and give them the funding that they need, it's becomes nefarious. And that's what, hopefully with us coming here, we can try to bring some light on, is the deals being made in the shadows, the smoky room deals, where, you have the consulate of Italy here, and you have, politicians and big industrial types here, working together to create this one world corporate prison gulag, I guess you can call it, where, it's a one world government, everyone's trading in SDRs. The one world currency is already here, and not trying to get biblical, but that's one of the goals of the Illuminati and the elite, is to have this one world currency that they're all working hard on. So,
SDR?
Yeah, with the SDR, the special drawing rights.
It's coming out more in this week, so.
Oh, they have?
There's more news on it. Yeah, just look it up.
Okay. Yes, yeah, look it up, And people look at me like a three-headed snake, talking about these things, because they've never heard of it. It was never on Fox Business. Fox and Friends didn't mention, oh yeah, now we're going to switch over to an international currency known as the SDR, and the IMF is going to be the one handling it through the World Bank and the World Trade Organization. You don't hear them talk about that. They're constantly talking about how good the economy's getting and invest now because the stock market's going to hit 1,700 points and all this, false hope of making it rich overnight with all their pump and dump scams, like we've seen with Facebook being one of the IPOs where, you had rampant insider trading going on, something that Martha Stewart was locked up for. Yet when, Zuckerberg, a puppet of the CIA, many say, he engaged in insider trading and knew when to sell and when to keep. So gangster capitalism is what their game is. They don't believe in the free market. They don't believe in the free market at all, because if they did believe in the free market, they would eliminate the Federal Reserve, the monopoly, main winner. In the game of Monopoly, the players don't win, the bank always wins, it never goes bankrupt. So, yeah, hopefully, again, like I said, hopefully we can bring some more light to this.
And it sounds like at least they're talking about Putin here.
They're at least talking about Putin so far. That's what we know about.
Said one consulate.
Right, and we know, if you look at even this morning's paper talking about Israeli forces getting ready for some type of incursion or something like that, we know that they're obviously getting ready for some crazy war or something. It's pretty obvious with all the stuff that's going on. And then if you listen to, I was just listening to an economist, when was it? 2 days ago, Wednesday or something, Wednesday or Thursday, he was mentioning, talking about the stock market getting up to a little bit over 17,000, and then all of the indicators are showing that this is when you talk about the big collapses and everything. Not that we're going to go into road warrior or something like that soon, but a lot of people who invest a lot in the wrong markets are going to lose a lot of money. And it's happened many times before. Pump and dump, right? So it's happened many times before. There's nothing to suggest that it won't happen again, which means that it is going to happen. So, hey, look, if you're an investor and you're looking into your money, I think the safe money goes into commodities, things you can actually hold tangible with your hand. What was this guy was talking about? Warren Buffett, right? So Warren Buffett has actually gone out and bought a railroad, and he's bought oil refineries, a lot of stuff to do with oil and railroads. I haven't even researched all of the story yet, so go out and do some research into that, because think about it. If you have a railroad and you have oil refineries, you then have a pipeline to anywhere that railroad goes. So you don't need to build a pipeline, because you can make your own.
Well, yeah, that's to... let me just add in
please.
What you're saying. With that big purchase and acquisition, and due to the massive protests against the Keystone Pipeline, the pipeline's irrelevant when you own the railroads. So if you own the railroads and the refineries, why build a pipeline when you could just, have a mobile pipeline that is going to transport, billions of gallons of your petrol? So that's part of the control. And Henry Kissinger also said in, I think it was Memorandum 200, you control the nation's energy, you pretty much control the people. So if they have total control over the energy and resources of this country like that, they have the power of shutting down power plants. They have the power of, monopolizing on that type of industry. And as we've seen throughout history with Standard Oil, monopoly is their game. I mean, they call it, you hear these people with Occupy, which I myself am involved with, they constantly say, capitalism is bad and capitalism this. But in actuality, the capitalism that these industrialists are engaging in is monopoly capitalism.
Crony capitalism.
Crony capitalism, I guess you can say. I mean, one of the biggest capitalist nations in the world, and everyone calls it a communist regime, is China. China is a monopoly capitalist state where the government is all means of production, all means of transportation, all means of energy, and it's controlled by the inner party. So we have these industrialists like Warren Buffett who are heavily invested into energy and pretty much controlling the so-called green movement, which kind of just sold out to Al Gore and Richard, what's his name? Sir Richard Branson, I think his name is, and they're all involved in the carbon credit trading scheme. So, in order to fully control your opposition, the best way to do that is to fund them. So that's nothing new, and we've seen that in the past. So, hopefully by coming here, people always say, you're wasting your time, it's pointless. I look at it like this. ABC is not here. CNN's not here. Fox News is not here. Someone has to be here from the American press. And the First Amendment grants the press to be all American citizens. And that's pretty much what we are doing here is, is acting as the press, where the corporate-controlled, government-controlled press will never venture off into, because, you know, when you look at who owns NBC, who owns Fox News, I mean, it's General Electric, it's the big corporations.
Well, now it's
the
a
power
Comcast
structure.
with NBC.
Yeah, NBC is owned by GE, and then they have investors from, you know,
Hey, how's it going?
other companies like the Rand Corporation and all them. So, you know, it's this monopoly capitalism structure. So yeah, that's pretty much my take on what's going on.
Welcome to Bilderberg West.
So other countries are already trading with each other outside of U.S. currency. Do you know why the gas is high? Do you know why your hamburger costs more? Okay, hamburger doesn't cost more because the cows got together and decided that they wanted to raise the price of meat. No.
Oh, yeah, the farmers.
That's not what.
Yeah, the farmers didn't get together and create a monopoly and say, "Hey, we're gonna automatically raise the beef prices."
That's correct.
What basically happened was, like Sean was saying, the dollar. You know, the dollar is pretty much on its deathbed, and
I like to blame the cows. I think that's.
Well, yeah, that's easier. That's an easier way out, to just blame the cattle. But in a sense, you know, the elite look at us as if we're the cattle, and as if we're the useless eaters to be preyed upon and used for, what I guess the term cash cow. You know, but fortunately for the world's sake, and not just our sake, but just the world in general, is that people are waking up to that fact. And the days of slavery have been here. Everyone thinks the Civil War ended slavery. We're all debt slaves now. We're all slaves to our mortgage. We're all slaves to our car payment. We're all slaves to whatever frivolous debts we have ran up. Credit card debt, student loan debt, whatever debt you have, you're pretty much, you know, indentured servant working to pay off that debt, minus, you know, signing your life to a contract of 7 years of labor on a farm in a plantation in Virginia. You know, they've gone beyond that. They've refined the methods of slavery to where there's an incentive. You know, you have the 2008 bubble where all these people bought houses that they couldn't afford, and by them signing the dotted line, they automatically gave their life to pay off that lifelong debt of, you know, 30-year mortgage at a fixed rate or adjustable rate mortgage or whatever. And a lot of them came to the people came to the realization that their house wasn't even worth as much as what it was refinanced for, what they purchased it for. So they're stuck holding the bag. Well, the markets crashed and collapsed, and then we had the banker bailouts and the TARP bailouts in 2008, which pretty much bankrupted the country. I mean, the country was already going bankrupt prior to that. We're still paying off World War II debts. When World War II came around, the United States government, via the Federal Reserve, needed money to fund the war. There's a good movie, I believe it was either Letters from Iwo Jima or The Wind Talkers, where there's a scene in the movie where you have all these generals talking about, we're running out of money for the war. And in one of the conversations, they say, well, we'll just print more money and, you know, let the government take care of it, and, you know, we could fund the war forever. But the side effect of them doing that is we, the American people, through the strong arm of the IRS, are forced to pay interest, you know, pretty much the inflation tax through taxes. You know, we pay our money into taxes, the value of the currency goes down, and, you know, what a dollar bought 10 years ago today buys, you know, 50 cents worth, or even worse, 10% of that actual value of the dollar. That's why, you know, people, you know, they're starting to get it, but they look at me funny when I say, you know, don't save your money in the bank, go buy silver, go buy gold, go buy real money, something that's solid, that'll never lose value. And we're headed towards Zimbabwe scenario, where, you know, you have runaway inflation and a super high amount of stagflation, where the value of the currency goes down, and you have products and commodities just sitting on the shelf because no one can afford to buy them, or they're just scared to buy them. You know, no one wants to invest $5 million on an HP computer system like they did 10 years ago when they knew the water faucet was on and loans were being given out like candy. So we're coming to a critical point. Hopefully we will not go into World War III. A lot of the indicators are saying there's going to be a major conflict starting off in Ukraine.
If they're meeting about Putin, what do you...
They're going to be meeting about Putin this year. So, I mean, that to me is another indicator that, hey, you know, keep your guard up and do your best to you know, invest in things that are solid. You know, buy ammo, buy food, you know, buy gold and silver. I have an emergency supply of food. When I got laid off, that's what I ate. You know, and people say, "Oh, you're crazy, Manny. Why are you stockpiling all this food?" Well, if it wasn't for that stockpile of food that I had when I got laid off, I probably would have starved or been eating top ramen all day.
Guess what? I did the same thing.
Really?
Really?
I did.
You resorted to the emergency rations.
We mixed it in with the other food that we were buying, right? To extend the.
Yeah.
To extend it, so you know you can do like noodles. My pack included some really cool vitamins and also an orange drink.
Nice.
Non-GMO orange drink and everything.
Wow.
No high fructose corn syrup and stuff like that, right? So yeah, that emergency food comes in really handy. And
you know, you have a lot of patriots in the movement that are like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy 6 years of food for, you know, SHTF scenario." Well, sometimes SHTF means you got laid off, you know, and you need food. So I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible. The elite, you know, there is a very strong chance that they'll collapse. You know, corruption breeds corruption. So, you know, you have all these elites at the table, you know, arguing amongst each other. And we've seen in the past, I believe it's so far been 6 months now, where you have all these elite bankers dying. Even a Rothschild was killed in his airplane. So something big's going on. There's something on the horizon. I'm not trying to sound like a doomsayer, because I'm very optimistic about, you know, the awakening that's happening. And as that awakening continues, you know, they're scared. It scares them to death. I mean, Zbigniew Brzezinski and Hillary Clinton both talked about, you know, the people being awake is one of the biggest threats to their whole operation and program. You know, Hillary Clinton is quoted as saying, "We need to engage in an information war and attempt to pretty much win the hearts and minds of the people through propaganda."
And that's because they're losing that war,
and that's
right?
because they're losing that war. Yeah, and she even said we're losing the war of information. So, you know, grassroots people like ourselves and you, the viewer out there, you know, the more we do, you know, many hands make the burden less of a burden. So, you know, you have us here. I know a lot of you out there are doing your own research and trying to figure out what's going on and make sense of it all. But the more of us that do it, the bigger of a threat it is to them. And don't ever think for yourself that, "Oh, I'm just little old me, what can I do?" There's a lot that you can do. Because all it takes is 1 or 2 pawns to put a king in chess, to put a king in check in the game of chess. So if you want to call us pawns or whatever, we're one of the most powerful pieces on the chessboard, and the elite tend to ignore the pawns because they use us for their wars while they sit back as kings and queens watching the battles from afar. And we're in the trenches. You know, we're the ones that are paying, you know, $4 to $5 a gallon for gas every day. You know, they're not worried about that. We're the ones that work in the factories and in the warehouses and in the, you know, what's left of industrial America here. You know, so we see what's going on. Our jobs are being shipped to China. They're outsourcing work. They're using the illegal immigration influx as pretty much a cash cow for the 1%ers. The 1%, Walmart being one of the biggest donators to a lot of these illegal immigration groups, it just suits their needs. You know, you pay for people to support illegal immigration, then you go around the back and hire them through temp agencies and hire them with IDs and social security numbers that they know are stolen, and they just turn the other way and, you know, hire these people. So this, you know, argument of, you know, hey, the illegals are not taking our jobs. Well, it's not that they're taking our jobs, it's that the corporations are selectively choosing them over citizens who know what's going on. So, you know, we're just engaging in this battle for, you know, waking people up in information. So hopefully, again, like I always say, I'm optimistic. Hopefully today we'll bring some light to what's going on.
traced by the eye in the big sky. They spread lies, but they don't know about the people who were planting seeds. Try to tell the truth about the killers of economies. I think about the present when I look at the past. I can't tell you what's in heaven or say where it's at, but I know that 9/11 was an inside job, and I know the day you give up is the day that you lost. So just sold to the devil, but it doesn't belong to the evil one who runs the world. Everything comes from the one who made the heaven and dimensions of earth, and made the first human being from his breath in the dirt. And all these products of the government to brainwash kids with false hopes and false morals, to make them forget about the things that really matter. At the end of the book, you got your silver gold platters, but you're only a crook. You didn't build that, you stole that, then you took credit. It'll be easy to forgive you, but they'll never forget it. So let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was a race by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky. I'm not sorry about my past, cause it made me who I am. I'm sorry about the pain you had to go through as a kid. All this wishing on a star never got me into Mars. Relying on a dream only gave me fantasies. There's no easy road ahead. Every mountain that you climb is a battle to be won, but it's all a part of life. Every day I go to battle in the spiritual war. They call me sheep, they call me cattle, but I gotta ignore them. They can't defeat us, so they're making us defeat ourselves. They said survival of the fittest, it's survival of wealth. They want materialistic problems, it takes center stage, and everyone who don't agree is just a rat in a cage. But I was born a human being, and that's how I will leave. Put on this earth for a reason, and it's not to deceive. And all these government lies, they disguise all the treason. They always get caught, cause nobody believes them. Let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was a race by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye on the big sky. So long ago, still yesterday. Woke up, I was thinking about the price we paid. Got our fake freedom like a sacrifice. Don't talk about the government, cause that ain't nice. People getting tortured still. Found another war on Capitol Hill. Raised the debt, created Osama. Killed another patsy, gave us Obama. Where do we go from here? Turning off the news, there's feels like I've been waiting so long. Every time that I fall, every time that I won't be unbreakable. Every time my goal slips out my hand, pick it back up and fall again. Add a scar on tainted skin, another day that I don't win. Starting over from the bottom, truth is lost, but someone's got them locked inside a box of lies. Box of Bradle for the eyes, box of candy for the weak, and a suitcase for the more deceived. Let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was a race by the color of his thin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky.
I knew Trump would show up here one day. You think? Volunteer?
It's so funny he's giving the thumbs up.
Yeah. 2 thumbs for Trump. Triggered. Don't get triggered, people. It's just cardboard. It's okay.
I so wanted a Jeffrey Epstein cutout.
Oh, we're not learning that flat tire.
They probably think you were with us, is what it is.
Oh, don't ask. No, see, we just want to park right here. You know?
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah.
Wonder it.
No, I thought this was a great spot.
Hey, how are you?
He's not here this week.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Then why do I see him right here, sir? Now, don't bring logic into a situation here. Come on.
There's not a lot of it sitting here.
Make the Grove great again. Why not? It's worth a shot. I think the cooks got a pretty good kick out of it. They weren't triggered by it.
No.
Don't worry, Trump's got this covered. We've seen New York, Nevada, Arizona, and of course California so far. License plates. You guys can always take a photo with them if you really want to. You could. These reactions have been really, really good so far today. Good reactions for the Trump poster. Not too many people triggered so far. A few have even laughed it off, but nobody wants to take a picture with the president, apparently. I'll have to take one myself. President's still standing. He's got a leaf in his nose. Tell CNN. I also get a lot of people that stop, look, laugh. A few people see it in their rear view and they hit their brakes, trying to understand what it really means. But nobody's been mean so far, so maybe I will pull out my Make America Great Again bumper stickers one day.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Wow. Just out for a stroll. See, a dog almost peed on Trump, but did not do it. Got a few other triggered people, a few other people here looking at the poster, coming back and forth, but we just keep rolling on. What you got here? Bohemian Grove, Rogers Hill. Oh, we got the camp name and everything. Stowaway? Mr. Stowaway. Okay. Can't tell what the name is. Wow. That is really interesting. What a great find. You went snooping for that one, huh?
I did.
Trump is back.
He's got a sparkle in his eye.
He has a little sparkle in his eye. You're right. He sure does. That's creepy. That's kind of creeping me out.
Had that? Was that a sparkle?
Let's add some tan to that man.
Sparkle.
Trigger. Trigger. Oh, Mr. Earpiece got you. What do you think? It's all right, right? Not bad.
I like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought it was pretty good. It's not bad. Not bad. All right, it's okay. Hey guys, how's it going? You want to say hi to the president?
Those are the first armed guards I've ever seen at Bohemian Grove.
They did not want to speak to our elected president. Hey, you voted him in. You voted this guy in. That's all I'm saying.
Armed guards. I wonder how many layers in.
Did they have armed? Were they armed?
Yeah, they were packed.
Were they really?
Completely.
Oh, I gotta check
They
their
had silence.
licenses. I gotta see their licenses. Hey, this guy is a WWE Hall of Famer, okay?
That's
This
true.
guy beat up Vince McMahon.
I saw that.
He got stunned by
Now he's president.
he got stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin. If that doesn't qualify you as president, nothing does. Right, Trump? That is correct. We're gonna make the Grove great again. Wave to the president. Wave to your president. He flipped me off. You can't flip off the president. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Let's make the Grove great again, guys. Don't hide your face. It's okay. No need to hide your face.
Hey, Donnie, how do you feel about armed guards hiding their faces?
Armed guards should never hide their face. Hiding your face shows that you have something to hide. I have nothing to hide. Just ask my wife. Ask everyone. Ask everyone in here. They all know. I do not hide. I am your president, and I love you. I will make the Grove great again. No matter how many children we have to sacrifice.
How many times do we need to work care?
Don't sacrifice care. Give me your care. I am your care. I will care for you, and you will be free and safe. We will build the wall together and make Canada pay for it. I'm from CNN, Mr. Trump. Can I get... No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
You're fake news.
You're fake news.
You're fired.
No, fake news. Gotta be Fox News.
Yeah, just I don't want her paying. She's really good.
Get him. He's guilty. He passed the line. He didn't pass the third line. He's okay. What we've learned today is it doesn't even take the real Trump to ruin the Bohemian Grove party. You can have just a cardboard cutout and they'll be just as triggered. I think that's what we've learned here. Most of the people have been nice, though. If you're nice to people, you're usually nice back. Whether we agree or not, whether we're hanging out in bushes or not, it's okay. All just trying to see what's going on here. That's all. Just asking questions, seeing where those questions lead. That's how it goes. How's it going? Seen anything fun today? Anything good? Good stuff, right? It's cool. Just a part-time job though, right? It's all good. Very calm this year. Very nice. People are very nice. Hey, do you know where Tony is? Tony? No? We see Tony every year. This is the first year I haven't seen him. Well, if you do see him, tell him I said hi. Thanks. Oh, tell him Trump says hi, please, too. Thanks. that a thumbs up or a?
He said we picked a winner there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did. He won. He is a winner. That guy does not know who Tony is, apparently. Everybody knows who Tony is.
Everybody knows Tony.
How do you not know Tony?
Tony's the cantankerous spook. Everybody knows him. Tony the cantankerous spook.
What happened to Tony, man?
Where is Tony?
Where is Tony? Why are we not seeing Tony? Tony better not be buried somewhere in there. I want this 2,500 acre lot checked for Tony Faddy. Putting in a missing person. Good morning.
Morning.
Here we are, Bohemian Grove 2018. The party has started. Gang's all here. One deputy sheriff. Maybe 3 security guards. Maybe 2. So. Yeah, people do wear suits.
Not Tony? No way, you can't mistake.
That's not Tony.
That's skinny Tony. That's baloney. Oh, it's gonna come and give us a warning. Or a greeting, probably. Private property, all that good stuff. Sure.
Why don't you pull up over here? Talk to him.
Jesus Christ.
Trying to get a good shot of that guy and the guy in the that bald guy. Looks interesting. Oh, they want to moon us. Okay. Makes sense. Oh, not good to zoom in on an iPhone, but I will. That makes sense. Dun dun dun. The no parking zone. Again. Take a 360-degree tour of the Grove. And
Some of the cars there. There's a car with a tarp. Pretty nice one. Pretty nice car there. Look at that. Good afternoon.
I like the cat.
I do too. It's pretty cool. I don't know if I could pull it off though. For me, it might be a stretch. Good morning. No good morning back. It's usually polite to say good morning, but
I always say hi.
it's okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
Maybe next. Maybe on the way back. Just sit there.
That is just something that's really simple. You're not, I mean, they redid that anyway.
Morning.
Fix a flag.
Well, call me on channel 1 if you need any help. Just in time. Thank you so much.
What's the problem? Careful there. He took a picture of me. Yeah. That is rear view. Say hi to that guy. He won't say hi to me. I got it. I got a nicer car than that, okay? I'm in a suit, damn it. Pay attention to me. Oh well.
He's painting him with a pewter owl to run us over.
It's too bad. I'm sorry?
Why do you take pictures?
I don't take pictures. It's video.
Because it's a public stream.
Morning. Morning.
Hey. Morning.
Morning. How you guys doing?
All right. How about you, sir?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Oh, I got a name.
Did you?
Bill Savis. Morning.
Morning.
What's up, man?
By the power of your fellowship, dull care is slain. Owl of Bohemia, we beseech thee, grant us thy counsel. Begone, dull care. Fire shall have its will of thee, and all the winds make merry with thy doubts. Hail, fellowship's eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
Women always leaving you when you've just had the crap kicked out of you. You look like you're gonna live to me. Here, you stay here. I gotta hit the bathroom.
Please, don't say hit.
It's good music and we beat you to it. We beat you to it. We beat you to it. It's a real hit and we beat you to it. We beat you to it. We beat you to it. This puppet fits and we beat you to it. We beat you to it. Beat you to it.
there's the proof.
Antifa is probing
But now we know.
perimeter. Okay. He told us all this anti
Trump is a fan of the sacred
We're not
owls.
doing phrasing anymore.
And he was like,
All knew this.
anti for this, anti for that. When
I
your
like
friends
probing the
go,
perimeter.
we're like,
Antifa. They called us Antifa.
It really is interesting his current statements about, it shouldn't be our responsibility to pay for this, that, and the other thing when it's not our country, and I'm sure that doesn't sit too well with some of the people in Chile.
I agree. It looks like God is shining a light on him or something. It's creepy.
He does have a little sparkle in his eye.
Yeah, don't talk about the sparkle. He brought up the sparkle. Now I can't stop looking at his eyes.
He kind of looks a little Terminator-y, actually, if you kind of just focus in on the light in the one eye.
his thumbs are shaped very weird. They're like toes.
Are they?
His toes are very small. It's like he's leaning up or something. He's like on his tippy toes or something.
I love that, like, to him, that's a smile.
Yeah.
You know?
That's all you get.
It's like this, like, weird half smirk.
Does he do Botox? You think it's a Botox thing?
On our way there, we really didn't see too many people, just kind of security detail, I guess. But the moment we got to the gate, some of the workers going in and out for, I guess, shift change or breaks or whatever. But one of the workers asked me for a cigarette, and I was like, yeah, bro, you can have a smoke, no problem. And I asked him, I said, how are they treating you in there, man? And do they treat you like crap, and you guys get paid good? He was a little pissed off, but he wasn't too comfortable talking to me. He kind of got a little freaked out when I told him who I was with. He asked me if I was with, any news organizations. I said, I'm just here doing this for the people, and we are change and groups like that. So after I said that, it kind of got weird, but he really didn't explain anything of what he saw in there. He really didn't talk about it, but he was kind of spooked that I even asked him, like, hey, what's going on in here, bro? So yeah, it was interesting. We saw a lot of other workers come out. You had first-hand experience dealing with the sheriff and some of the security detail coming up to you at the gate. I was actually over in the back talking to some other people that were just cruising along, and they started asking about what was going on in the Grove. Just two random, this couple, I guess they're from somewhere up north, and they're just kind of driving around doing the tourist thing, and they knew about Alex Jones and the Bohemian Grove already. So to me that was a surprise, just some random people actually knowing about what's going on. Surprised in a good way. We have, as we engage against the enemy, we have this idea that no one else knows about it, and that we're the only ones that know about it, and you can't talk to anybody about it. But that right there was just a testament to show, look, there's other people that are in this world that know about it, and you're not crazy or conspiracy theorists or anything like that. You're just an investigator trying to find out more of what's going on in there. And those two people that I spoke to, they asked me what I knew about the Grove, and I said, I only know what's come out. I've never been in there. I only know what's been leaked out by Alex Jones, the whistleblowers, other people that have actually infiltrated it, and also from the testimony from some of the victims of the satanic ritual abuse that they've experienced there. So that's all we can go off of right now. But we do know that very powerful politicians, industrialists, pretty much the corporate elite, meet there annually for 2 weeks out of the year to participate in the cremation of care ceremony, as well as discuss upcoming events and what the future holds for them, because they're deciding the future of the world in terms of geopolitical things. Like 1 year we were there, we were fortunate enough to speak to an Italian diplomat and try to get some information from him. It seemed like he was more or less a low-level guy that really didn't know the inner workings of the elite and what was going on at the higher levels, but he kind of knew something was going on, but he was there. We've also had other people come out and talk about their experiences within. Locals talked to us back in 2013, I believe it was, and gave us a picture of a map some of the cups from in there with the owl on it, the Bohemian Club owl and things like that. So there are people willing to talk about what's going on in there. I'm sure they fear for their lives because the rich and powerful are the ones that, you know, meet in secret there. And when you have millions upon millions of dollars, you can afford hit teams. You know, if I'm not mistaken, the average assassination is like $500,000 or $1 million. And if these guys have billions of dollars, I mean, all it takes is just a paycheck or check of or cash, whatever, you know, to take out these people. But with that said, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of anything, because they fear us more when we take them head on. They want us to be pacified sheep that don't even discuss these issues, because when you're ignorant, it is not bliss. You're not in the know, so they can do what they do behind the, you know, behind the shadows in secrecy. So it's up to us as investigative journalists and just the general public to exercise our First Amendment rights and go to places like this. I mean, the Bilderberg Group, they just met in, I believe it was Sweden. Right, it was Sweden?
I don't know.
This year. Well, anyways, the Bilderberg Group met. Thousands upon thousands of reporters convened on the event, tried to get as much as they could. People from the Telegraph were getting harassed. People from InfoWars went there, they're getting harassed. You had security forces, I believe it was under the name of Cobra Security or something like that. I mean, this is straight out of a movie. I mean, you can't make this up. Fact is always stranger than fiction. But once you start looking at the reality of what's going on around you, it's like we're living in a sci-fi movie, but we're not. We're living in reality. So, like I said, it's up to us as individuals, as people who care about our fellow human being, to expose this and try to do everything we can to put it to an end. It's like they say, there is no stopping Armageddon. There is no stopping what's happening in Revelations. But we as Christians can do what we can to prevent things from going on and fight hard against the devil and don't allow them to create these, you know, these massive schemes where they take the entire world into war. I mean, in order for the war to even begin, someone has to pull the trigger. And if they know that they're pulling the trigger for, you know, an unjust cause, they're not going to want to do it. You know, so hopefully, as we expose more and more of what's going on, people see that. I mean, we've already seen instances where the United States Marines were questioned, will you fire upon American citizens? So some of them said no, a lot of them said yes. So, you know, why would they even be asking those questions? You know, is something going on that we don't know about, or is everything that the conspiracy theorists in the 60s and 50s talk about, is that coming to fruition now? You know, we've seen basically the pretty much destabilization of the entire Middle East. I mean, they were working on peace in the Middle East for years now, and everything they do just continually destabilizes everything. We have the Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia pretty much funding ISIS and other terrorist groups to create havoc in the region. By creating havoc in the region, you have a conflict zone, which increases the prices of oil, and the availability to get that is a lot more difficult because you have to hire security forces, you have to constantly fight against Al-Qaeda, ISIS, different mujahideen type organizations that, you know, are continuing the jihad against the West. So it's in their best interest to keep this artificial scarcity going, so that, you know, there's constant war throughout the world. So hopefully after today, it'll get other people to think and make the decisions on your own. Can't tell you what to think.
Any final words about your trip?
It was nice. It was nice. We got to see a lot of forest and nature. We're back in the Bay again. It was about an hour and a half drive from here. Right now we're just looking over at the bay. It's got a nice view.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
The Richmond Bridge right here in San Francisco Bay. So yeah, anybody could come out here and do what we did. Hopefully someone else out there will do a better job than us, because I just work 9 to 5. I'm just an average guy. I'm nothing special. But you are.
Thanks a lot, man.
On the way to Bohemian Grove. Another year, 2017.
There we go.
Oh my goodness. We are making our yearly migration over here to check out all the guys who have the concentrated power and see who comes in and out of the gate. We love talking to those people.
They're usually nice.
Who have we seen before? Italian consulate? Google? We had some crazy, like,
Billy Bob?
Businessman, Billy Bob. It's been very interesting all the numbers of years. We've
and our donut friend.
Oh yeah, and then of course the security staff who are, what do they say? Ex-Secret Service?
Yeah, he worked for Ford and possibly Nixon.
Here's Camp Meeker, one of our milestones on the way to the Grove. There are always interesting people. The security staff is always very nice, actually. I always found that ex-military and ex-Secret Service are usually very respectful individuals. Just doing a job. However, I think it's our responsibility to keep up with the information coming in and out of the Grove and make sure that staff knows that we're out there asking questions. We don't want there to be any illusion that either we've forgotten that they're congregating at the Grove or that it's a small, minuscule event that's happening. You know, we had a lot of people show up in 2012. We've had maybe less than 20 people show up in other years after that. But regardless of the number of people, we're going to always take video and we're going to record conversations that we have at the entrance of the Grove. We talk about all kinds of different topics, anywhere from what the businesses are producing of the people that show up at the Grove. So Google, obviously, they do a lot of large data mining, data collection. They might be looking out for what other companies are doing. And then, of course, the businessmen and the politicians show up or the representatives of the politicians, to find out what they're supposed to, quote, do the next year. It's all about talking points. And this is a concentration of power, a concentration of influence issue, not so much of wealth per se. We always say, well, it's the rich people or it's the 1%. Well, it's kind of like the 0.00001%, if we want to be honest. So yes, it's a very small number of people. And we have to contend with jaywalkers going across the fairly busy road right now, which is very interesting. Oh, these are camp individuals. These
Bible
are,
camp.
Yeah, there is a Bible camp up here, interesting enough.
Pretty close to the...
There is, I know there's a alcohol recovery camp up here as well. Those kids look like they were part of Bible camp, though.
Yeah, hopefully not alcohol recovery. Little T, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so we always talk about the wealthy and the rich, and yes, of course, we don't ever want to forget, and we don't, of course, ever want to give these so-called elite or the ultra-rich, we don't want to give them a pass, perhaps, on how they've made their money. But I think it's important to note that not everybody that's rich, of course, has made their money through some type of evil doing. So I think I go back to my axiom, which is ask questions. And that's why I personally go to the Grove. I want to ask questions. I want to see who shows up. I want to ask questions. I want to talk to people and get the word out. And my hope in all of this is that we get the word out to more people. We need to get the word out to everyone's groups and have people show up at the Grove each year. None of us can do it ourselves. And I know there's more people out there that care about what happens in the Grove. I mean, if there were 40 NBA stars that showed up in some redwood tree grove in the woods, anywhere, I mean, it could be in the middle of Philadelphia, it doesn't matter. But if they showed up and there was no press coverage, except for maybe a little blurb in some local newspaper, and everyone refused to talk about it, and yet somebody found out that 40 NBA stars were secretly meeting somewhere, I would have to imagine that the very first thing that would happen is like ESPN would pick it up and it would be all over the news. It'd be like global coverage. Oh my gosh, why are these stars from all these different teams getting together? Why are they talking to each other? What's going on? Are they making policy? You know, is something going to happen to the MDA? You know, and you know, but we get 300 or more people gathered in a grove every year, and these guys are powerful players. These are movers and shakers. Previously, certainly there's been what would be called a conservative bent to the Bohemian Grove, but I don't buy that personally. I think that it's basically whoever's in California, big business, obviously Silicon Valley's out here, but all these big movers and shakers are out here. And then they take their little business deals and their talking points and discussions back to their companies and consulates and political agenda, and they write all this stuff up, and then the next year we see it show up in the news, and just like I say, every year this is basically a second part of what's called Bilderberg. We call Bohemian Grove Bilderberg West. Oh, look at this. They added the stop sign. How lovely.
That's weird.
Oh, they're doing, look at this. That's the reason why right there. The road broke out. That is new. Looks like they're not maintaining their roadway system here next to a river. Got a little stream over here. How interesting. Life happens, right?
That's right.
That's probably a pretty good analogy too, man. The roads crumble if you don't maintain them, and so that's why we're out here. We don't want our future to crumble, and we want to know what's happening. So, but yeah, so basically these talking points. Every year it happens. Bilderberg. Every year, somewhere in the world, they're holding Bilderberg. All right, so here we have the Bohemian Cutoff right here. This is how we would go. We're gonna make it over here. I believe there's a pullout, isn't there? Did I take this the wrong way?
No, you're going the right way.
I think I'm going the right way. Yeah, Monte Rio Variety Show, but essentially...
Variety? Oh, that's the show.
Yeah, there is a variety show that's happening. In fact, I got a write-up in the Press Democrat.
That shows who's gonna. It's a bunch of country music singers, I guess.
Yeah.
They've
but
had
I
some
want to. I don't. Oh, it's telling me that there's one more mile yet.
Which is fine. Yeah.
That was a pullout to Bohemian Highway, but I don't know what that was. I can't remember from previous years. I have a little bit of a mapping system going on here. Anyways, yeah, I just think that if there's anything that we can do to spread the word, we need people to get out to the Grove, contact us, help with finding a list of people that you want to mail the Grove information to. If you want to protest, if you want to just talk to other people interested in why there's so much concentration of influence and power in one place, If you just want to write a news article about it, you want to take pictures for magazines, there's any numbers of things to do. Was that a park right back there? I was not about to leave my car down the road at all. See, that's the entrance to the Bohemian Highway is way over there, right?
Right, so that's the other.
So we go this way? Is it down there?
Or you can go that way too. Yeah, you can go down the river.
Or
you can
is
go
it,
right here.
it's the next one, right?
Yeah.
So that's the one that goes down behind where all of the businesses are. This is the actual entrance.
Oh, no sign. Isn't that nice?
What did it say? Bohemian Grove Cottages?
Yeah.
Yeah, really?
Oh, that's it.
Here we have the county sheriff.
Highway
No.
That's the
Highway patrol this time.
There's another one. I've never seen so many cops. Whoa. Cars out. Yin yang. What's going on?
Cheers.
How you doing?
Great.
All right.
We're late this year, man.
Just a few minutes late.
A lot of parking, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at that.
Let me do something.
Cars are everywhere.
So there's no parking?
Mm-hmm.
Brendan Park, right? There's no parking.
There's no parking.
But there is no signs here that say anything about no parking.
So you're gonna risk it.
I am totally. Because remember the sheriff the last
Be
time?
careful, they might try to give you a ticket for this though.
For what?
For your windshield.
That's fine.
That's like a fix-it ticket.
Yeah, there's no more such things certificates anymore.
Oh really?
No. But what I can do is park right here. And highway patrol asked me.
No, he didn't say till minute. Okay, we think one of the second guy parked in the park.
Uh-oh, they're trying to move your car.
How you doing now?
Go ahead, Jim. Yeah,
I can hear a guy over there talking.
He stopped talking when he ran past us. Oh.
Security.
25 security too.
I'm going to come and pick you up, and we need to talk to Inspector Sergeant Moore.
You're gonna talk to the Inspector Sergeant Moore.
I thought it was put up. No, I don't care.
Where's our buddy?
He doesn't care if it's put up or not. He's gonna come and get us to move the car.
He's got a mission.
Clear mission. What's his deal?
Has there been a lot of law enforcement?
I've never seen CH. This is the first year I've seen CHP here, and I've seen 3 of them on this same road.
Yep.
That's never happened before, as far as I know. So.
It's usually just mostly Sharon.
Yeah, usually 1 deputy, maybe 2 deputies.
Mine.
Thank you. Kid said it's his first year being out here in the front. He's warning people leaving the Grove about us.
You saw him that 1 extra year, right? That was it.
Oh, he was laughing.
Watch out for the protesters. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
We're not protesters, by the way, but
What you guys doing?
now we're just making our presence known, trying to figure out what's going on here, if there's anything going on.
From what
Yeah.
organization?
No organization. Just a couple regular people asking some questions, and we just can't get any answers, so
Well, good for you.
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anything new happening this year? More people? Or
Seems like a packed house this year.
I'm not the right guy to ask. Just a musician guy.
Right on.
All right, cool, man. Could someone like us as a journalist or just as a person come in and maybe dispel those rumors and say, this is, like you said, nothing but a bunch of artists and musicians and stuff like that, right?
Well, I think the club says that officially, and I think there's a policy against having journalists because
Right.
they want to keep it private and informal, and so it's inhibiting to think that somebody.
Oh, without being able to report. You know how you could, it would all be, on background or something, right? Where you wouldn't have the ability to print anything that would dispel,
Yeah,
people and.
I of course am not a spokesman for the Bohemian Club.
Of course.
But it's just an idea that people, members and their guests, like to come here to enjoy themselves, to enjoy the music, the drama, the plays that are put on, the shows, the music, and the talks. And without interference from outside cares. The phrase dull care is part of our mantra.
Right.
And so it's just people who want to be away from everything and just have a good time. That is really what goes on. That's my view, and that's why I've been in for 27 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
20 years.
There seems to be a lot of power and influence that come here, whether it's big business or people that represent other interests, countries or other political interests or power interests.
There have been a few heads of state that have been guests here. Maybe they're, maybe a member or two. But even the policymakers, and I say, they come here and they do just to get away from the world and relax and just enjoy their friends. So, whatever they do in their day jobs, that's why they're here. And they go back and they do what they do. And I sure don't do what they do.
But Trump's not here, right?
Oh no.
There's no hatred towards. I mean, we have a lot of hatred in this country for Donald Trump. Do you get any sense of that? Any?
Well, like any group of people have their views about politics.
Sure.
And there's a bunch of liberals in here, and there's a bunch of conservatives.
Oh, that's nice.
Who admire Trump. So it's a cross.
Just gonna pull over right there. Don't run over Sean.
a nice shaded area?
Oh, it's great right here.
The sun, I try to find shade as much as I can, 'cause when that sun comes through, it gets pretty hot. Yeah,
We got a lot of shade over here.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's the reason why I stay on that side.
Or you can come over here too and hang out with us if you want.
I'll let you guys do you guys think. You guys good?
We're good so far.
You guys take care.
You too, sir.
Lot of water.
Thank you. All right. This guy tried to kick me off the property a couple years ago.
Does he give you trouble though, or is he just kind of keep an eye on you?
Only that one time he gave me a little trouble, tried to get the sheriff to kick us out, but the deputy wouldn't.
And
so.
then the sheriff explained the Constitution
Pretty
to
much,
him, and,
yeah.
and the guy realized, oh.
Yeah, and I did get all that on video too,
Oh,
so it was pretty funny.
Well, these things are good, yeah.
I would actually like to have people talk to me about why they believe that such a large congregation of power influence is something that we want, right?
Well,
why is it important for people, right?
Why do they want it?
Did you see this like this?
Hey,
It's
Fernandez,
funny.
how are you?
How are you, sir?
Good. How'd I find your name out? I don't know. What are you up to? I always like your dress so nice.
Thank you very much. How's everything going?
Excellent.
Everything's good today?
Yeah, you still with the wrestling thing? Or?
I love the wrestling thing, man.
It's so real. Kind of like life.
You're not a wrestling fan?
Not.
Never? Have you ever been to a wrestling show? No. Oh man, you don't know what you're missing, dude.
We're going to be on the internet here, friends?
Of course. We're always on the internet.
Hey,
We're
big
always
guy,
on the
how you
internet.
doing?
You're so personable that why wouldn't you want to be on the internet?
Yeah.
Because I don't.
You have great stories.
I've got great. Boy, do I.
You have a
Great
face
stories.
for internet. Yeah, we
Yeah, I have a
actually
face, yeah.
found you.
Anyway.
We found a couple,
I was
couple
mildly
photos of you.
disappointed. I thought there was going to be.
You think there's... Uh-oh.
Go ahead. Stand by. You got to go someplace.
Someplace private?
Go ahead.
Uh-oh, something happened.
Roger, I'm basically there now. Stand by. Don't be thinking those thoughts.
Yeah, I know. I didn't get together with God this year, so I don't know.
Just again, don't hassle the employees or the members.
Who tells you to tell us that every year?
I tell myself.
Oh, come
Get up
on.
in the no, I'm serious. They do not tell me that.
They don't tell you to come out here and warn us about...
Absolutely not. I do it all on my own, and I do it because I'm an employee, but I'm older and I'm not intimidated by some people. I could be intimidated. Going to college, they're going to high school. We don't need them, intimidated because I would be really upset.
I'd be
I had the
upset too.
first employee that's ever confronted us actually come out today.
Really?
Yep.
Anyway,
Pretty
just wanted to let you guys
respectful.
know, free speech. I agree with all that stuff, but please just don't hassle our employees and our members. You want to hassle the members, that's one thing. The employees, that will really get me upset.
Why is that? What's the difference?
Difference is the employees are just kids trying to work to make money, to go on with their life, get an education. The members have done everything they need to do, apparently. I don't know many members, but I just don't want the kids intimidated or feel intimidated, because that's not right. Free speech aside, that is not right.
I think out of anybody, I think we'd be the guys that would never intimidate.
Well, I hope so, and if you get some of your more people that are, you might just let them know. Because
But they won't be our people.
well, not your
they're-
people,
you know what I mean.
your colleagues.
Protesting per se. We're witnessing.
And they wouldn't really be our colleagues
Well,
either.
okay,
you
your
know.
associates. Your
Not even that.
Okay, use a term.
Citizen.
Whatever.
Just
Your
other
citizens,
people.
But anyway,
Family.
just tell them to be cool with our employees. That's all I ask. Really.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Not too happy today.
That's me. That's mine.
It's like bombs going
That
off.
auto turns off.
Not in the best of moods this year.
I was just about to tell him how my mom thought he was kind of handsome.
Sure, he'd like that.
I hope that guy and that silver car doesn't